Cases take years, not months. That may frustrate some people, but it's much more important that the Department of Justice get this right than that they do it quickly.
Former Vice President Mike Pence criticized DOJ's decision and Trump's actions.
I've not hesitated to criticize the president when I think he was wrong. And clearly possessing classified documents in an unprotected area is not proper.
In a surprise move over the weekend, Trump's Twitter account was reinstated after a nearly 2-year ban.
The president used that platform to incite that attack on the Capitol. His comments about the vice president, his own vice president, put Mike Pence's life in danger. He showed no remorse about that.
The January 6th committee continues its investigation of Trump's role in inciting the riot at the U.S. Capitol. Attorney General Garland says a special counsel was necessary, pointing to Trump's candidacy and President Biden's intention to run in 2024. Mr. Biden says he plans to announce his decision in the early part of next year. In Washington, I'm Bree Jackson for Wake Up Charlotte.
And you know, we've been saying this for weeks. Thanksgiving, it's going to cost you a lot more this year.
WCNC Charlotte's Carolyn Bruck here with just how much more you can expect to pay. No doubt we'll be asking where's the money come next Thursday, Carolyn.
Yeah, it is sad but true. Where's the money? Well, if you go grocery shopping, you know where it is. They have it. So let's
offer right now. So they're offering an investment in a custom deployment to show the impact of 5G on your business on their Ready Right Now 5G network.
Get 5G solutions that will change your business. Book your discovery session today.
In a custom deployment to show the impact of 5G on your business on their Ready Right Now 5G network.
Get 5G solutions that will change your business. Book your discovery session today.
In a custom deployment to show the impact of 5G on your business on their Ready Right Now 5G network.
Get 5G solutions that will change your business. Book your discovery session today.
Doing as hate crime charges are filed against the alleged gunman.
Plus, student loan struggles. As college seniors prepare for life after school, how a Charlotte nonprofit is helping students of color succeed.
A busy week of holiday travel now underway, with nearly 55 million Americans hitting the roads and taking to the skies. What you can expect this Thanksgiving holiday.
Sunshine, dry weather for Thanksgiving Day. We end the week with rain likely on Black Friday.
Mortgage payments for buying a typical home are up big time. We connect the dots on what you can do to make the payment a little more affordable. Wake Up Charlotte at 6 a.m. starts right now.
You're watching Wake Up Charlotte on WCNC Charlotte.
We're just days away from Thanksgiving, and as millions start to travel, a lot of us are thinking about that Thanksgiving dinner. Look at that. Yum.
Yum. Coming up in just a few minutes, we've got some tips on how to safely transport your food. Plus, also, our Verify team has the do's and the don'ts on that Thanksgiving turkey. But first, Larry Springer's got to look at your forecast.
Weather's not a turkey.
Not at all.
Not good. Not yet, at least. Yesterday was okay. We got to 55 degrees. That's lower than the average of 61, but turned out to be okay. There's the average, 61 degrees. The difference yesterday was that low temperature of 23 degrees compared to the average low of 38. None of that today. That's interesting. The record high, record low, not that far apart. Record high today, 2011, 76 degrees. It was 2008. 3 years before that, the all-time record low. We got down to 13 degrees on this day in history, so none of that anytime soon. That's the good news. Out there at the moment, it is 34 degrees at Monroe, North Carolina, 32 at Boone, 28 at Morgan, and Shelby checks in 29 degrees there, 31 at Rock Hill, and in the Queen City, 35 under fair skies out there. Check it out. Hour by hour, middle of the afternoon will be in the mid to upper 50s, on the way to low 60s tomorrow. How long will those mild temperatures last? We'll check that full 7-day forecast coming up in a few minutes. Let's right now get a check on the commute this morning, see how things are. So far, so good. Here's Chris.
And we're starting off this traffic hit with a live look. What's happening here on 277? Kenya's driving right now, and you can see that the road conditions look great. Not a lot of traffic driving around the Queen City, and you can see Kenya is just going around that circle. Good speed, my friend. Crash right now is our newest incident here at Carmel Road at Green Ray Road, and this one isn't slowing you down on this much, but this is really the only incident that we have within the Charlotte area. The other one is south of Charlotte and Lancaster Highway, crash at Carolina Academy Road. But great drive times coming from Mint Hill, 21 minutes, Matthews at 19. That's what you like to see to kick off the 6 o'clock hour. 19 from Huntersville is perfect. 25 minutes from Davidson is what we like to see to begin the day. So keep it up, everyone, and drive safe.
Chris, thanks. This morning, we are learning the names and the faces of the 5 people killed in that mass shooting at a Colorado nightclub over the weekend. Take a look. They're Kelly Loving, Raymond Vance, Ashley Paul, Daniel Aston, and Derek Rump. We're also hearing for the first time from one of the men who grabbed the accused gunman and tried to stop him from hurting more people. Take a listen.
Get the AR away from him. And the kid did it. And then I started wailing on this dude. And I'm on top of him. I'm a big dude, man, and this guy was bigger. And I just kept wailing on him. I don't know if I'm even telling it right. I just know I got into mode and I needed to save my family. And that family was, at that time, everybody in that room.
One of the 25 people hurt in that shooting, Charlotte native Barrett Hudson. He says he was shot.
Obviously knew the area and saved a lot of lives by losing their own in the process. Chris, noticing Interstate 77 northbound, there's a lot of traffic stop in the background there, so what they've done, that's also slowed down quite a bit.
Yeah, and you're seeing that backup go past 485. This is actually pretty similar to what you see between 6 and 8 o'clock in the morning when traffic is going to be backed up for that reason. And it's one, because one lane is blocked just because you have an emergency vehicle that's just on the other side of that barricade, and 2, people also seeing what's going on. And this backup is about 3 miles. Meanwhile, from the actual main and you're seeing traffic actually not as bad as it once was, because it was about 5.5 miles. Now you're seeing a 4-mile backup because I think a lot of people are getting off the highway and many other different routes, taking I-85, taking exit 11B to get up on 277 for the Brookshire Parkway over to Independence Boulevard. It's just anyway, because you're not going to be able to access this part of a very busy road, and that's really the point that we're making here, is the situation that happened here, to be able to avoid the traffic with how many cars that are going through here. It's a true hero.
It's 12:35 right now. For those tuning in just now, we have preempted programming because of this breaking news here along I-77 between Tyvola Road and Nations Ford Road in South Charlotte, perhaps one of the busiest stretches of interstate in the greater Charlotte area. We now know 2 people dead in a helicopter crash. All of this unfolding in the past 35 minutes or so. And I believe we have another interview there from the scene that our crew has been able to get. Being told it's not there quite yet. But you can see here on the map and on the DOT camera the enormity of the backup that is happening now because of this.
Yeah, and you can see a lot of that is even on the northbound side. Now, Chris is getting some information. We're going to look at the weather situation at the time. At that particular time, there were no major issues as far as high winds or anything, any magnitude, certainly those storms at the time this happened.
Yeah, and the thing with weather observations, they come every hour, and this happened right around the start of the hour, right around noon. So this is still going to verify. It's usually wind that's going to cause an issue, and wind can oftentimes be a little bit higher in the upper levels, but since we only have a 3-mile-per-hour breeze, I think at most you would have about a 15-mile-per-hour wind up where a helicopter would be flying, maybe a little bit higher, but that really shouldn't be the issue there. As Larry also mentioned, we are under a drier forecast, so no rain is going to be impacting this. So this, just out of speculation, could have been a mechanical malfunction, but weather likely is not to blame.
Yeah,
for
from the interview that we heard, the gentleman that was interviewed, his description was the pilot of the helicopter circled around trying to find a place and obviously it was mechanical issues, and then amazingly, to the grace of God, found a place that was not anywhere close to any populated areas. It was that one small area that was open, and the crash scene is very, very close to the interstate, Ben.
Yeah, right there at the interstate, as you can see on your screen, Waddell High School, Movement School, as well Nations Ford Elementary, a number of high-profile hotels in the area, Salvation Army. I mean, this area is packed with people that at noon on a Tuesday, you're talking about thousands of people that were within a quarter of a mile of where this went down. We do have another interview that our crew there on scene was able to get. Take a listen.
My impression is that he apparently knew he was in trouble, and he circled looking for a place to put that down. And on the second circle, I don't think he had any choice. It was going down, and he got it just off the highway and avoided it. It could have injured a lot of people, and the pilot avoided that. So it's a tragic thing, but in that sense, I think he did a marvelous job.
What was going through your mind when you were watching this?
What the heck is going on? I mean, you look at something like that. I almost took my phone out and started videoing. At the first pass looked very aggressive for a news service. It's like, man, there's something he really wants to shoot. I mean, he's really banking that helicopter around to get a shot of something. But then on his second pass, I knew that something was not right. I mean, that's, he's not going to do that steeply. And he just continued that steep bank until, boom, he disappeared and bang, out of sight. I didn't hear anything, didn't make any explosion or flames or crash of that sort. But, when I saw it disappear, it's like, that's serious. That's not a good thing.
You alluded to this earlier, but you said that he probably, the landing where he landed on the bank right there, he probably saved a lot of lives.
I think that he absolutely saved a lot of lives. And like I said, you never know what's in somebody's head, but I think that he absolutely knew that he was going to have to put that down. And he did his best to put it down. I say he, it might have been a woman pilot, I don't know. But whoever the pilot was did their best, I think, to put that down where they weren't going to injure a lot of people. And in that respect, they did a fabulous job because they didn't hit anybody else. They just, destroyed the helicopter and did whatever damage to whoever was inside.
You've been listening to a witness there. And this is a look at the track of this helicopter before it crashed. We've zoomed in a bit from where we were earlier, and you can see this is the end of it where it started sort of spiraling, it appears, before it finally comes to a stop right here off Interstate 77. 77 is that deep blue line you see sort of diagonally crossing your screen. And it appears much like what that witness just told us, that there was a spiral involved at the end of this thing, and it appeared the pilot was making pretty aggressive maneuvers, but given the circumstance, it was probably trying to land this thing in the least populated, least crowded area he could, given the circumstances, Larry.
Very experienced pilot who knew what he was doing. He knew that he had to get to a place that would be away from any populated area. Obviously apparently mechanical difficulties. We talked about the fact that weather was not a major issue at the time. There were lighter winds at the time.
Interesting. The witness said there was not any noise.
Yes, so that
it's almost eerie.
And quite often, because helicopters don't have a glide path, if you take a small Beechcraft, or you take one of the smaller 2-engine personal planes, they have a glide path when they lose an engine, and they can glide down, but a helicopter pretty much just falls. So this obviously was a pilot who understood what he was flying. He understood the limitations and what he could do with it, and he knew that if he brought that down, he probably brought that down as gently as he could under the circumstances. Unfortunately, it crashed.
And if you look at this image here, that's the only spot on this section of highway that you possibly could have landed, because around that bend, you can see the guardrail that would be right into the woods, and clearly crossed over the highway. So with enough experience, got over the highway, got to that area of grass, and that's where we're seeing images on from the other side. Other than that, it's a lot of residential neighborhoods. There are a tremendous amount of businesses where he did the initial spiral or on the other side of the highway, but to expertly land right here, and also there's no reports of any vehicles that were damaged as well upon impact.
Because Chris, folks can't tell, but on the right-hand side of your screen, that grassy area and the woods, it looks like it's a forest or woods, but it's not. Right on the other side of that, office parks. You've got a number of companies right there that have employees currently working.
It's just a few trees, actually.
It's just all that is right there is a tree line. So on the other side of that, you have parking lot with cars, you have offices, you have the movement school, you have law firms. It's all part of the Regency Executive Park area. There's a church across the street from that. Of course, right there you see at lunchtime on a Tuesday, you have thousands of cars going by on this stretch of I-77.
And especially since this is holiday travel, even more vehicles out there, and it's affected the northbound lanes. You can see off in the distance, Chris, some of the trucks in the background there, so they're moving very slowly.
Yeah, and we can try to bring that up here on traffic of what exactly is happening, because you also have one lane of I-77 northbound on the other side that is currently blocked. So all the information that we have, at least for our road closures, is between exit 4 of Archdale Drive and exit 5 of Tyvola Road. And the backup, surprisingly, is actually for a lot of people heading towards the Queen City, is almost mirroring the backup that we have the I-77 southbound, just because likely crews ahead by a few miles, at least closer to the city. That's about exit 9A, B, and C are already alerting traffic that they need to get off the highway, because there's no other way of doing that. One detour is exit 5 to Tyvola Road, also to Woodlawn, to Billy Graham Parkway. A lot of people taking Tryon as well. But right now, the total backup that we're seeing into almost South Carolina is about 3.6 miles, and then it's 5 miles closer to the Charlotte area. But as Ben put perfectly earlier, is we're only telling you the traffic because that's the biggest impacts that come here. But two people, thoughts and prayers. Lives changed today from what happened, but it could have been a lot worse.
There are thousands of people who are impacted this in a variety of ways, but you have two families right now who are finding out the news that they never wanted to hear. And our thoughts are with those families at a time like this, as we try to cover this in the most comprehensive way possible. We do have crews there on scene. Shamari Morrison is there. She's going to be setting up, and we're going to go to her live just as soon as we can go to her. As you can imagine, we've faced our own logistical problems with getting our crews there on scene. We heard from our own Kevin Wardlaw, longtime WCNC Charlotte photographer, who was one of the very first people to arrive there on scene, spoke to a witness who saw this all unfold, was at the movement school in the parking lot, and couldn't believe with his eyes what he was seeing, and said it appeared that this helicopter was making aggressive moves, but then it became clear that the helicopter was in trouble. He said it started rapidly descending and spiraling, and finally going down, eerily saying that it didn't make a whole lot of noise when it went down, Larry.
Okay, now we're going to take a look, and I'm standing here at our green screen to let you know what's going on. This is Interstate 77 southbound right here. The crash area right here, pretty close to the interstate. You can see all the emergency vehicles. This is Interstate 77 northbound. You can see the traffic is moving slowly, but you see in the background there, all the trucks, all the traffic is slowed down right there. But Interstate 77 southbound is shut down. These are all emergency vehicles right here in between Tyvola and Nations Ford. Ben was talking about this a minute ago. This one small patch of wooded area right here, some trees. You go back beyond that, that is all businesses back in there. That's hundreds and hundreds, thousands of people. So the pilot somehow, some way, moved that helicopter into position so that it tried to make a crash landing. Unfortunately, the crash, you could see the site right there, right off Interstate 77 southbound near Tyvola and Nations Ford. Traffic is moving slowly on Interstate 77 northbound at the moment, Ben.
All right, Larry. Again, breaking news here in the past hour. All of this unfolding in less than an hour, folks. A helicopter going down alongside I-77 in the middle of afternoon traffic. We now know 2 people are now dead in this crash, that being confirmed by medic in the last 20 minutes or so. Our Shamori Morrison is now live there at the scene nearby. Shay, what have you been able to learn? And give us a good idea, your vantage point about where you are in relation to where this helicopter went down.
Well, on this side of me right now, that's where 77 is. You probably can hear the helicopter that is going above me. There is law enforcement that are on this side. There's just a few trees that are blocking the way of what would be the highway, but right over that, you see this yellow tape right here. That's because this is marked off right now, because over here in this area, that's where that crash is. And so we're not able to see it at this moment, but if you go through those trees, you would be able to see it. Plenty of law enforcement here. You know, as I was coming to this area, what would have took about a 5-minute drive from where our station is on Woodridge Road Drive, it took me almost 20 to 25 minutes, because what's happening is right where we are, Tyvola Road and Nation Ford Road, well, they're blocking off 77 where you would actually have to pass the crash. And so a lot of that traffic is getting pushed back there. And I really, really urge anyone who may be in the area, and honestly, maybe 2 to 3 blocks out, do not come near here. You will be in standstill traffic and may not be able to come out. And you know, where we are, and as I was coming in, there were a few people who were talking to me. Either they heard or some type of proximity. One person even said they saw. If you were listening and tuning into us earlier, you did see that we actually spoke to someone else. And what they said that they mentioned was they saw the helicopter up there and they saw it circling. At first, not really knowing too much what was going on, but they can tell there may have been just some movement there. And that's when, after that, we know now that the plane did crash. And so that's something of importance that we want to make sure we keep our ear and eyes out for. There was another gentleman who was here also as I was pulling up, and he tells me that he just works right down the block, and right now that area is also fenced off. So you have law enforcement trying to create some type of barrier from where at this point the scene is, to make sure either people aren't interfering with what they're doing right now, or honestly even stopping and staring. And so those are all the details that we have right now. And again, we're just right outside. I'm actually just going to step out of the camera a little bit just so you can kind of see the vantage point that we have here. Again, you can clearly see the police line says do not cross this. We were right outside of it. Plenty of law enforcement. You know, there were rescue squads that were coming out here, and you know, this isn't atypical for a scene like this. You're going to have all types of law enforcement coming out here to assess what the damage is. But I think at this moment, for the viewers who are watching, who are listening, if you're anywhere near this area, you don't need to be here. And actually, we're going to have Kevin, he's going to turn it around because we see law enforcement actually right here. They are starting to widen what would be the area of concern. This is, again, right where the accident is. So they are going to be expanding that police do not cross line, just to make sure there's no interference in where we are. So those are all the details that we have right now. I know you all have some sky view of what's going on. We're trying to get more video and make sure that go ahead. Yeah, I just want to walk this through for our viewers at home. So what you've been showing to us is the berm, is what it's called, between the interstate and where you're located. Give us an idea of exactly where you're located. I'm not sure, Kevin, your photographer, I'm not sure how much panning he could do, but to give the viewers at home some context about where you are in relation to this, to the right of where we are right now, where exactly are you located? Okay, so we are actually located on the intersection, well, not on, well, where if you are on Tyvola Road and Nations 4, we're on Tyvola Road. We're going... I'm FAA approved. Give me 1 second. We have law enforcement speaking to us. But to give people an idea of where we are, if you're on 77 where you can see the crash, there is a barrier where there are some trees. And then after that, we're actually in a local charter school's parking lot where we are right now. But literally, you know, he's panning now so you can kind of see where we are. I'm going to actually have him pan more towards where the highway would be. Sure. So we're taking you from where the road is, and now we're going to pan over to where the highway is, of where the accident of the crash scene is. If that gives you a better idea of kind of where we are. All right, Shay, if you need to speak with police officers, by all means, do that. Just stand by and we'll get back to you. Larry?
And that close to think. Once again, this pilot was very aware of the situation and where he was going to try to bring this helicopter down, knowing that there was apparently a mechanical problem. A school, a charter school right there. There are businesses around there. There are hotels. There are thousands of people in that area. And amazingly, he got that helicopter away from any person, any building, almost on the interstate, but brought it down and tried to bring that in as a crash landing. Unfortunately, it crashed. It's very, very difficult to control. Once a helicopter loses its mechanical ability, there's no glide path. They go down pretty quickly, and apparently that's exactly what happened in this situation.
Let's go ahead and bring in Carolyn Bruck, our colleague. She joins us now here in studio. You've been watching the coverage, Carolyn. Your thoughts?
I mean, first and foremost, this is horrific. 2 people dead, confirmed dead. Obviously, the circumstances surrounding this are unclear at this point, but the fact remains there are 2 families who are going to be without their loved ones. And this is the pit of your stomach when things like this happen. Anyone who is a family member, a loved one of someone who flies, thinks about this, knows that this is the nightmare. And this is the scenario that you never want to be approached with. And unfortunately, that's what's happening. You see all the cars there. This is the time when everyone is getting on the roads. I mean, we've heard from AAA how there are going to be crowds and crowds, North Carolina, South Carolina, all of us getting on the roads because of the Thanksgiving holiday. It's just, my heart is just heavy. Because of it.
Are breaking. I think we're joined now by Butch Austin. Is that correct, folks in the control room? Former chopper pilot here for us here at WCNC.
Long-time chopper pilot,
yeah,
Butch
here
Austin.
WCNC Charlotte.
Very experienced, worked with the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department as well, and very familiar with the situation in trying to make an emergency landing. Butch, how difficult is that?
It can be extremely difficult when you're in a crowded area where you have a lot of homes and businesses and things like that. Your glide ratio is about a 2 to 1 on a helicopter like that.
Which is very, very difficult. Airplanes, smaller craft have a much better glide path. Butch, you know where he is. You know that he's in that one area, that one small wooded area there near the interstate, and brought that down and tried to bring it down in a safe way. Unfortunately, instead of a crash landing, it was unfortunately a fatal crash.
Yeah, it just breaks my heart.
Yeah, very difficult. Butch, being a pilot himself and knowing a lot of these people. You heard the mention a moment ago of a helicopter. That's the Charlotte Police Department helicopter flying above, investigating the scene. So that's why there's a helicopter in the area right now. But right there between Interstate 77, Tyvola, and Nations Ford, it is a big travel area. It's also, Ben, you were saying this a while ago, the number of businesses that are there, the number of hotels and industry within that area, and that's where the crash site is, that one small wooded area.
Butch, it's so important in a situation like this to speak with context and perspective, and helicopters are overwhelmingly a safe method of transportation, but what are the challenges a helicopter pilot faces on a day like this?
Well, there are a lot of challenges on flying either airplane or helicopter, because you've got to keep your head on a swivel, especially in tight airspace like Charlotte. You've got a lot going on, a lot of traffic, and I train pilots and sign them off on their flight checks. I ride with the FAA every year to get my check, and then I fly the pilots to give them their flight checks and training. And you train for these types of situations: losing an engine, losing a tail rotor, mechanical failures. But it's still tough.
But you bring up an important point. Once you're up in a chopper, you know this and you've seen this firsthand. But flying a chopper in an urban setting is 1,000 times more difficult than elsewhere, just because you referenced it. There's so many different variables. There's so many different things in your field of view.
Absolutely. You're constantly looking for what they call forced landing areas, which is if you do lose an engine. And I lost 2 in the military years and years ago. I've been flying 45 years now. So you're constantly looking for that. But when you're in the confines of space like he was in, if you lose an engine, you don't have many places to go.
Well, obviously he knew what he was doing. This particular helicopter is a 1999 It sounds like that's old, but well maintained and obviously airworthy and used quite often. Have you ever flown that type of helicopter, the one that crashed today?
I have got a very limited amount of time. I flew a lot of bigger aircraft than that one, but I do have a few hours in that type of aircraft. They're a decent aircraft. It's for whatever you're going to use it for. You look at the cost, but the age of the aircraft, I don't put a lot of stock in because everything on an aircraft gets replaced by either flight hour, time limits, and inspection process.
You know, we see helicopters. Is that the two-person helicopter, or does it carry 4 people?
That one carries 2.
Yeah. Okay.
And Butch, you mentioned it briefly, but I just want to drive in on the fact, because it does appear that this pilot did his level best to avoid what was a crowded interstate and crowded parking lots and crowded office parks and schools, 3 schools or around that area. You're saying that the helicopter pilot's trained to always be looking for that possible place that would be the safest to go down or to land.
Absolutely. It's constantly on a pilot's mind, especially a helicopter, because of the glide ratio. You 2 forward feet for 1 foot that you fall, and we typically fly at about 800 feet above ground level here. Keeps us legal with the FAA and keeps us below the airplane traffic. So you don't have a lot of time.
So you're about 800 feet up. What is the speed of a helicopter cruising at that time?
That one's probably around 80 knots, something like that.
Okay.
So, Butch, you talked about the training and that you train for situations like this. How does that training? How does that go? How is that something that you plan for in a situation like this?
Well, the pilots that are in what's called Part 135 operations, or for like the TV stations, they have to take a ground school and flight training course every year. Doesn't matter how much flight time they've got, and then they have to satisfy the FAA requirements of a flight check to make sure that the check pilot signs them off on their abilities to perform emergency procedures.
So it's pretty extensive.
Failures, yeah.
Well, obviously this pilot was well trained and knew what he was doing, trying to save lives, and unfortunately their life was lost in the process.
Butch Austin, longtime WCNC Charlotte helicopter pilot. Butch, thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Butch. Great.
Yes, sir. You guys have a good day, as good as you can have.
Yeah.
Butch, we appreciate it. Folks, we are now approaching right now the top of the hour, 1 o'clock now. All of this unfolding in the past hour along I-77. We first got word of this just past noon here into the WCNC Charlotte newsroom. And as of right now, we do know 2 people are dead in a helicopter crash. Pilot managing to crash that chopper, though we don't know the reasons or the sort of what happened before that crash. Happened to crash it right there on that strip of grass you see between what is Interstate 77 southbound lanes and an office park just on the other side of that tree line.
Almost right on the interstate. He brought that down right before the interstate, saving so many lives. Obviously, from the description from the witnesses, that he knew he was in trouble. He was trying to maneuver that helicopter and did the best he could to, yes, and yes, avoided any contact with buildings or the number of schools in that area. So many people within that area.
We received a photo from meteorologist Brad Panovich that we want to show you. The flight path showing a horrible, typical auto rotation descent that he was fighting.
And it's something that in these situations that the helicopter pilots are trained to try to deal with. And you have an experienced pilot dealing with a faulty engine, mechanical difficulties. How do you handle the situation when you're losing control as it makes that quick descent? And as he made that descent, he avoided contact with any people, any buildings.
Yeah, to help you make sense of what this graphic is.
It's an interesting graphic.
For novices, this might be hard to make sense of this, but you see altitude there on the left-hand side, and then you see the actual speed on the right-hand side, and you can see as it went up in altitude briefly and then came back down. And as it came back down, you see there the speed dropped substantially. All of this happening right around 11:56.
And Butch Austin, the pilot who used to work with us here, WCNC TV, was describing about a 90 mile an hour at some point, and that's exactly was about 80 knots or so, and then made that rapid descent, and then made contact with the ground as it crashed into an area, a wooded area, right outside a wooded area, into a grassy area near Interstate 77 southbound. Between Tyvola Road and Nations Ford. Very, very busy area with all the traffic that we had today, with so many people along that interstate. It's a miracle that it didn't hit anyone.
And that area will be closed for quite some time as this investigation is still so fresh.
You've got so many people traveling back and forth between South Carolina and uptown at that hour. So many Thanksgiving travelers, people who are just traveling through. And now arguably the busiest stretch of interstate in the Charlotte area has come to a standstill at this point, and will be, to Carolyn's point, for quite some time. Just a matter of housekeeping right now. We know CMPD is setting up a staging area for members of the press where we hope to be learning more information. Our crew there, including our photographer Kevin Wardlaw, one of the first there on scene, currently moving to that location. So we're hoping that we'll be learning some more information in just the next little bit.
Small helicopter, two-person helicopter, pilot and passenger. Helicopter crash today. Small helicopter, 1999 the year, but as Butch Austin was saying, they're all very well maintained. The pilot, obviously a very experienced pilot.
Has yearly training in order to deal with these kinds of things.
Knew what he was doing, and in the situation, crashed that helicopter right there in that one spot. I'm not sure if there's another place you could put that down that would avoid crashing into a building or into people.
And as you can see, the presence from emergency and first responders is overwhelming, as it should be. You've got medic, Charlotte Fire, the police. Ben, you just mentioned they have a staging area, and what that really means is for media. They want anyone who's a part of the media to go to that area. In a situation like this, when things are closed, it is harder to get to those areas. So that's why information, of course, is going to be a little more slow going, because it's difficult. You know, you can't get around it. Our reporters can't get around it either. So we are expecting and anticipating some more information about this. But at this point, we know that 2 are dead in this helicopter crash. And it really is, when you think about it, it really is a miracle that more people were not injured.
Because of our jobs, occasionally we travel through choppers, and I can tell you, based on very limited experience I've had in a chopper, it is hard to describe the amount of stimuli you have when you are in an urban setting taking off, because just right there in that live picture, I mean, you look at the power poles, power lines, tree lines, buildings. You have so much going on. If you're out in the middle of the desert, you don't have anything to worry about. But in an urban center like Charlotte, these chopper pilots have a head that can just rotate on a dime, because they have to, for the safety of themselves and any passenger, have to be aware of their surroundings every millisecond that they're up in the air.
And if you talk to friends of mine who are helicopter pilots and airplane pilots, there's such a difference in emergency situations with a small aircraft. Like, you know, if you have a 2-engine or 1-engine airplane, the wings help to guide that down. There's a glide path. You can sometimes glide into a situation. With a helicopter, the weight can take you down, straight down. This pilot right here knew what he was doing and rotated the thing down into an area where there were no people or cars or buildings.
And we want to get to, for more perspective on that, Alan Deal, the author of Air Safety Investigators, formerly with the NTSB and FAA. Alan, thanks so much for joining us, unfortunately, under these circumstances. It seems like we're having trouble getting to Alan, but we'll get to him in just a bit.
One amazing thing about this is we heard a few minutes ago from the witness that this helicopter went down. There was no explosion. There was no loud sound. It just went down. And that was the amazing thing. That there was no big fire. It just, you know, as it hit. The vehicle itself was demolished.
As we look at the DOT camera, it appears that there's a line of first responders there formed on the interstate. If you look beyond the sort of collection of cars. It appears that they've sort of formed a line across the interstate.
What they quite often do in a situation like this, I've seen them do in an airplane crash situation, where they will take a line of investigators. They will walk a path for anything.
Debris,
anything that's in reference to
they can see
the crash. It could be a small part of the helicopter, trying to find anything, small object that it could contributed to the crash itself.
All right, Alan Deal, I think, is joining us once again. He's the author of Air Safety Investigators, also formerly with the NTSB and FAA. Alan, do we have you now?
Yes.
Alan, please give us your sort of perspective as a person who knows these things and lives these things and breathes these things. What you're hearing about this so far?
Well, not very much, actually. I just tuned in a minute ago, and I understand it's a helicopter accident. I don't even know the model number, but I do know that I'm sure the NTSB is en route right now as we speak, and I'm sure the FAA is probably on scene, the local FAA office. So right now, clearly their concern is to secure the wreckage, to remove the human remains, and the team will arrive, within minutes, if not hours. Hours for the NTSB, probably coming out of Washington.
So, Alan, what type of things do they look for when they're on scene like this in the investigation process?
Well, normally here, as I said, they obviously need to remove the human remains. They'll go to the morgue. There'll be autopsy to see if there's any medical factors. But clearly they'll want to photograph the wreckage in place and to look at the other obstacles. We don't know if it hit an obstacle or whether it was a mechanical or human error. It doesn't appear like weather or the environment was a major factor, but they'll look at those three areas. And, of course, they always have to look for hostile action, but there's no suggestion of that, and I'm not making that suggestion either. But they'll be thorough. Unfortunately, I doubt if this helicopter has recorders, which are very helpful, and they'll be asking the public, anybody that has videos, to please contact them. So those are the initial procedures that will take place the next couple hours.
In a situation like this, where this crash is near the interstate, this is such a major thoroughfare through Charlotte. How long could this conceivably shut down to allow for that investigation? Well,
I would imagine it would be more than several hours, put it that way. I just don't think they're not going to remove the wreckage immediately. The idea is to leave it in place because many times, it's like a crime scene. You want to preserve the evidence, and air safety investigators are much like crime scene investigators. You have to be very careful when you're moving wreckage or any kind of evidence. So hopefully the law enforcement can route people around that area, but I wouldn't expect that road to be fully opened anytime in the next, certainly not in the next several hours, and probably longer.
Alan, give us some indication. How common are helicopter crashes?
Well, they're more frequent than the so-called fixed-wing crashes. I don't know what type of helicopter this is. Of course, it varies with the model. We don't know if this was a private helicopter, a news helicopter, or I don't know, or medevac. There's been a lot of medevac crashes because the pilots are so eager to try to, save lives by getting the patient to the hospital. And conceivably, it could even be a law enforcement crash. I don't know. Maybe you know now, but depending on the type of mission, they can be quite dangerous or relatively safe.
Thanks for the information right there about the fact that at the moment we're not certain about the company or who owns the helicopter. It is a 1999 helicopter, two-person helicopter. We do know that. Unfortunately, 2 fatalities in this situation.
All right.
Okay, so it's probably a training, I'm guessing, probably a training helicopter, a 2-person helicopter. There's several models, and I won't speculate on
the description we're reading, Alan, is a 1999 Robinson helicopter, rotorcraft. Okay. It says 4 seats, 1 engine.
Okay, it's probably a Robinson 44 if it's got 4 seats. They also have a version with the turbine engine, and of course the turbine engines are much more reliable
than piston engines. At this point, we don't know if it's mechanical. Robinson is the most common type of helicopter, light helicopter out there flying today. They have a reasonable safety record. I know in the past there's been problems with post-crash fires. It doesn't appear from the images I'm seeing that there was a post-crash fire. Maybe you know more than I know, but clearly it doesn't look, just from the wreckage. And remember, I'm a former NTSB. I'm not speaking for the safety board now, but it doesn't appear that this crash was survivable. That's the other thing the NTSB always looks at, whether or not the so-called crash worthiness of the vehicle. But here it doesn't look. It appears that the occupiable space was eliminated, so the chances of anybody surviving that kind of impact is very low, unfortunately.
All right, Alan Deal, thank you for your expertise, and thank you for sharing your history and your knowledge of this field and this aircraft as well. Alan, thank you so much.
Thanks for inviting me. You take care.
We are getting a closer look at the emergency response. One of our photographers is able to get us this image, and you can just see the response is hefty, as it should be. Again, if you're just joining us, a helicopter crash, 2 killed in that helicopter crash on Interstate 77 between Tyvola and Nations Ford Road. As of right now, this area is closed, and it will be for hours and hours. An investigation of this magnitude takes a very, very long time. There is a staging area meaning that the police department, CMPD, has set up a section for media to go to get information about this, but information at this point is still very limited. We do know, unfortunately, 2 people dead in this helicopter crash on Interstate 77. At this point, this is one of the busiest travel days for the Thanksgiving holiday.
One of the busiest highways in this area, 77 north and southbound.
And you heard Alan sort of explain the process, but that we are likely hours in front of us as far as the interstate being closed. And if you followed any of these sort of crashes in the past, you know that after this initial investigation that closes down the interstate, NTSB officials will fly in, some probably from D.C., members of the National Transportation Safety Board, and start this investigation. And it could very well be an investigation that takes months. This is not something that's going to last a couple of days or a couple of weeks. It often takes months to collect forensics and study them and to get a better idea of exactly what forced an aircraft like this down.
And that's why there's concern, because if this is such a major highway, and with the amount of traffic that is headed that way, how long the interstate will be shut down. So that means people are being now asked to go other ways. I'm sure all of the options have been really jammed up. Highway 49 South Tryon, Chris. I'm sure 485 is now really busy in that direction.
Yeah, we're not seeing a lot of new reports from this, but the most recent one that came in was about 30 minutes ago. Oftentimes, these estimations that they give aren't always accurate, but I think this one's definitely going to line up. They were saying that this was only when part of the interstate was closed, that the estimation for this to be back open wasn't until 5:13 p.m. That was the early estimation. So I think that we can pretty much leave the bottom here, the interstate for I-77 southbound right through this stretch of road is going to be shut down at least for the next 4 hours. And the 2 X's that you're seeing on there is you cannot get off of I-77 southbound onto Tyvola Road.
Right.
So that's out of the question. That's completely shut down. You're not able to get off onto Nations Ford Road, obviously, from there as well. So those are the 2 reports. We're seeing probably the most congestion actually on South Boulevard. And then we're also seeing a lot of congestion still on Tryon Street, as you can imagine.
The 2 north-south routes to get you into South Carolina if you go in that direction.
But the good news is I think a lot of drivers are being at least diverted further up the road, being alerted that, hey, this is shut down. So traffic is starting to spread out, so we're not seeing as much of a congestion. But yeah, according to that report, I think you can expect this stretch of road to be shut down for at least the next 4 hours.
If you're coming 85 either from Gastonia, that would be northbound, or from Salisbury, southbound, 485 to Matthews. That will get you in the direction of Interstate 77 southbound. Now, obviously, it's going to be very congested, but those are the more logical ways to go. You're going to find those are 4 lanes to get there. But if you're coming out of Gastonia, you're going to go up to 77. It's going to take you north first to 485 to Matthews, and then if you're coming 85 south, say from Salisbury, you're still going to get on Interstate 77, taking you north to 485.
And so many people who use this stretch of 77 end up getting off at Billy Graham to either go to the airport or to go to 85 as a cut through, and they need to be aware that this is going to be a problem.
Let me retract one thing, or just the other option. You can come up Interstate 85 out of Gastonia and Belmont. You can actually hit 485, go north and follow that. That will take you to Matthews. That's coming from Gastonia. If you're coming from Salisbury, you can get off on 485 towards Matthews. That will take you in the right direction. Or you can also go towards Pineville. That will take you to Interstate 77. Both will.
We are getting an official statement from the Federal Aviation Administration, not really releasing any more information from what we already know, but it reads a Robinson R-44 helicopter crashed near Interstate 77 South and Nations Ford Road in Charlotte, North Carolina around 12:20 local time today. It goes on to say 2 people were on board. The FAA and the National Transportation Safety Board will investigate. The NTSB will be in charge of the investigation and will provide additional updates. It closes with saying neither agency identifies people involved in aircraft accidents.
So that gives you a glimpse of what will be the start of this investigation. As we referenced earlier, it will probably be an investigation that takes months before we get the answers that family members want and people in the Charlotte area want to know about what went wrong and what happened that brought down this helicopter.
Let me just say, I think it is natural as humans to think about ourselves. So, if you need to take this route and you're frustrated right now because you can't, just think about those 2 people and their families. Just think about that big perspective and the bigger picture here, because there are 2 people who are dead and their families will never see them again.
Never be the same.
And not only that, you think about the toll that this takes on those responders to a scene like this.
Sure.
These are after something like this happens, it says 12:20, right? So after something like this happens, you need to identify the people involved, and then comes the heartbreaking task of finding their family members and letting them know what happened. And at this point, we don't know if that's happened yet. The 2 people involved have not been identified. It's just one of those things that you need to keep that in mind, because this is an area that so many of us need to use. It's a necessity, right, in our daily lives. We to and from, especially at a time like this, Thanksgiving, so many people headed out, more and more crowds on the roads. We know that from AAA. So just keep that in mind as this becomes an inconvenience. An inconvenience is nothing in comparison to what these families are dealing with.
You make such a good point about it being Thanksgiving week, and you got 2 families who no Thanksgiving will ever be the same after this. The holidays will be effectively ruined going forward. And we say 2 families, but we also mean 2 sets of friends.
It could be someone's father, someone's
coworkers,
mother.
And it's just heartbreaking.
As the witness said, describing to this pilot, he could see that the pilot was having difficulty, and the pilot was maneuvering the helicopter, trying to get it into a safe place, and did that. Unfortunately, instead of a crash landing, it was a crash.
If we can bring in back that image that Brad created, showing the altitude and how quickly that helicopter lost altitude, it just shows the type of dangers that come along with flying a helicopter, just in general. We know that helicopter crashes, they are much more common versus airplane crashes. Here is this graph that Brad made, and it shows the altitude, and you see that steep drop
Very steep descent.
Try to bring it
and
back
then you
up.
can see trying to maybe overcorrect perhaps, or trying to get some sort of footing there.
And put your mind in that pilot's viewpoint when you're thinking about your helicopter is doing this and you're going down and you see all around you traffic, cars,
Businesses,
schools,
yes.
businesses, parking lots, hotels.
Where do you go?
Where do you go?
Yes. And I think this pilot probably knew the area, and it just seems to have known the area because he put that down into that one spot.
One tiny little grassy patch.
Exactly. Put it down right there. And miraculously, as the witness said, there was no loud noise, there was no explosion. And we can be thankful for that because that could have caused further damage. That could have, the explosion could have sent debris into cars that were on the interstate.
We're talking about what is likely a hero.
Yeah, without a doubt.
In this circumstance.
Without a doubt, yes. A hero pilot.
Someone who might not have been able to save himself or herself, but was able to put this helicopter down in a place that was not going to collide with cars. Had this actually gone down on 77. Or on an office building, or all that were right there in the immediate vicinity, likely talking about a hero pilot in this situation.
It really is unbelievable when you think about all of the disaster and destruction that could have happened that didn't, that was avoided. If you're just joining us, we are continuing our coverage right now of 2 dead in a helicopter crash. The crash happening after 20 minutes after noon on 77. This is between Tyvola Road and Nations Ford Road. As Ben was mentioning and Larry mentioning, this is as you know, this is a super busy area. I mean, there are any number of scenarios that could have happened here. There are multiple schools. Businesses, not to mention the traffic, all of these cars. And
hundreds of cars, yes.
Right, and none of them touched in this situation.
You've got one of the probably busiest interstate interchanges.
Right there.
Right north of this. Yeah. That Tyvola,
yes.
We're talking about where the Costco is. I mean, it is a mega interchange if there ever is one.
Always busy, exactly.
Always busy, traffic going in every possible direction. Literally just a few feet from where this chopper went down.
Yeah, you asked me a little bit ago about do I remember another helicopter crash. I'm only going to approximate 35 years ago, only an approximation, that there was a crash near a park near Uptown Charlotte. The last time I remember one that was within the city limits like that. It crashed, I think, maybe on a basketball court or a tennis court within that park right there, that many years ago.
Folks, a helicopter crashed 35 years ago at a park near Uptown. That is why we have Larry Sprinkle.
Well, that's, as I said, that's an approximation, as I try to remember back that many years ago.
But that institutional knowledge is so helpful for context in a situation like this, because as we say, it is not something that happens normally or commonly. We have aircraft over the city
all the time.
All the time. Charlotte Douglas, one of the busiest airports in the country. So we have aircraft buzzing about us all the time, and we just don't even think anything about it.
Just really quickly to give you an update, and I would take this just as a tentative, some tentative information here, but according to the NCDOT website, they are saying they're expecting these 77 southbound lanes to reopen by midnight.
Yeah.
So it is
wow.
Not going to open anytime soon. And again, that's just a preliminary
the
guess.
Is coming. They come from Washington. They'll fly in. They're probably on their way. National Transportation Safety Board to do the investigation. So that team has to be here to do the investigation. They'll have to keep the interstate closed for that. All the local investigative agencies, Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department, the FAA involved in this. Obviously, that's another reason. So it's further going to complicate the driving situation around Charlotte. So travel plans, Interstate 77, if you can get to 485, that's going to take you either going to Matthews or 485 into Pineville. That will get you to Interstate 77 southbound.
For the folks in the control room, we are now more than an hour into our coverage now of this helicopter crash. And so knowing that there are folks at home just joining us both online and on air, wondering if we can re-rack the interview that we had with a witness there who saw a lot of this unfold, because he tells a compelling story of what he witnessed in those moments just over an hour ago. Take a listen.
My impression is that he apparently knew he was in trouble, and he circled looking for a place to put that down. And on the second circle, I don't think he had any choice. It was going down, and he got it just off the highway and avoided it. It could have injured a lot of people, and the pilot avoided that. So it's a tragic thing, but in that sense, I think he did a marvelous job.
What was going through your mind when you were watching this?
What the heck is going on? I mean, you look at something like that. I almost took my phone out and started videoing. At the first pass looked very aggressive for a news service. It's like, man, there's something he really wants to shoot. I mean, he's really banking that helicopter around to get a shot of something. But then on his second pass, I knew that something was not right. I mean, that's, he's not going to do that steeply. And he just continued that steep bank until, boom, he disappeared and bang, out of sight. I didn't hear anything, didn't make any explosion or flames or crash of that sort. But, when I saw it disappear, it's like, that's serious. That's not a good thing.
You alluded to this earlier, but you said that he probably, the landing where he landed on the bank right there, he probably saved a lot of lives.
I think that he absolutely saved a lot of lives. And like I said, you never know what's in somebody's head, but I think that he absolutely knew that he was going to have to put that down. And he did his best to put it down. I say he, it might have been a woman pilot, I don't know. But whoever the pilot was did their best, I think, to put that down where they weren't going to injure a lot of people. And in that respect, they did a fabulous job, because they didn't hit anybody else. They just, destroyed the helicopter and did whatever damage to whoever was inside.
There you heard eyewitness talk about the valiant and heroic actions of that helicopter pilot trying to put down the chopper in what is a bustling metropolitan city with an interstate nearby. Interesting to hear him tell our Kevin Wardlaw, longtime WCNC Charlotte photographer, that there wasn't much of a sound and no explosion either.
Yes, and thankfully for that, because with an explosion and the amount of debris that could have sent onto the interstate to hit cars and people, this pilot knew what he was doing, and that was such an amazing description of the descent the pilot made and how quickly he had to make that decision. I'm going down right here. And
saying at first it looked rather aggressive.
Yes.
And I think the graphic we showed you of the altitude and how quickly, I think that is probably, I'm assuming, what that gentleman saw, how quickly the helicopter went down.
Was at altitude. They reached that altitude, whether 800 feet, 1,000 feet, and as soon as he reached it, he realized there was a problem, and then he became aggressive. And what am I going to do? Where do I land? Can I restart the engines, or what's going on? And then quickly, within milliseconds, he had to make that decision to take that craft and crash it in that small open area right off Interstate 77 between Tyvola and Nations Ford, and to literally save lives. Unfortunately, the life of the pilot and a passenger were lost in the crash.
And we do have the flight path of this as well. We showed you earlier, and it's worth showing again just to give you an indication of how this ended. This is right there, that center line going across the screen is 77, and you can get a sense for the activity of this flight path just moments before the crash.
It was like he was
trying to find a spot.
Trying to find a spot and maybe circling around a bit as much as you can do with a helicopter, a very difficult aircraft to control once it loses mechanical ability, once it loses an engine, or whatever mechanical difficulty he was experiencing. And this experienced pilot did the best he could and knew exactly what to do. I mean, he took that final thought in his life, I'm going to save the lives of many people. It may take mine and my passenger, but that's what he did. A very brave, great pilot.
Because that circular area that you see, that is over an apartment complex right there, east of 77. And to the south of that is Archdale Road, where you have a number of neighborhoods as well. So as this helicopter is descending, it's doing so over an apartment complex.
Okay.
And then crossing over 77.
The big line light right there in the middle.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then crossing over 77 to the west side, where there is immediately right there one school, 2 other schools nearby, and an office park as well.
I think he realized that he was in such a serious situation. Where do I go? And he circled around, as you can see, circled and made that final descent right there, literally only feet away from Interstate 77. That's where that vehicle crashed, the helicopter crashed with no explosion. The witness said very little sound. And once again, we're thankful that there wasn't. So quite often when helicopters crash, there's a tremendous amount of fuel on board and you get a huge explosion.
And folks, we should say that we will get to our reporters there on scene as soon as we can. They're facing logistical issues just because with a investigation this large of this scope, the debris field and the investigation area is widening and broadening. So they're having to move back our crews and other crews who are there trying to get some information from first responders.
Yeah, they've expanded that area of the investigation. Even while one of our reporters was on scene there, one of our photographers had to be pulled back as well. So it's very difficult to get to. The only people there are those emergency vehicles. And the other lane you see, that's Interstate 77 northbound. That's going at a crawl. A lot of that is obviously people who are looking to see what's going on. Also just the amount of traffic on that side as well. So that's another issue, is the fact that Interstate 77 northbound is moving very slowly. And Chris, do we know where traffic actually is backed up at the moment on southbound? Have they taken traffic off of southbound somewhere?
Yeah, there's a series of off ramps that we're seeing here, and we're also seeing a lot of reports for overflowing traffic, and that's on Old Pineville Road as well. But we're also seeing some cars still trying to get off on Tyvola Road. That's at a trickle.
Yes.
People getting off at the exit before that. That's Woodlawn Road. So the big reports that we're seeing is overflowing traffic, where this is always, especially right down here. Look at this red. That's all stop and go traffic. So the biggest impacts right now are Tyvola Road, Old Pineville Road, South Boulevard, East Woodlawn Road, and the most recent report I saw from SigAlert, they said expect delays up to 2 hours in this area. And that's for anyone that's coming from the north. And then it kind of just stops here at Charlotte, because at that point, they now have other signs that are alerting people further up the road, hey, listen, this stretch of road is closed. And you're also seeing a slowdown right here. So that is going to be right on West Boulevard as well. People are trying to find any way of getting around this. And I know that it's out of your way, but if you know you're coming from Huntersville and things like that, and we've been saying it's since the start of this incident, is just take 485, because we're not seeing any impacts on 485. It's all the side roads that are congested with this, people that don't realize that this is going on, and not taking the limelight away from how serious the situation this is. It's just for traffic wise, it's affecting a lot of people, and it's a tragic day.
Just to sort of give people a glimpse into our thinking in a situation like this, is that our biggest focus are these 2 people and their families, but we also realize, because of news events, that something like this has an impact on thousands of other people in what is a big city with a growing population, and this will impact the evening commute as well. And so we do like to walk a line between respecting the 2 people involved in this crash, but also understanding the wider implications of how this could impact the city of Charlotte as well.
It's a major interstate that carries so much businesses north and southbound, then people traveling. It's going to be shut down. And then, Carolyn, you had that report.
NCDOT saying the expectation is that it will reopen at midnight. So we've got a long way until then. And again, that's not a hard and fast. That obviously can change as well. If you see right now, here's what we're talking about. This is the investigation happening. The reason why this is shut, obviously, these two people who died in this helicopter crash on 77, but also trying to figure out what happened. And they are going to be, examining every square inch of this area to find any sort of evidence, any debris. Whatever it is there, they're collecting it.
And at some point this evening, that vehicle will be gently removed.
Or what is left, right?
What is left of it, because that's part of the investigation. And they will take that to a hangar, more than likely near Douglas International Airport, to reassemble the helicopter, the vehicle itself, to do further investigation. So that situation in itself will be very difficult to remove the helicopter from the crash site itself, and then for further investigation.
And we should say that we have the animation again that we want to show you that shows the flight path just in the final moments. Again, to explain what you're seeing right there, the two diagonal lines, that's I-77. And we've slowed this down a little bit so you can see where this thing's going. At that point, right there, the helicopter we know is going down, and we know it's going down above an apartment complex just east of 77. Clearly, the pilot trying to get control of this thing as it
Crosses
goes over
77 again.
Crosses over 77, a busy 77 at that. Loops back over. Again, we're going just north of Archdale. There's a Salvation Army Center right there nearby.
Yes.
You know that's in the pilot's head as he sees a ground below him that's quickly approaching with lots of people.
And then makes that decision to turn back, and he sees the area right there, the grassy area, and crashes. And once again, there are different sizes of helicopters. This is a 1999. We heard first maybe a two-seater, possibly four-seater. It's a very small helicopter, not a big vehicle.
Not big at all.
Yeah.
And you see where that plane ended up going down in this flight path. Let's go back to the live pictures right now. This is from our photographer there on scene, Pierre Simmons, giving you a glimpse of where things stand right now. And folks, just to be completely honest, this is probably what the scene is going to look like for the hours to come, including the evening commute. So if you're planning on being out and about, or you have loved ones who are working in another part of town, whether or not they use 77, more than likely this is going to impact traffic all across the city of Charlotte, even if your commute does not take you specifically on 77, because so much of the thousands of people who use this end up being diverted to other roads nearby. So this will pretty much bring a city to a standstill for hours to come.
The investigation process is long, and it can take years to conclude. NTSB, just from their website, their explanation of things, there's this investigative process. Obviously, every single incident is different. It's not a linear kind of investigation, but they look for the facts, they determine the cause, and then they have to have an acceptance of a final report. So there's discussion about it, and then they advocate for the safety recommendations. They try to figure out from this investigation what could have been done differently, and how to learn from this really in the future.
It can be a painstaking process, and having covered some of these things in the past, emphasis on the pain, because it can be painful for the families involved, because it is not a quick process. For families and friends wanting answers and resolutions, they don't come quickly, and we can be glad and fortunate that we have investigators in a federal agency that will get to the bottom of this eventually, but it's never in the timeline family members wanted in.
There is no closure when it comes to something like this for the process that this takes, and again, it could be years. As we do get more details coming in, we're learning about the type of the helicopter there. I know we have Megan Bragg standing by. She's live in the studio right now, and Megan, you can verify for us the make and model and some information that you're getting about that.
Yeah, guys, we all learned this from that tail number, and we can verify that this aircraft is a Robinson Model R-44. Here's a picture of what it would look like. This is from the manufacturer's website of what the helicopter, this is what it typically looks like. So according to the website, it's light and compact, and according to the tail numbers, the aircraft was manufactured in 1999. A law firm, Baum and Halden, has been collecting data from NTSB, and according to that data, since 2008, there have been 561 accidents involving this type of aircraft. 203 of those were fatal, guys.
And Megan, just to clarify, that was a picture of what helicopter looked,
the type.
That type of helicopter, not the exact helicopter.
No, and
just want to make that distinction.
Yes, and that's right from their the manufacturer's website.
A smaller helicopter, as you can see right there.
Mm-hmm.
We are still waiting to hear from our reporter out there, Shamari Morrison. We know there's a staging area. That staging area has been moved. Presumably, having a difficult time getting the media to this site. The staging area, the CMPD does this in order to bring the media together to give out information, so then we can relay that information to you. At this point, it's slow going. I think the process is going to be slow going, just like the process of investigation here.
This has pretty much, in some ways, helped to almost shut the city of Charlotte down, because, as Chris has been talking about, the secondary roads are being affected. South Tryon, South Boulevard, which goes to 521, those are all affected because those are ways to get into. A lot of people just trying to get into South Carolina. A lot of people may be going to Rock Hill or Fort Mill or Columbia.
And Larry, they've actually taken some precautions now. Now the ramps from I-85 northbound and southbound are closed to get onto I-77 southbound.
Okay.
So they're completely cutting off any traffic on I-77 southbound starting at I-85.
So you can't get on 77 southbound into the city north of where the accident was.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And that's exit 13A and B. This happened close to DeForest. That's about 9 miles up the road. That's how the detouring traffic. So the official report by NCDOT is that you're going to take exit 13A on I-85 southbound for 8 miles. That's going to bring you to exit 30A, that's to 485 inner loop, and for 10 miles you can re-access the I-77 corridor there. So we've been mentioning it to take 485, that's the best route, but now you're starting to see backups on 485 because that's pretty much how you're getting around, since all the way from 485 or from I-85 to about Nations Ford Road, I-77 is now pretty much shut down.
Folks, we just want to update you real quick. Just getting confirmation in the last few seconds that our hearts go out to our friends and colleagues over at WBTV, because they have confirmed for us that the chopper belongs to them. So this was a news chopper, likely going about its business, gathering news as what happens, when it crashed around noon today. Again, our thoughts and prayers and condolences going out to our friends and colleagues over at WBTV on what's going to be a tough day and tough several weeks and months ahead for the folks over there.
Very sad situation. Our hearts go out to the families and to the family of Channel 3 and all the people. The pilot, who is an amazing individual to begin with, as a person, as a pilot, and then the amazing technique he used to avoid crashing anywhere close to people or cars.
We should also say that we are standing by. Any moment we're expecting to get an update from CMPD at the staging area they put together there. Near 77 in an office park there. Our crew is there. As soon as we get that, we will bring it to you live.
The confirmation that these two people who are dead in this helicopter crash, this helicopter from our colleagues at WBTV. I think, this is the kind of thing where we take things for granted, right? Just our ability to do what we do. When you're in this profession, you really love gathering the news. It's part of your DNA. It's part of who you are. And these two people, presumably just doing that just going up today thinking they were just going to do their job.
We should say that the TV business is a close-knit business. For folks at home, you might think it's hyper-competitive, and it is, but our crews in the field are just as friendly with the folks from WBTV and WSOC as they are with the people within this newsroom. It's a tight-knit community of journalists, and we're all pretty close and care about each other as well.
And when you are on the scene, when you're a reporter out there on the scene of whatever you're reporting on for that day, oftentimes you're with the competing the competition. I'm a little shaken thinking about this because while we don't have the official identities of the two involved in this, it is a very sad day for the journalism community.
And we know that this is going to be very difficult for our colleagues at WBTV. They're a news gathering facility, so they cover this as well. And their reporters and anchors will be letting viewers know about their colleagues who lost their lives today, and probably what was just a situation where they're covering the busy traffic. We can assume that's maybe what it was. They were showing how busy it was and where the traffic was going, just a routine day.
Simply doing their jobs.
Yeah, just a routine day.
And have loved ones who said goodbye to them this morning, who are likely looking forward to Thanksgiving together, looking forward to the upcoming holiday season, perhaps had some days off coming up in the near future, likely had lots of plans. And now that's changed.
We are waiting on the chief of police right now to speak. At this point, we know they are standing by to deliver a news conference to let us know any additional information here. We will bring that to you as soon as they are up and ready. We do have our crews there trying to gather more information as well. The situation here really impacting these two and the two families, of course, but really the entire city.
Without a doubt.
On a day like today, the crowds are bigger, the traffic stronger, the wait, and the excitement really before this happening for spending time with family members. This really is the first Thanksgiving that things seem to be back to normal after the pandemic. So more and more people heading out, excited to spend time with their families, and then something like this happens. It really is, at the risk of sounding cliche, it's just such a reminder how nothing in this life is given, really. You don't know when the day is going to be your last. It's taking my breath away just thinking about those two and their families, because the process now is alerting the families, finding them, letting them know what happened, and Thanksgiving obviously is going to look very, very different.
This highway is an interstate, so it's interstate traffic. That means people who are coming to this area from West Virginia, from Ohio, points north, points south, all of this will be affected. All of the travel will be affected because the investigation, as Carolyn mentioned earlier, possibly affected up till midnight because the NTSB has to be here, FAA investigators, and Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department as well.
Shamari Morrison joins us now live. She's actually moved her location from where she was earlier, and just judging from what I'm viewing right now, it appears that you're on the Tyvola Bridge over I-77, overlooking what is a southbound lane that's shut down.
Yep, that's exactly right. That's exactly where I am. I'm on that overpass, and if you look behind my shoulder, that's where all the law enforcement first responders are there. They've been here at this point for just about a few hours. I want to tell you just a little bit about the surrounding area of where we are. Like you said earlier, we had to move, and that's because each time things are getting wider and wider, that space that law enforcement is either investigating, looking for things, and so they have made the area of where we can and can't be further together, not just us, the community at large, because as you all have told and said earlier today, there are a lot of buildings that are here. The first place that we went to when we heard about the crash today was actually behind a charter school, because that's exactly where it happened. And so you had a lot of buildings right by that charter school area was another large office space with, dozens and dozens of people who are likely in there at work. We spoke to people who were in some of those buildings who said they heard something, they've seen something. So you have to understand just how busy this area is. It's not just the highway that's here and a high traffic area, it's also all of the buildings that are also here. Excuse me about that. So that's just some of the details that we're working with now. We have media here as well. We're just right over the overpass. Right now, there's a staging area as we get more information, but as we are here, this is about the closest that we'll get to where it is, and I just thought it was a very, very important point to note that that pilot was able to avoid all the buildings and things that are in that immediate area. And I want to tell you before I let you go, some of the traffic patterns that are happening here, avoid it at all costs, because that traffic that was on 77 where this happened, well, now that relief is coming onto some of the major roadways, and we're just near the intersection. We're on Tyvola right now, but right near us on this side of me, that's where you're going to find Nations Ford Road, and traffic is backed up there. So if you can find an alternative way just to stay out of the way of law enforcement, first responders, that'll probably be best at this moment. But for now, reporting live, unless you have any more questions, Shamaria Morrison, WCNC Charlotte.
All right, Shamaria, thank you for that.
And we are seeing the police chief right now, so let's take a listen in.
At about 12 o'clock this afternoon, Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department received a call for a helicopter crash on I-7 on the southbound side. Officers responded to the scene and tragically confirmed that there was a helicopter crash, as well as 2 victims who were deceased on the scene. Currently, we're still investigating the incident. CMPD is assisting in traffic control and the diversion of traffic. We are not able to release information about the helicopter itself and also about the victims that were inside of the helicopter as well. What I can confirm with you is that no vehicles were involved in the incident, and that the helicopter crash occurred off to the side of the roadway. The NTSB and the FAA will be conducting the investigation, and the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department at this time, along with the Charlotte Fire Department and Carolina State Highway Patrol, will be assisting in securing the scene and awaiting the arrival of the investigators for the FAA and the NTSB. So with that, I will take any questions that you might have, with the understanding that I cannot discuss the victims as well as the aircraft that has crashed.
When you say you can't talk about the aircraft, do you mean like where the aircraft came from?
That's correct. It is a helicopter aircraft that is crashed, but however, as far as identifying where the aircraft is from, that is something that we're not ready to release. I just ask the respect of the families. We do have to make some notifications, and that's going to take some time. As soon as we get that information, I'm sure it will be released.
Chief, can you just speak to how difficult this is during this time?
It's difficult. It's tragic in that, and on top of that, going into the holiday season where we're supposed to be spending time with our loved ones, and tragically there are 2 people involved in this crash that will not be going home, be spending the holidays with their families. So it's a huge loss, tragic loss, and it's just something that you can't put into words. To try and offer condolences to the families. I do ask that we do pray for the families of both of these victims. It's going to be a difficult holiday season.
I know it's early right now and you can't speak to the investigation, but are you witnesses? There are reports that witnesses have called some heroics here as to where this helicopter landed compared to where it could have.
That's correct. I have heard that as well, that it seems the pilot that was operating the aircraft made some diversionary moves to avoid hitting traffic. Fortunately, there was no vehicles involved in it, and I think that's, as we move forward, to me it looks like a heroic incident where the pilot tried to avoid injuring anyone else and putting anyone else in danger. And if that is truly the case, then that pilot is a hero in my eyes, to make sure that the safety and security of those that were driving on the road was not in jeopardy. So,
Do you have an idea about how many witnesses there might have been that you guys have been able to speak to?
I'm not sure. I know there's a couple that had stayed on the scene. But we're still looking at anyone who was a witness to it. Is certainly, I'm sure the NTSB and the FAA is going to be interested in speaking with those individuals. I don't have information on how to get in touch with them at this time, but I'm sure that that's something that they'll be interested in having that conversation.
Investigators are on their way now. How long do you believe that scene and the traffic to be closed?
Yeah, so right now traffic is closed on 77 southbound between Tyvola and Arrowwood Road. I don't anticipate that opening anytime soon. So anyone who can avoid that area, if that's a route of your destination, please avoid that area if at all possible, because traffic is going to be backed up for some time, and I anticipate it going through rush hour and possibly through the night. But as investigators arrive, I don't have an estimated time of arrival for them. But as they arrive, we're going to be looking for the need to continue to have all of the lanes blocked, and if we can certainly open up a lane or two to allow traffic to flow, we will do that when possible. But again, as I mentioned, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department, the Charlotte Fire Department, and the North Carolina Highway Patrol are assisting in this to ensure that that we have traffic flow and safety of that scene as much as possible.
When we look at the crash, was there any kind of fire? Did you describe a little bit more about the crash?
No, at this time there was no indication that there was any type of fire. Again, we looked at, heard from some of the witnesses that the pilot did try to avert and to avoid hitting any vehicles, and from the looks of where the scene was and the crash was, the pilot was successful in not going into the roadway and hitting any vehicles. So that's certainly a heroic act and probably saved some lives. All right.
Anybody else?
Did you want to?
All right, thank you very much, everyone.
Good. You got an ETA on when you might do this again?
You have been listening to Chief Johnny Jennings, Chief of the CMPD Police Force, giving an update on what his department knows about this investigation. We should say, as a matter of housekeeping, CMPD will handle the early details of this case, the interstate being shut down, things like that. But pretty soon, in the coming hours, this will quickly become a federal investigation. Yeah. The FAA will be speaking, and Chief is still talking. Let's listen to him again.
Here for the investigation. So I don't know if we'll do another stand-up from CMPD or not. So.
But if you guys do a stand-up with the FAA or whatever, it would be here then, probably.
We'll figure that out.
Yeah, I have no idea. No way to tell. I don't even have an ETA for when they're going to be here. So, all right.
Thank you.
Thanks,
all right.
Chief.
Thank you all. Thank you guys.
The chief just speaking there about the fact that he is now, his job is to basically wait on the FAA and NTSB to arrive on scene so they can take over this investigation about what happened.
We do know that the two dead in this helicopter crash are from our colleagues at WBTV, although the chief saying that he was not going to identify the helicopter or where that helicopter came from. The chief saying that if possible, they will do what they can to open up one of those lanes on 77, but at this point, NCDOT is still saying that the expectation is that this will reopen at midnight tonight. So if you were planning on heading out and using this area, you're going to have to find another way around that.
Other ways, once again, we keep saying 485, but there are other ways to go south, but they're quite some distance.
Sure.
If you're over in Gaston County, you can take 321. That'll get you into South Carolina. Will get you down towards Clover. It will get you to Cheraw. You can take if you go all the way down, no, not in Cheraw, but if you get to Clover, all the way down to Chester. Chester takes Highway 9 over at Interstate 77 southbound. That's a long way out, but I'm telling you, 485 is going to be so congested with all of the detour traffic that any option that you can find to go into South Carolina, take that option.
We're learning that this was a 1999 Robinson helicopter, R-44, and a quick investigation and search into this, and we find an LA Times article from not too long ago about the Robinson R-44, as it calls the world's best-selling civilian helicopter that has a long history of deadly crashes. The Times goes into detail that Robinson R-44s were involved in 42 fatal crashes in the U.S. from 2006 to 2016, more than any other civilian helicopter, according to an analysis the Times did from data from the NTSB.
That kind of confirms Megan Bragg had the report she did, mentioning a very similar situation.
Those numbers translate to 1.6 deadly accidents per 100,000 hours flown, a rate which they point out is 50% higher than any other dozen most common civilian models whose flight hours are tracked by the FAA.
Many TV stations use helicopters. WCNC TV for a number of years had a helicopter that we used. A lot of us flew in that for whatever reason. In most cases, very safe. I always felt safe in a helicopter.
But the truth remains that helicopters are more dangerous than airplanes.
They certainly can be, because once
in
again,
this
because
case,
of the descent is so quick and control is so difficult. This pilot was exceptional in the way he controlled the descent of that, because he knew exactly what he had to do, and he made it a glide path as good as he could. The circuitous way that we showed that, the diagram, that he went across the interstate back over again, and he knew that this is where I can go in to do the crash landing. And that's exactly what he did.
I mean, you think about the thought that has to.
Yes, it's someone.
I mean, this is a situation where this pilot.
He didn't panic. That's what he.
I was going to say. It would appear that this pilot knew exactly what was going on and exactly, the chances of surviving something like this, and to have that thought in your mind that you are going to do whatever you can to make sure that no one else is involved in this, even though you likely know that you are going to die, is just, I mean, he's a hero. He or she is a hero.
I've watched some of these news helicopter pilots in action, and they are amazing at their ability to multitask. Because keep in mind, when you're up in a helicopter in an urban setting like Charlotte, you have 360 degrees of things around you. Sometimes you might have another copter above you.
Right.
You have things below you. You have trees. You have skylines. You have power lines.
Buildings.
Buildings. You have so much.
And you're at a low altitude.
And you're at a low altitude.
Yes.
So you are like threading a needle.
Yes.
Is basically what your job is on a daily basis.
And for the most part, you're in the helicopter to get a specific shot.
Yep.
So there are all of these things at play.
And I also say it because I've watched it happen. These news chopper pilots talk to themselves regularly while they're on.
Yes, they do.
On assignment, because they know they have to watch out for themselves.
Be aware is what it is.
They're aware. I've been up in the air above Charlotte in a chopper, and the pilot is talking to the BTV or SOC pilot, because they look out for each other, because they know the environment they're in, and they know how dangerous it can be.
That's such a brotherhood, those pilots.
It is.
And all of the area helicopter pilots know each other, and that's why this is such a tragic loss. There was another individual on there. Quite often, a reporter will fly. Sometimes a photographer will go. That's that second person. There used to be a time when the helicopter pilots would do their own photography, but they've gotten away from that, so they concentrate on flying. But our hearts do go out to all of our friends over WBTV for this loss of 2 lives, 2 of your colleagues, and I think this whole community grieves for them, especially this time of the year as we go into Thanksgiving.
Just hearing from Brad Panovich, who's on 485, as you mentioned, that's an alternate.
Option, yes.
He said it is just terrible. It's at a standstill,
Did
basically.
he text you? Where on 485 is he? Oh, he's here. Okay. I thought maybe he was still on 485.
Oh, he just got here.
He just walked in the door.
Yeah.
But NCDOT is saying that this is some new information. The official detour for drivers on 77 South, take exit 13A, which is 85 South, for 8 miles, then exit 30A, which is 485 inner, for 10 miles to then get back onto 77.
77 South, yes.
I will say it appears from what we looked at earlier today that it appears that there were 2 flights this morning for this chopper, one that landed with a crew of some sort on board just after 11 o'clock and then took off again. Okay. So it appears there were 2 flights this morning that this crew was on.
And more than likely because of the traffic situation, they were covering the traffic, the big flow of traffic in the area, and then probably going out. One was for the morning traffic, and then doing the midday, that we all have our midday news, and just doing what they do every single day of the week. That's the job they have.
We heard from the Chief, Johnny Jennings from CMPD just a few moments ago, and I think we have a soundbite from that. Take a listen.
I have heard that as well, that it seems the pilot that was operating the aircraft made some diversionary moves to avoid hitting traffic. Fortunately, there was no vehicles involved in it, and I think that's, as we move forward, to me it looks like a heroic incident where the pilot tried to avoid injuring anyone else and putting anyone else in danger. And if that is truly the case, then that pilot is a hero in my eyes.
The chief there summing up what a lot of people are thinking at this hour. And I want to manage expectations for folks in that we will likely not know an official cause of what happened for months to come. We'll probably get a better sense of it in the coming days. But official cause is still likely months away. But I do think if there's one thing that we're gleaning from this early on, is that you had a pilot who was an absolute pro and found himself with a descending aircraft over a populated area that at one point had apartment buildings below him, at one point had school below him, at one point had thousands of cars of 77 below him.
I mean, you see him going across 77 and then swirling back,
and
making a loop.
And he threaded that needle and brought this aircraft down on one small patch of grass.
And he knew that he couldn't just take it straight down, that he did have as good a glide path as he could make, going across 77, back again, and then taking that turn over 77, right there in that little open and grassy area, the only place he could take the helicopter down that was safe for the people.
And on the scene, our Kevin Wardlaw speaking with a witness who saw this happen and not knowing what was going on at first, saying the helicopter made what he called an aggressive move, and then really was just stunned by the ability to avoid everything around. And the chief confirming that there was no fire, no explosion.
We could be thankful for that, because that would have been just another tragedy.
To be certain, had this chopper gone down anywhere else, whether it's that apartment complex, anywhere else, it could have been far worse as far as fatalities.
Multiple injuries, multiple fatalities. Quite often, I mean, we've seen situations like that with choppers, and obviously road conditions are a major issue. Here's Chris.
Well, the one thing I really want to show you is a visual about how small of an area this hero of a pilot actually landed in. So this is I-77. You can see the school right over here, all the residential neighborhoods that are right across. It's this little area. If you really zoom out and just see how small of a patch of grass. Look at all the population, businesses, business park, residential neighborhood. Then you have all these trees, and then crossed the highway and made a landing right here. That is very precise, almost a needle in a haystack. So I just really wanted to give you an image about how small of a window this pilot had to miss such a densely populated area. And just our thoughts and prayers go out to our friends over at WBTV.
Chris, thanks so much. If you're just joining us, we learned the horrific news that 2 people dead from a helicopter crash. That helicopter coming from WBTV, our colleagues at the TV station. This happened a little after 12 o'clock this afternoon. Subsequently, it happened at 77 Tyvola and Nations Ford Road. And at one point, there was one lane of traffic
Yes.
being allowed
they
through.
allowed one lane to get through.
And then I think they realized what the situation was, and then immediately all lanes were closed. We're being told from NCDOT that this area will remain closed until at least midnight.
Yeah.
That hasn't
Traffic
changed
in and
at
out
this
of Charlotte,
point.
all the interstates is being affected. Yeah.
Certainly. I mean, this is a time where more and more people are on the road because Thanksgiving is on Thursday. People heading out. AAA saying the crowds are going to be a lot more than what we expected or than what we had last year. This is a time when, people are supposed to be celebrating with their families, and just such devastating news for these two families, 2 people dead in that helicopter crash.
And so once again, traveling into Charlotte and thinking of taking Interstate 77, we keep saying this, that the option that is more logical, not to say that it's not really busy, would be Interstate 485. If you can get on 485 either towards Matthews or towards Pineville, then those are your options.
Yeah, and Larry, this is one of those things that it's going to completely shut down the city. This is one that I'm seeing pretty much every road around this accident within a 3-mile radius is either stop and go or very slow traffic. And the biggest report from NCDOT is that if you're coming from I-85 northbound or southbound, you can't take I-77 southbound.
Yeah.
That's going to be shut down until further notice, likely until they reopen the highway closer to midnight. And really put that in perspective, Tuesday is not the busiest travel day, but it's pretty dang close. So this is the day that people pretty much try to get ahead of the curve. So we're seeing a lot more traffic than we typically do. Think about how many people are taking I-77 southbound from up north moving through Charlotte. So we have an outside number of cars that don't necessarily live in the Charlotte area that are slowing things down. So the detour, this is again, NCDOT gave us, is to take I-85 to 485 to I-77. But it's at this point, this was reported 45 minutes ago. 485 if you're coming from the outer loop, within a 10-mile radius around this incident is a complete standstill. So you need to give yourself at least 2 hours if you're traveling through this area. That's what SIG Alert said, that at least a 2-hour delay is there as they're continuing to investigate, because it's a typical fatal accident that we see in the traffic world can shut things down for 3, 4, 5, 6 hours. But they're looking for any clue, any piece. And that could be a piece of the aircraft that was within a mile, because you saw the circling that it was doing. There's going to be an extensive investigation. So don't use I-77, but there's really no way around this. Really, if you don't need to travel, don't. It's one of those days, if you're planning on leaving for your Thanksgiving travel, if you're heading off towards the north, just give yourself the extra time.
Northbound is okay.
Yeah, northbound's
okay. It's very slow, as you can see, because there's onlooker delays. It is moving. If you basically want to get to South Carolina, there are ways to get around. It's going to be out of your way, more than likely. 321 will take you all the way, if you go to Gastonia, that will take you all the way down into Chester, South Carolina. That could take you over to Highway 9. Highway 21 coming out of Pineville will take you into South Carolina, will take you to Columbia. Those are really secondary roads, but that will get you in a southbound way.
We heard from Chief Jennings earlier about the impact on traffic. So let's take another listen as to what he said, just to give you a reminder of the impact. It's going to be felt for quite some time.
Right now, traffic is closed on 77 southbound between Tyvola and Arrowwood Road. I don't anticipate that opening anytime soon. So anyone who can avoid that area, if that's a route of your destination, please avoid that area if at all possible, because traffic is going to be backed up for some time, and I anticipate it going through rush hour and possibly through the night. But as investigators arrive, I don't have an estimated time of arrival for them. But as they arrive, we're going to be looking for the need to continue to have all of the lanes blocked. And if we can certainly open up a lane or two to allow traffic to flow, we will do that when possible. But again, as I mentioned, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department, the Charlotte Fire Department, and the North Carolina Highway Patrol are assisting in this to ensure that that we have traffic flow and safety of that scene as much as possible.
So as the chief mentioned, it's exit 4 to 5 that is shut down right now, but you can still get on I-77 from any of the exits such as 6, 7 from Clanton Road, from Remount Road, from 277 from the north and southern parts of that. You can also access it from Atondo Avenue, but the one area that you can't is going to be exit 13A and B, and that's from I-85, because they don't want people to take I-77 if you don't have to. So that stretch of road that you're looking at right now, you don't see any cars on the roads because that's the part that's shut down. But I want to talk about some of the drive speeds that we have here. Right now, any traffic on I-77 southbound north of the closures, right now a speed of 4 miles per hour. That's on average. Meanwhile, there's a lot of overflow traffic that we're dealing with. So Nations Ford Road dealing with a speed about 9 miles per hour. Tryon Street, same speed, 8 miles per hour on Woodlawn right now because a lot of people overflowing. And then on to Old Pineville Road, 7 miles per hour that we're seeing here. Old Pineville is one of the worst congested roads that we're seeing. We're also seeing a lot of people trying to use South Boulevard, trying to get around this. And Woodlawn's a complete mess. That's backed all the way up to the Park Road Shopping Center. Really put that in perspective about stop and go traffic there. And then this is the incidents. You can't access exit 4. Exit 5, we have had a recent report that some traffic is getting by. So that's right where we're seeing that on the off ramp. But I would just try to avoid it entirely, and there's really no workaround. Yes, you can get from place to place. You're seeing, if we can bring up the image of what's happening right now, I-77 northbound traffic is actually pushing a little bit better than it once was. We're still seeing slow traffic. Picture your I-77 northbound traffic as you would between about 6:30 and 8 o'clock in the morning. It's that usual bottleneck that's backed up to 485 as everyone's heading towards the Queen City. They did have one lane block that was right across from that accident. We still see a little bit of an impediment there, but at least the I-77 northbound is starting to improve. But I-77 southbound, as we mentioned, the estimation here is 11:59.
If you have family that's planning to come from the north or the south, let them know about the problem so they can adjust their plans coming into the city.
Yeah, and speaking of making plans, sorry, this is Vanessa hopping on. I know we had to give Ben Thompson a little bit of a break. We just got a note from CMS, and they're advising parents to just be aware of the delays that parents might experience, and also possibly buses in trying to get kids home. So they basically sent us a message that they have relayed to what they said every family in our south, southeastern, and southwest learning communities. They are saying just to expect any sort of delays going to and from school, but also make sure that you check what they call the Here Comes the Bus app in order to get updates on your child's location and anticipated arrival time if in fact there are any delays to the
That'll
bus
be
routes.
a major issue. I hadn't even thought about that. The number of schools within these areas.
Within that immediate area, there are a couple at least.
And then all of the secondary roads. So that means the roads are stop and go. The buses trying to get out of the school bus lots into these highways. So that's going to be another major issue today, is getting these buses with the students home from school this afternoon.
You know, at this point, they're saying that these lanes will be open. Their expectation is 11:59, so by midnight. But again, that's just the expectation because
it's 10 hours.
But as an investigator on the scene there, they are literally combing every single inch to find anything, any pieces of debris, any sort of evidence that can be used to figure out what happened there.
And to Chris's point, when he was mentioning before the fact that, you know, when you typically have a deadly crash, when it's a motor vehicle crash, you would probably see the roadway closed for about 4 hours or so. But this isn't a motor vehicle crash, and it's a completely different investigation. So in trying to really determine the timeline for how long this is going to be impacting traffic, that's going to be really difficult to say, oh yeah, sure, midnight, that's when we're going to reopen it. I imagine that's going to be very fluid, which is something we did hear and point from the chief of police.
And I think to really keep in mind, put this in perspective, yes, is this going to be an inconvenience for a lot of people? Sure. But to just keep in mind that the real tragedy and the real horrific part of this is that 2 people are dead as a result. And I did want to mention that we do know that the 2 people involved are from our colleagues at WBTV, and we received that information from the general manager at WBTV. So
Such a sad situation.
Wanted to just put that out there to make sure that this is official word. This is not, what we're hearing. It's unfortunate that now our colleagues are having to deal with this tragedy and at the same time having to cover.
I don't recall
news.
ever in the history of in Charlotte, all the years I've been here, anything of this magnitude. I do recall a helicopter crash, probably well over 30 years, near downtown. It crashed on either a tennis court or a basketball court, took some lives, but this was off the highway. Nothing of this magnitude that I can remember, even any, a situation with a car or any kind of vehicle. This to shut the city down the way it is, and basically that's what's happened. The whole city of Charlotte is being shut down, and our hearts go out to our friends, all the families, obviously, and this brave, courageous pilot to do what he did to save so many lives.
I was simply stunned to see that graphic that Chris put up earlier, the one that showed just that small patch of grass where he or she was able to land that chopper. I mean, that's just, it's mind-blowing to me.
Knew
to have the presence of mind to do that.
When he came across Interstate 77, he knew that was it. That's the one spot I can take this helicopter down and be safe. Crash land.
And there it is. This is the little patch that Chris had showed us, and all around there you've got a school, you've got law firms, you've got
you got motels, hotels, you've got Salvation Army right down the street there. It's thousands of people within that area.
And not to mention all of the cars that were on the freeway at that point. And when you look at the animated version of the flight path of this helicopter pilot, who just at that moment, you think about what was going through that pilot's mind, knowing the situation, knowing that something was wrong and needing to get to a place where he could do the least harm. He or she could do the least harm.
Well, we saw the witness who said that there was an aggressive move.
Right.
Which meant that pilot knew, I have to do something quickly, and now I'm going to take this aggressive move to find a spot that will be safe so that I don't land this or crash this on top of people or businesses or cars, and that's exactly what he did.
And the chief saying if the reports, in fact, are true, that we're hearing from witnesses about the steps that this pilot took to avoid all of these, the buildings, the schools, then this helicopter pilot is certainly a hero.
No doubt.
I have heard that as well, that it seems the pilot that was operating the aircraft made some diversionary moves to avoid hitting traffic. Fortunately, there was no vehicles involved in it, and I think that's, as we move forward, to me it looks like a heroic incident where the pilot tried to avoid injuring anyone else and putting anyone else in danger. And if that is truly the case, then that pilot is a hero in my eyes.
And we want to replay again the interview that our longtime photographer Kevin Wardlaw had with a witness who was the one who saw the helicopter before it went down.
My impression is that he apparently knew he was in trouble, and he circled looking for a place to put that down. And on the second circle, I don't think he had any choice. It was going down, and he got it just off the highway and avoided it. Could have injured a lot of people, and the pilot avoided that. So it's a tragic thing, but in that sense, I think he did a marvelous job.
What was going through your mind when you were watching this?
What the heck is going on? I mean, you look at something like that. I almost took my phone out and started videoing. At the first pass looked very aggressive for a news service. It's like, man, there's something he really wants to shoot. I mean, he's really banking that helicopter around to get a shot of something. But then on his second pass, I knew that something was not right. I mean, that's, he's not going to do that steeply. And he just continued that steep bank until, boom, he disappeared and bang, out of sight. I didn't hear anything, didn't make any explosion or flames or crash of that sort. But, when I saw it disappear, it's like, that's serious. That's not a good thing.
You alluded to this earlier, but you said that he probably, the landing where he landed on the bank right there, he probably saved a lot of lives.
I think that he absolutely saved a lot of lives. And like I said, I don't, you never know what's in somebody's head, but I think that he absolutely knew that he was going to have to put that down. And he did his best to put it down. I say he, it might have been a woman pilot, I don't know. But whoever the pilot was did their best, I think, to put that down where they weren't going to injure a lot of people. And in that respect, they did a fabulous job because there's no, they didn't hit anybody else. They just, destroyed the helicopter and did whatever damage to whoever was inside.
Just within the last 10 minutes, CMPD Chief Jennings tweeting out, "It's a tragic day in Charlotte. As we're entering into the holiday season, there are now 2 community members that won't be home spending time with their families. It's a devastating loss." He goes on to say, "My thoughts and prayers are with their families and our entire community."
Well said. Such a sad time. Such a tragedy. As I was saying, we've never had an incident like this in recent times in Charlotte, something this magnitude. And the pictures tell the story how Interstate 77 southbound completely shut down. All those emergency vehicles are still there. The National Transportation Safety Board and the FAA on the way. Chief Jennings wasn't sure exactly when they'd be here, but they have to do a complete investigation before they can reopen.
They're the lead investigators on this. CMPD reiterating that, tweeting that out just 12 minutes ago, and saying again that no vehicles on the highway were involved, which it really is miraculous.
Just to see how close that was to the interstate. Mm-hmm. And how he knew exactly what he was doing with that helicopter. A well-trained, seasoned pilot who knew exactly how to handle that in a tragic situation where either power was lost, it was a mechanical problem. He knew how to handle that helicopter to get it into position to crash land it.
Now again, if you had planned, say, to leave tonight to go somewhere for Thanksgiving, I would say if you can, rethink that, because 77 South is closed, all lanes closed at exit 5, which is Tyvola Road. And there's an official detour, but Larry, you were saying there are a few ways around this, but if you look at the traffic maps and red signifies stopped, this is really going
all
of the options are busy at this point. And I think it's just so important to stay alert too, because creating an accident because you're looking at your phone or playing with the radio or something like that on one of these detours could then create a whole other problem because you don't have that many options at this point.
I mean, there are some options that are really outrageous if you know how to get onto secondary roads. Like I said, you can get 321. If you want to get into South Carolina, 321 will take you all the way down into Chester County. It will take you to the town of Chester. You can take Highway 9 over to the interstate. But in the Charlotte area, to get to Interstate 77, if you get to Pineville, that will get you to Interstate 77 if you need to go southbound. Going northbound, obviously, you can do that. It's bumper to bumper traffic, onlooker delays, and then the slow traffic right there. But 485 has been the key. 485 is also, at this time of day, very busy. Now it's going to be 3 to 4 or 5 times as busy. It's going to be bumper to bumper, very slow moving. And you were mentioning, Carolyn, maybe delay a departure till tomorrow.
For sure, and the expectation is that this won't be open until midnight, but again, it could take even longer. We're going to get out to Shamaria Morrison standing by. Shay, you've been on scene since shortly after the helicopter crash. What are you seeing out there?
Pretty much the same thing when I say that the roads are still blocked off. We all know this, but what I want you all to know is that people are trying to get off of the southbound lanes prior to them getting to this crash area. So it's causing, like you've been talking about for a while now, that bottleneck, but we can see it here. As people were getting off the highway, we went on that side to talk to some of those folks who were getting off, and people saying they were there for hours. One lady saying that she was actually on her way for some Thanksgiving travel. It's just the traffic is so bad. She just had to turn around. She's here from the Charlotte area. But I also want to talk about what we're seeing now with the crash and the investigation. We still see a lot of law enforcement, first responders are here, and just hearts going out to our colleagues at WBTV. They're here, they're reporting, and so it takes a lot of that, just being able to report through that. But that's what we have behind us now. Really no update to anyone moving. You're going to continue to see law enforcement come out here, so it's just best if you can to go back inside for the moment. Live in Charlotte, Shamari Morrison, WCNC Charlotte.
Shay, thank you so much. And it probably should be mentioned too, as we talk about the secondary roads, they will likely get backed up, and we are starting to see that already. And even on 485, as it kind of feeds into the 77 area, seeing some slowdowns there too, even backing up, getting close to the airport area. So that is something to note for folks who might be flying out or trying to
that's another
fly
issue.
out to their
That's
holiday destinations.
We discussed that, how busy that's going to be. People coming into the airport. If you're, 77, if you stay north of the city of Charlotte, you're okay, but you just can't go south. You can't get to Tybola. You can get to Uptown, that would be it. If you're going to the airport, yes, it's going to be very busy getting to the airport.
And this just giving us a picture of the type of backups that we're seeing all across the Charlotte area here. And, to put it in perspective, when you are frustrated, because you likely will be if you have to get out into this, when you are feeling upset, inconvenienced, just remember the reason why this is all happening is because 2 people lost their lives in this helicopter crash. If you're just joining us, this happened around 12:20 this afternoon. We got word of a crash. And at that point, when the news process, this is kind of what happens. You hear things on a police scanner. You hear scanner traffic. It's not confirmed, and you're hoping that what you're hearing isn't going to be confirmed.
And sometimes it ends up not being what you hear on the scanner.
Exactly. But unfortunately, this was confirmed, and we now know that 2 people in a helicopter from WBTV died as a result of this crash.
It really hits home too. I know we've talked about this before, just the fact that these are fellow journalists, presumably, and I think about all of the ways that I tried to news gather. Sometimes your station would put you up in a plane, or you'd go up in a helicopter, or whatnot, and you kind of don't think about.
Because you're just trying to do your job.
You're just doing your job, right? You just assume you're going to come home at the end of the day, and it just hurts to think that these folks probably had that same thought. Their families had that same thought. I remember my fiance, who was a news photographer for many years, and he used to get into the chopper when he worked out in New Mexico, and that was actually a method of transportation because they covered such a wide area. And I remember when he told me he started to get into that chopper, I was just praying, because you just never know what can happen.
And things that we take for granted, being able to land safely.
Right.
I mean, there is a risk involved with this. And when you think about the steps and the measures that this pilot took in those moments, knowing something was wrong with this helicopter, but instead of panicking, figuring out a way to land and to not hit cars, because there were, thousands of cars on the freeway there. When we see the actual animated flight map of exactly what happened, and you see really chaos in that moment, it looks like that. But this seems to be very measured steps to get this helicopter to a place where it would not impact anybody else, except for, unfortunately, the 2 who were on board there. You can see, this is just there's a residential area on one side, and then you've got a college, you've got a charter school where we had Shay reporting live from earlier, and then a bunch of different office buildings. You've got Salvation Army close by.
Thousands of people, scores of businesses, and then all the traffic that's in that area at the same time. And this pilot, through his own skill, expertise, and thought about, I want to save lives, so I'll do everything I can to avoid a crash landing in a populated area on the interstate, and that's exactly what he did. He picked if you think you're in a helicopter, you know, you're 800 feet up, where am I going to put this? Where is this? Where can I take this?
That
Glide
little
it down.
patch of grass.
It's not very big. And he got it down within just a few feet of the interstate.
As a result, the investigation now has shut down, of course, the lanes of 77 southbound. CMPD saying that ramps are closed at this point from Interstate 85 north and south to 77 south. There is a detour that's available for drivers to get through. It's exit 13A on 77 south. And then you have to circle around to get to 485 and then hop back on it eventually 10 miles later. Back on 77.
Vanessa, we were talking a minute ago, you mentioned about the schools. I think that's going to be another issue.
Yeah.
Is the buses today.
Yeah, and CMS has put out the alert to parents to know that they could see their bus routes delayed, that parents could see problems getting to and from school. CMS had said South, Southeastern, and Southwest learning communities received this message, and going actually on the CMS website, you can pull up all of the schools to see which schools are in those 3 communities. And I would say there are probably dozens altogether, including, I mean, I can't even list them all because there's so many, but Ballantyne Elementary, Matthews Elementary. We're seeing middle schools, Ardrey Kell High School, Charlotte Mecklenburg Virtual High, Butler High School, Providence High School. I mean, that's just in the southern community, but Southeast and Southwest learning communities, those parents have been on alert to expect delays and also keep up with the bus app that CMS has.
Yeah, here comes the bus.
Right.
Here comes the bus. That'll be key and helpful. And they're saying they'll have updates there with the location. And
so there will be delays.
Yes.
I think the parents should be aware that there will be bus delays. Just getting on the highway, I watch this every day, buses trying to get out of a school or out of a neighborhood, trying to get to the other side of the street to make a turn. So it's going to be a very difficult day for students getting home from school. These bus drivers have a challenge. Parents who pick their kids up at schools, they're going to have a challenge because all of the whole city basically shut down with this kind of traffic situation.
Excuse me. So as we take this live look here, once again, 77, you can see we're looking towards the south, so southbound. That's where we have all those lanes closed and you see those flashing lights. We do have some movement, as we've mentioned before, in the northbound direction, but as you always have with any sort of emergency scene on a roadway, you have the oncoming traffic that kind of tends to slow down as they take a look. So we do have that onlooker delay. In the southbound direction, because of the closures, I know Chris had mentioned some single-digit speeds, but it looks like the backups are getting quite close to the uptown area. So that's how prolific those backups are, as you would expect with a full closure there on the interstate. In northbound, terms, I would say it's moving, but it is slow. We do have enough backup to get back to about 485, it looks like on the map. So just something to keep in mind for folks who are going to be heading out that way. You will be able to pass, obviously, heading north on 77, but it'll be a slow go.
Airport traffic will certainly be affected by this, and that's going to be a major issue as well, Chris.
And I will say, I think the one thing that has not been super impacted by this yet, and that's I-85, and I'm going to reiterate this. To restrict the flow of traffic on I-77 southbound, you cannot get onto I-77 southbound from I-85 northbound and southbound. So that's exits 13A and B, not going to happen.
So you can't get to the city, uptown Charlotte, by doing that? Okay.
Yeah, so that's out of the question. So there's a bunch of other ways that you can get in town, especially this area. That's the good news, that you can take things such as Brookshire Boulevard, but that of course has a backup. But if you're going to the airport, this is one of the busiest air travel days. Right now, if you take I-85 to exit 32, that brings you to the airport. That is still okay. There's going to be the typical traffic backed up.
Gets you to Wilkinson Boulevard.
Wilkinson Boulevard is looking okay for the time being. Really, it's west of the airport that you're seeing on 485, and we knew this was going to happen when this first occurred. If 485 was going to be the main mode of traffic, now you're seeing backups pretty much from I-77 all the way past Shopton to Berry Hill, pretty much to around the airport. and that stretch of road is about 10 miles.
So I would say, for your commute to the airport, add probably another 45 minutes to an hour just to make sure you get there.
And this traffic system does really well handling some of the delays, but it doesn't pick up on all of them.
Yeah.
And I could tell you all the detours in the world, but wherever you're going, you have a set plan. Your GPS is going to give you different options. I think the one that has the biggest mileage is probably your best bet, because that's probably going to take you the biggest loop around outside of things. Because if you're anywhere close to this accident, because we talked about overflow traffic, Woodlawn Road, average speed, let's bring that up, likely probably around that 5-10 mile per hour range. And that's
which
being
becomes
forgiven
Billy
right
Graham
now.
Parkway, which becomes Runnymede to Sharon.
Yeah, and Old Pineville Road, consequently, South Boulevard completely backed up. And it's 2:40 p.m. right now. We haven't actually hit the peak of traffic. Really put that in perspective. This right now would be a bad traffic day during peak rush hour. We're still a couple hours away until we actually get to that. And this traffic, even heading on I-77 northbound as people are going past this incident, is equivalent to what you would see if you were driving at 7 o'clock in the morning where you have peak traffic. And you know how much that backs up onto 485. And see, that's what I'm saying with the traffic system. It does well. You're seeing green right here leading up to Pineville. I guarantee if you're on 485, Brad was backed up for a very long time coming from Matthews, Pineville, Ballantine. That's going to be a big delay. So Larry brought up 45 minutes if you live close to the airport. Realistically, it's up to an hour you need to give yourself extra time if you need to be somewhere at a certain point, a doctor's appointment. Now's the time to do that, because we're seeing delays around the city itself, close to the accident in between exit 4 and 5. So that's Nations Ford Road and Civola, up to 1 to 2 hours depending. And also, this is going to be possibly shut down, this as an I-77 during this stretch, as late as midnight. And we were mentioning this before. A typical fatal accident on one of our major interstates can shut it down for 3-4 hours. With the amount of investigation that is going to go along with this.
This is highly unusual. This is not, this historically, going back in time, this has never happened in the modern history of Charlotte, where we've had an incident that's basically shut down the city of Charlotte. And that means people who work in the offices, the people who go to schools within that zone, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to get out, those people. So if you know someone who works in that area, goes to school there, be in touch with them. Maybe they're not aware. I'm sure by now they are, but let them know the situation, and this could be difficult getting out of there. It'll take hours to get away.
And Larry's saying one last thing. Traffic's only going to get worse. There'll be more cars on the road, and also a lot of people were factoring in the Thanksgiving travel as well, because think about people that are coming from northern North Carolina. They're taking I-77. People that are driving down here, a lot of people take I-77 to go to Georgia. So this is a trickle-down effect to South Carolina. This is a major route that is only going to get worse as time goes on, especially with the estimation of 11:59 p.m. This is probably one of the worst traffic days that you're going to ever see, and it's also one of the more tragic stories that we have ever had here on WCNC.
I mean, this happened around 2.5 hours ago, and we see the same police presence, medic, Charlotte Fire.
They've stayed there. They've been on the scene ever since that time.
Ever since, and this is what it's going to look like. This is how it will be for the hours and hours ahead of us. The type of investigation, it is extremely methodical. They're looking for anything, any indication of what happened. They're looking for debris. They're looking for, they comb every single square inch of this just to piece together what happened.
And the other issue, and the very sad part of this, is that helicopter has to be removed. And it's going to take time to do that, because that means the interstates continue to be shut down as they bring in the vehicles to load that helicopter on. It'll then be taken to a hangar and assembled so that they can investigate the helicopter as it is now.
Yeah, and I know we talked about that midnight estimate for reopening. I mean, who knows if that is actually going to indeed, because I mean, to Carolyn's point about the complexity of this investigation, I mean, this could take between 12 to 24 months from what we're seeing from information from NTSB. Very thorough investigation. They'll probably look at flight logs and maintenance records. They will certainly want to talk to anybody who witnessed it, any sort of personal interviews that could be related to this crash. And they're just going to try to do the best they can to get a description of what exactly happened, perhaps what needs to change to prevent this from happening again. And then a copy of that report will be made available to the public, but it's going to be a long time likely before we get to see something like that. Once again, 12 to 24 months is the typical timeline for an investigation from NTSB.
NTSB and the FAA are the leads on this investigation. CMPD tweeting that out. And when the chief delivered a news conference not too long ago, and when asked if we should expect any updates anytime soon, any additional information, the chief himself said he didn't know. Because again, CMPD obviously helping out on this, but is not the lead at this point.
The NTSB is, having been around some airplane crashes in the Charlotte area, they're very quiet. You know, they're there to investigate. Now, in an airplane crash, a large airplane crash, they see there's a big team of investigators. They can have 10, 15, 20 people. I'm not sure how many come for helicopter, but that whole team is either here now or on the way. And also the FAA, that organization will send a team of investigators as well. That's why we don't know how long it'll be shut down. I do know that since this is a major interstate thoroughfare, it's a government highway. They're aware that everything takes place, commerce takes place, vehicles are moved up and down. So they may try to really intensify the time frame of this to make sure that they get this done in a timely way, but we don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Only time will tell exactly how long it will take to play out as far as this investigation and learning the cause. But to our knowledge, to the best estimate of officials, once again, this is a scene that we'll probably see impacting the interstate until midnight. Of course, we're going to continue to follow any sort of updates that we get from DOT officials. This is causing a full shutdown of I-77, as you could see there in that shot. That's going to be the lanes there on the right side of your screen, where we see all of those flashing lights, dozens and dozens of flashing lights. And that's going to be over by Tyvola and Nations Ford, where we see that closure.
It just dawned on me at this point that because of the flight path and because we were able to see, there's an animation of that tracked exactly the flight path of this helicopter, it dawned on me that they might need to start closing additional areas in order to see if something was coming, you know, if things fell from the helicopter, because this wasn't, we're bringing this up here. Yeah. As you can see, it's that little green line that they're showing. So you see it was going straight, then the helicopter turns.
This is the pilot making a determination of what he can do to be safe.
Right, and those two dark blue the parallel lines, that's 77.
Right.
So you see the pilot goes over 77, and then right here you're going to see the pilot turning to go back the other way.
Spotting where he can crash land.
And not hit all of the things around the residential areas, the cars, the schools, Salvation Army, the college, and then you see where the helicopter crashed. But that area right there, I think, is going to be an area of concern where these investigators are going to want to look to see if things have fallen from that helicopter.
So we don't know. We don't know whether that was an engine failure, a mechanical situation where he lost part of the engine. We do know that the witness said it was an aggressive move, which meant this pilot knew that he had to determine, I've got a situation. Should I crash land? Can I get back to home base? What can I do? Then he realized very quickly, I've got to get this down. I see an area off Interstate 77, and he's bringing it down slowly to get the speed down so that he can try to save lives, not only other people's but theirs as well. But unfortunately, in this situation, we lost two colleagues from WBTV, pilot and a passenger who were in that helicopter that crashed today.
We are hearing from one of our colleagues here, Julia Kaufman, a reporter here, and she just let us know that she was at the intersection of South Boulevard and could not turn left onto East Woodlawn. She said she saw...
This is right down the street here.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I see the closure. I'm just checking some of our maps here.
Oh yeah, they're shutting down now. The exit ramps are being shut down.
So Brad Panovich standing by, letting us know that As you can see right there.
That's Tyvola right
That's
there.
Tyvola, and they're shutting down those exit
closure
ramps.
on Tyvola.
See, and we were mentioning this earlier that it was only going to get worse. And Carolyn brought up a really good point: is that you don't realize the extent of roads that are going to be shut down just for your investigation, looking for any sort of clues to go along with this. But so with that news report, East Woodlawn was already moving at a snail's pace. Now that that's shut down, that is going to restrict access to Old Pineville Road and South Boulevard. So it's a trickle effect that we're seeing here. So, yeah, and we mentioned this, and this isn't being dramatic. You probably won't see traffic this bad in Charlotte. Yeah, and if you lived here for years, you probably haven't seen traffic.
Never have. I've been here almost my entire
Larry
life.
is the example right here. So
in all those years, never a situation like this. This can even compare to it. I've been a couple of airplane crashes that were out far enough out. They didn't do any shutdowns like this. And when you're looking here, over on the left-hand side, that's southbound. So you can see there's still traffic out there. We don't know how long some of these people have been stopped out there. How many hours?
Yeah, and it took about 30 minutes just to get about a mile of traffic off the interstate when this first happened just afternoon, because we saw one car pretty much going at a time. So put that into perspective, and now you're seeing even more cars on the roads. Every hour that we move forward closer to 4 or 5 o'clock, I would say the traffic is just going to increase by at least another 10-15%, plus on top of the cars that are moving through here. And that's a good example. There's going to be detours all over the place. I just know CMPD is spread all across the area. So I could be telling you that, hey, Wilkinson Boulevard is fine now. 30 minutes from now, that might not be the case. So if you don't need to travel, I would not suggest it, but this is also a day that a lot of people are. So it's one of those tough situations.
Here's the unfortunate situation is the fact that you think of all the businesses in that area, when they leave at 5 o'clock, they're going to be trapped. So folks who are maybe watching WCNC TV right now, you may want to plan some options, at least let the people where you're going home, let them know it's going to be possibly hours before you make it home today.
Within the last minute, Governor Roy Cooper tweeting this out. This is a terrible tragedy for the WBTV family, and we're praying for them and all of those in the media who work so hard to keep the public informed.
Just an important reminder as we talk about all these traffic delays, you know, what's at the heart of this,
right.
2 lives lost.
And yes, it's inconvenient. And yes, undoubtedly you'll be frustrated. And this will tack on a considerable amount of time in some cases to your trip and to your travel plans. But just keep in mind why the inconvenience is happening. Because
2 people doing their job today
died
out on assignment, covering probably the traffic situation from above, and unfortunately they lost their lives in the process.
And it appears the pilot did so, crash landed in such a thoughtful, in those moments, knowing something is wrong. This helicopter is going down, and instead of panicking, it appears figured out a way to crash land, unfortunately, but away from the thousands of people who could have been affected.
And it's important to mention too, you know, on the surface, a competitor, right, for WCNC.
But the news is really such a close-knit, small.
Yeah, we should tell folks that, I mean,
we
this
all
is,
know
this,
people there,
yes.
they're friends.
And this is devastating, and, you know, our hearts go out to them too, and their families.
It's got to be such a tough day over there in that building.
Having to cover this news, knowing the outcome of this.
They have a newscast, I think, that goes on at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and they're preparing for that, just like they prepare for any newscast. And unfortunately, 2 of their own were lost in this terrible tragedy.
Yeah, Shamari Morrison, who was out there on scene, had mentioned how she had seen their crews out there too, and I can't imagine having to cover something like that when it hits so absolutely close to home. So we are thinking of everyone over at WBTV, and we are praying for you.
And I'm sure, within that fraternity of helicopter pilots with Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department, the Sheriff's Office, Channel 9 has a helicopter, Butch Austin, who used to fly for us, that all of those are great friends. So you know that each one, even though they're competitors, folks over there at Channel 9 are so shocked with us, knowing that's a fellow pilot.
Well, and they look out for each other. Yes. The truth of the matter is, this is a very risky endeavor. to get up in a helicopter, because not only, I mean, you're in an urban setting, right? So you are looking out for everything around you. Yeah. And we're talking and they're flying at a low altitude. There are many obstacles, and the idea is you're not just flying to fly, you're trying to get a specific shot. And so when you're up in the helicopter, presumably the other stations will be up in the helicopter as well. And those pilots look out for each other. They're speaking the entire time to each other to make sure, because they know that this is a risky proposition. And it just shows the skill when we heard from a witness on the scene, Kevin Wardlaw, our photographer, interviewed a man who said, looking at that, you could see that this pilot did whatever was necessary to avoid even bigger disaster.
Always, yes. That's their duty, is to be safety first.
Yeah.
And using that theory, that pilot did that to save lives, because it was just a situation where that could have crashed right there on the highway.
And in a case like this, there's not a lot of comfort that a family can feel. But I hope that the family of this pilot is comforted knowing that their loved one did what they could and really
save lives,
avoided what could have been a huge disaster and tragedy for more people, and was a hero in those final moments. Let's listen to that witness who I mentioned before, who our photographer spoke with about this. This is a witness who actually saw the helicopter right before it crashed.
My impression is that he apparently knew he was in trouble, and he circled looking for a place to put that down. And on the second circle, I don't think he had any choice. It was going down, and he got it just off the highway and avoided it. It could have injured a lot of people, and the pilot avoided that. So it's a tragic thing, but in that sense, I think he did a marvelous job.
What was going through your mind when you were watching this?
What the heck is going on? I mean, you look at something like that. I almost took my phone out and started videoing. At the first pass looked very aggressive for a news service. It's like, man, there's something he really wants to shoot. I mean, he's really banking that helicopter around to get a shot of something. But then on his second pass, I knew that something was not right. I mean, that's he's not going to do that steeply, and he just continued that steep bank until boom, he disappeared and bang, out of sight. I didn't hear anything, didn't make any explosion or flames or crash of that sort, but when I saw it disappear, it's like, that's serious. That's not a good thing.
You alluded to this earlier, but you said that the landing where he landed on the bank right there, he probably saved a lot of lives.
I think that he absolutely saved a lot of lives. And like I said, you never know what's in somebody's head, but I think that he absolutely knew that he was going to have to put that down. And he did his best to put it down. I say he, it might have been a woman pilot, I don't know. But whoever the pilot was did their best, I think, to put that down where they weren't going to injure a lot of people. And in that respect, they did a fabulous job, because they didn't hit anybody else. They just, destroyed the helicopter and did whatever damage to whoever was inside.
And now we know whoever was inside, two people flying in a WBTV helicopter who lost their lives.
And we're talking about this situation on the interstates, how they've been affected. On the left-hand side of your screen, that actually is the southbound side. We don't know how long these vehicles have been out there, hours probably, and it's still going to be shut down. They're trying to get them off the best they can by some of the exits. That's the only people allowed off. The right-hand side, that's Interstate 77, and that is the northbound side where traffic is moving slowly.
So there is a detour, but that detour, it's saying this is from NCDOT. They're saying you're advised to take exit 13A, which is 85 South, and you take that for 8 miles. And then you head to 30A, which is going on that 485 area, and you take that for 10 miles. and then you have to use that access to get back onto 77. The thing is this, please be alert. Don't be on your phone. Don't be fiddling with radio or whatever it is. And you know, if you have family coming into town, let them know that this is going on. I know that's kind of an obvious thing to say, but you know, when you're not familiar with an area, it can be
intimidating.
Intimidating,
yes.
and things can get a little sticky when
If
you're unfamiliar.
It's scary. You know where you are, what's going to happen. It gets dark, and that's exactly what's going to happen. In a few hours here, it's going to get dark, and that investigation will take us up to possibly midnight. It could go longer.
My feeling, I mean, I'm hoping that it can get resolved by midnight, but my feeling is this is going to probably take a bit longer than that. And it is impacting not just this immediate area that's closed, but then, you know, the side roads and people trying to get around this.
We've had about 30 reports of road blockages. So that means that they're physically blocking roads, as we mentioned, over the last hour. So this is Old Pineville Road at South Boulevard. That's a double report that you see there. Hamilton Road at Youngblood road blockage. And then meanwhile, on top of that, as Carolyn was mentioned, you also have disabled vehicles. So do yourself a service, because any additional accidents are just going to make this even more of a mess. But look at the amount of road blockages. East Woodlawn Road, South Boulevard, West Tybola Road. This is usually, Larry, on the worst traffic day that I've seen. Yeah. This is the list that you see for the entirety of the morning. This list right here is only the last hour. This goes until 1:57 to 2:44.
Road blockage means it's completely shut down.
Yeah, completely shut down, or there's a barricade up usually. So I think what they're doing is, especially look at the list. It's all in the same area: East Woodlawn, South Boulevard, West Tybola Road at Tybola Center Drive, South Tryon Street at Nations Ford Road. It's pretty much Nations Ford Road up to Woodlawn area. That's where a 2-mile stretch that a lot of the side roads are now starting to be barricaded up. There's some sort of road blockage. So it's just an area that you have to avoid in general. But the traffic is just the impacts that it has. But really, you have no idea how heavy our hearts are here. There's times that all of us have had just teary eyes because this is one of those situations that whenever it hits closer to home, you just feel it more. Yeah. And we're all feeling it here. So when we report the traffic, we're just letting you know the inconvenience that is on the roads. But really the main story here is that our hearts just go out.
There are two people that we know who they are.
Yeah.
And our hearts go out to Channel 3 and how difficult the situation it is, because they have their job to do.
Yeah.
And they've lost 2 of their own today in a terrible tragedy here in Charlotte this afternoon. At about 12 o'clock today it happened.
It's like a gut punch.
Yes.
It is.
We're joined on the phone. Do we have Doug Drew on the phone? Doug Drew, who's joining us right now, has worked in TV news, conducted helicopter workshops specifically for news stations. Doug, thanks so much for joining us, unfortunately, under these circumstances. Can you give us some insight into what it's like to do this job, to pilot a helicopter for a news station?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's an incredibly dangerous job. Flying helicopters for news coverage. Unfortunately, there have been accidents over the years. And the most recent one that comes to my mind was in 2007, when 2 television news helicopters collided in Phoenix while covering a car chase on the ground. And in that instance, both the pilot and photographer in each of the helicopters were killed, and the 2 helicopters crashed. And there's now a memorial there for that because of that incident. But the news helicopters are incredibly important in news coverage. They provide a perspective that in many cases you can't get any other way. And so the use of helicopters in news coverage has been so important over the years in television news gathering. But as you just stated, it also can be very dangerous.
and there have been accidents over the years.
Specifically, I understand that you've done workshops, helicopter workshops specifically for news stations. Is there any type of training that can prepare a helicopter pilot for the type of environment? Because it's not just operating a helicopter like you typically would. As you mentioned, the incident in Phoenix, there are situations on a day-to-day basis. You're trying to get a shot. It's a bit different than just flying to get from point A to point B.
Absolutely, and in fact, that incident in Phoenix in 2007 actually changed a lot of the way television stations used helicopters in news gathering. Before that, it was quite common to have the pilot also be the reporter, and so it was the pilot reporter, and then a photographer would be along. And they would actually, in many cases, the photographer would hang out the side of the airplane to get the picture. But it was the pilot was the talent. Now, when those two helicopters crashed, the use of helicopters all over the country actually came to a stop, and it eventually started to come back. But the new regulation was that the pilot could not also be the talent. Because, as you just said, there's so many things going on. They're coordinating with the television station about what they're providing and where they are. They're coordinating with the control tower, the FAA, and they're also, in cases like this, if it's a big news story and there are other television news helicopters in the scene, they're communicating with those helicopters. So there's a lot for the pilot to do. And as you just said, flying a helicopter in itself is incredibly difficult and a very intense job alone. So when you add the aspects of also adding in news coverage, it just compounds things. So as I said, things have changed over the years. The pilot now no longer can have responsibility for reporting, but that's still, when they're over the scene of a news story, they still have a lot going on, and in many cases there are other helicopters that are over the exact same scene.
And especially in an urban setting, this specific area where this crash happened, there is a lot. There's a lot to navigate and a lot to maneuver. We've got multiple schools, residential areas, the freeway underneath. You have buildings. Very populated areas. Does that change how the reporting is done, or does that just make it even that much more risky?
Oh, I think it makes it a lot more risky in the urban environment, especially they were so close to the airport. So they were probably talking to the tower about aircraft, commercial aircraft coming in and out of the airport. So certainly when you get into a city environment, there's just another level for sure of decision making that has to be made, and more pressure on the pilot than if they're, say, somewhere in a rural setting. But the area they're in is a very congested area, and especially again with the airport being so close by.
Doug, I was just curious if you were able to see this flight pattern at all. And if you haven't, I mean, we can describe it to you, and we've had it described to us by a witness as kind of aggressive, going back and forth across the interstate, sharp maneuvering. I'm just curious to get your take on.
And aggressive, not in a negative way.
Yeah,
aggressive in the way that it's
turns.
signaled to this witness. It's signaled to this witness that something was wrong.
Yeah. Do you have any thoughts on seeing the flight pattern, or what we just described to you as that flight pattern?
Not really. I mean, I would say that would be very unusual. Unless they were covering a news story, they would just be going to and from someplace. So, and if they were over a news story, they would usually just be hovering or in very small circles. So, I haven't seen what you're talking about, but I would say that wouldn't be normal that doesn't sound like a normal way a news helicopter would operate. And one of your original questions about the level of training for these types of things, all these television news helicopter pilots are incredibly experienced. They're amazing pilots. There are very few stations left now that actually have their own helicopters. So landing a job as a helicopter news pilot would be considered an elite pilot. It would be a very coveted job because it's a very exciting job. It's prestigious. You would only find the most qualified, the most experienced, those with the most expertise in this kind of a job. So you've got the cream of the crop pilots who are flying television news helicopters.
All right. Doug Drew joining us here to give us some insights here on news TV coverage using helicopters. Doug, we thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. And just a reminder for folks at home, this is WBTV. We've confirmed this is their chopper that went down. And Larry, we are now getting a statement, it sounds like.
From our friends over at Channel 3, the WBTV family is grieving a terrible loss. They sent this to us. Our news helicopter Sky 3 crashed late Tuesday morning with two of our colleagues on board. Meteorologist Jason Myers and pilot Chip Taig lost their lives. We're working to comfort the families in the difficult time. We appreciate the outpouring of support for our staff and continued prayers for their families. That's from our friends over at WBTV, Channel 3. And what a terrible day. Fred is here. It's insurmountable, the grief that we experience in a situation like this, because an outpouring from all of us who are in this business. And then I think of the pilot, and I think of a cohort, a meteorologist over there who was up doing his job too.
Yeah, it is a tough, difficult day for the WBTV family. We just learned the identities of those employees aboard that helicopter, and what a terrible outcome for this day. If you know anything about Jason Myers over at that station, he hasn't been there long, but this is his hometown.
It's his hometown, and he loves what he's doing.
He loves weather.
Yes.
He was raised watching the very meteorologist he works with over there.
Yes.
And his wife is from this area. All of their family live in this area. He is the father of 4 children.
Yes.
And this hits particularly hard because oftentimes we meet people, we say it all the time, and it sounds kind of a cliche, but it's true. We meet people on their worst days, and we talk to them through these stories, and we always want to honor people when things happen, when we deal with family members. But what makes that, I think, a little bit easier for us is that we're meeting people for the first time. But Jason is someone who we know.
Right.
He works on the air there.
Yes.
He's a colleague, and something like this shakes a newsroom to its core. I worked at a station in Raleigh, in Durham, North Carolina. Actually, they have a presence in Raleigh. WTVD, that had a helicopter crash 30 years ago.
Right.
30 years ago that happened, and still today, that station and the folks who weren't even in the business at the time, who were not from the area, we still deal with that.
You mourn the loss
We
still?
mourn the loss.
Yes.
Every year, everyone on that helicopter was engaged. They were all at the point in life where they were just getting started, and we still deal with that. So this is something that WBTV newsroom will be dealing with moving forward.
And they'll be doing it today because they're covering it today.
Yeah, they're covering it today.
And a heroic pilot who did an amazing job making sure that helicopter went down in an area that didn't hit the streets, didn't hit a building or a school, and knew exactly what to do.
Yeah.
And at home, I think it's easy to think of us as competitors, right? But what I think a lot of people don't realize is that we're comrades, especially for the reporters out there. They're on the streets and they're covering these same stories, and they develop this really tight bond and kinship with the other stations. It's kind of like an all for one, one for all mentality out there. So I don't want it to be lost on the fact that we understand that the sensitivity that we are showing towards this incident, it's the same kind of sensitivity we show towards all incidents. We know that the people who we discuss on the air and the stories, as we call them, they're real to you.
Real people.
These are real people. They're your mother, they're your father, they're your friends, they're someone's boyfriend or girlfriend. So it's this kind of sensitivity that isn't just, we're not just showing because of this is a fellow journalist and a meteorologist and part of the news family. It's something that this is for every incident. It's difficult to cover.
And we try to, and like I said, we always, what my goal is as a reporter, and I know all of you as well, we want to honor people. Like you said, people, they're people.
Right.
Everyone has a story. Everyone
and to do justice, right?
We do justice.
For who
you
they are.
That person the way that loved ones want them to be honored. And I want to talk a little bit about the pilot, because I don't know him. I have never seen him on the air. If I have, I wouldn't recognize him. But I know, because I've worked with news pilots in the past in my career, it takes a special kind to do this kind of work.
Certainly does.
We take for granted that in our news gathering efforts, danger is out there.
And these are the
and there he
photos
is right
of
there.
these two.
Yeah, Chip
the
Tag.
pilot there, Chip
I mean,
Tag.
what? And I've heard you talk about this throughout this afternoon. The resolve he must have had. I can't, and I'm not a pilot. I'm not an aviation expert, but I can't emphasize enough how difficult his job must have been. When we think of planes going down and plane crashes, planes have fixed wings. Planes have flappers on them. Yeah. They glide.
And lots of fail-safes.
Helicopters have fail-safes too, but a helicopter is not a fixed wing. It has a motor and it rotates, but when that motor, if there is in fact a malfunction, if that motor goes out, that helicopter goes down. So at some moment, Chip, must have known
that something was wrong.
That something was wrong.
Yeah, the witness you saw the witness. He witnessed what was going on.
Witnessed what was going on.
He was not panicking, but he knew how to handle it.
He knew what he was doing, and he knew that he had a limited amount of time, and he did everything he possibly could have to avoid there being any further fatalities, damage. To have that frame of mind in that moment.
And to know that presumably he won't make it out of this.
Yeah.
But at least he could save other people.
But at least he could save other people. And I mean, hero is not even a good enough word to describe that, because this is, again, the area where this happened. I mean, you know it. We travel it all the time. It's one of the busiest. And especially on a day like today, when there are even more people on the roads and more people out because of the holiday. It's a miracle.
I look
it really
at Jason.
is that nothing.
Jason was up in that helicopter, and if he's like the rest of us who love the elements and love the environment, he's up there, enjoying the view, looking at the scenery, talking about, I'm sure, at some point on the air about that. And what a great guy, what a beautiful person, a fantastic meteorologist. Love this community and love what he's doing. And we send our condolences to his family, Chip's family, and the family at WBTV.
Yeah. If you're just now following us, we've been talking about this this crash that happened around, as you said, 12:20 off of 77 at Tyvola and Nations Ford. Traffic still at a standstill. I came into work from the south part of town. Those roads down there just as clogged up as they are here in the north. Students getting out of class for the holiday weekend, a long holiday weekend, and all of the other major thoroughfares, 77, 45, clogged because everyone's trying to come up with an alternative route. And those city roads, even in the south part of town, as you read the alert from CMS, those roads too clogged.
WBTV posting an article on the WBTV website, just giving a taste of who these two guys were. It says Jason Myers. He's the meteorologist. He grew up in Union and Catawba counties. And as Fred, as you mentioned, he watched BTV as a kid. He's married and has four children.
Yeah.
He married his childhood friend.
They said married his childhood friend. The pilot, Chip Tag, he'd been a pilot for more than 20 years.
Very experienced.
And I think you can see with that, seeing the flight path and hearing the witness statements or the witnesses being interviewed, that expertise and that experience was on full display this afternoon before that crash landing. I think, it's one of those things where you have to think about how fragile life is. These two people doing their job. This wasn't the type of thing. We spoke to some aviation experts, who were saying just how risky doing this is, just how risky it is being a helicopter pilot and being up in a chopper that works for a news station. Because it's not just going from point A to point B. It's going to a specific spot, and in this case, an urban setting with a lot going on there to get a specific shot. Yeah. It's a very different kind of scenario, and it's a risky scenario. And this pilot, 20 years experience.
A lot of experience.
And you could, and that showed in those final moments.
Dedicated pilot, a great man, a hero, a real hero.
What a loss for this community. Wow. In the meantime, we do know that 77 and this particular area between Tyvola Road and Nations Ford Road, this area will be closed. It's not expected to reopen until midnight tonight, and that's coming from NCDOT. It's interesting to note that the first responders, the presence there, that has been steadfast from the begining. So that is not dissipated whatsoever. This investigation is going to be long. CMPD saying that NTSB and FAA, they're the heads of this investigation. Of course, CMPD is there offering support and help. But at some point, what is left of that helicopter will have to be removed from that area.
Yeah, and it's an intensive investigation too. When they do these investigations, they chart everything from the maintenance records of that helicopter, when things were done on that helicopter. They'll take
and every second of every path.
Over every part of it, the communication up in the air between Chip and whoever he may have been communicating with. They'll look at the flight log. They'll look at all of the factors there that could have played a role in the outcome here before they can determine a cause. And
certainly they'll speak to the pilot who was in the helicopter prior to these two going up, because there was a different group in this helicopter earlier, from what it looks like. That's not confirmed, but from what it looks like, if you look at tweets and things that were sent out, there were different people in that helicopter prior to this happening.
And for all the folks who are like wanting answers now, just like we want to know what happened here, what happened. I mean, this is going to take a long time to determine that.
Yeah, it could take several months. It could take several months to figure out, after covering fatalities and crashes over the years in my career, these can take several months and
to years,
right? They can add different factors when they find out different pieces of information. So, but the bottom line is, what we can say is that whatever happened with that helicopter, Chip did everything he possibly could to mitigate the damage that happened to the environment around him, which is a testament to his ability as a pilot and a testament to his knowledge of the environment. Charlotte is well known for its canopy of trees. We have a developing and growing city. We have increasing traffic like major growing metropolitan areas across the country. And the time of day that this happens, and also with holiday travel going on and being close to an interstate, so many things that
a lot of activity
that made this a difficult landing for him as a pilot.
We had shown earlier that patch of grass. I mean, that one patch of grass that he was able to single out.
It's amazing.
amidst everything
miracle,
that he was
really.
flying back and forth over, going back and forth over that interstate. There you can see on the right side of your screen with that yellow circle, that's the patch of grass. But we saw with that flight path kind of cutting sharply to the east and then swinging again back towards the west and then eventually making it there to that one area where he wouldn't hurt anyone else
That's some
by
very
landing.
quick thinking. That's a fine-tuned, very experienced pilot. Then I have seconds to deal with this. What can I do quickly? And he did it as quick as he could. And then to find that open, grassy area to crash land the helicopter.
And what you're seeing right now is an animated version of the actual flight path of this helicopter. Those two blue parallel lines you're seeing there, those dark blue lines, that's 77. So everything appeared to be going normally, and then the loop happens. So it crosses over 77, and then you'll see loops back the other direction. And these are the moments before this helicopter crashed.
I think what he knew he was having a situation. Yeah. And so he's taken that helicopter and doing the loops to slow it down, to get the speed down so that it's not going to crash with explosive force. And knew exactly what to do. That's the genius of this amazing pilot.
Yeah.
As a result, 77 South is closed. All lanes, 77 South at exit 5, which is Tyvola Road. Now, this is the official detour. Take exit 13A, which is getting onto 85 South, and you take that for 8 miles. And then exit 30A, which is 485, and that's for 10 miles to get back onto 77. Now, as we say that, just be aware, because all of those detours, the areas that I just mentioned, all of those areas, everyone's taking them. Everything is slow going at this point.
But you say something important to keep in mind why.
Right, gives you perspective.
Yeah.
When you're frustrated, because you're going to be. When you're inconvenienced, because you're going to be. This is because these two people lost their lives this afternoon. KJ, you have ways around this?
Yes,
because there are people, presumably, right? Your families are coming into town. You need to let them know far ahead of time that this is what they're up against.
Right, and we've been talking about the holiday travels that are happening right now, and of course, we are sharing those condolences as well to the 2 victims of this crash. But let's take a look right now at some of those road conditions, and you can see we do have this detour set up for you because of the accident that happened on I-77 southbound. So right now, if you are trying to work your way around and get towards, say, if you're in Charlotte or north of Charlotte and want to head towards Columbia this afternoon or tonight, because this is an ongoing investigation, this road could be shut down for several more hours. I want you to remember right now that some ramps are now closed, so you'll want to take exit 13 to I-85 southbound, and you'll travel at about 8 miles or so, and then exit off at exit 30A to 485, and that'll take you on the outer loop for about 10 miles, and then you can get back on I-77 southbound. So just bear in mind with this ongoing investigation right now. Also, I want to highlight another area as well. So the map right now shows that you're good to go on I-85, not impacted right now if you are headed towards the airport, because this is once again a busy travel time. So you can take I-85 as well and head towards the airport. You can also take Wilkinson Boulevard. Some of these roads are not heavily impacted at this time. If we bring it down just a little bit, you'll see on the west side of Charlotte, there are some workarounds, but if you are coming from the east side of Charlotte, you're somewhat in a bit of an issue there. If we can broaden out the traffic map here and just kind of show you where we're at. You can see Charlotte right here in the center. So if you're coming from, say, East Charlotte over near Matthews, you will run into some slowdown. So definitely you'll want to add at least 45 minutes to an hour to your commute headed towards the airport today. I know you have to get there. What's the window, guys? About 2 hours before you hop on a plane. So you want to add another hour. So that really is something to bear in mind.
CMPD tweeting out that it's working with Charlotte DOT to facilitate the traffic flow out of the city. And they're using South Tryon and South Boulevard to do that. So be aware of that.
Those are backed up, by the way.
Completely backed up. And they're asking that no one uses Tyvola Road or Woodlawn Road. In fact, Woodlawn, we know, is being coned. They cornered it off. They're really trying to control the traffic flow.
I took Billy Graham to Woodlawn.
Yeah, I had to get on to Woodlawn to get here at the station, and at the intersection of Tyvola and Woodlawn, right where it meets Billy Graham, there were police officers directing traffic, and traffic backed up in every direction. So they're serious about it.
And be alert, right? As a driver, be alert and have patience. You need to remember why this is happening, put some perspective on that. 2 people lost their lives. Everyone involved with this, whether it's the police officers you're talking about who are directing traffic, everyone just show a little kindness and a little grace towards people. We are being told that an NTSB investigator is en route to the accident site as we speak and expected to arrive tonight.
Yeah.
So that's just put that in your timetable, right?
Washington, D.C., the headquarters. That's
right.
why.
And that investigator will do an initial on-scene assessment and then continue the work through tomorrow morning. We know that the wreckage, what is left of that helicopter, will be, as they say, recovered. It's going to be moved and taken to an off-site facility, so somewhere else where they can then do some further investigation and really look at what's there, what isn't there. And the impact and what that impact caused.
And they said that the 77, that section of 77 would open around midnight. Is that what they're estimating so far? Is that what we've been told?
That's the estimate.
That's the estimate?
That's the estimate,
yeah, so we
but
really don't know, because the debris field is something that they will keep in mind,
right,
in order to recover these pieces of the aircraft. So.
And I do think that I don't think we should be surprised if more areas get cornered off as a result of this because of that debris field.
Yeah.
It sounds like we could get maybe an initial idea, though, of what happened. It sounds like perhaps by tomorrow, but keep in mind, very preliminary.
Very preliminary.
Giving the investigator time.
As you say, these can go for months, several weeks, and it can take a long time for them to add this to the investigation and update us and pass along the information to you. KJ, did you want to add something?
Yes, guys, as we take a live look right now at I-77, you know, we're speculating here, but if you look closely towards the right of your screen, just ahead of the accident, coming down on the ramp there, they've added those traffic cones there. So that could be an indication that some of those far lanes could be opening up soon. So it could allow some traffic to go through. So that could alleviate some of the traffic nightmare that's happening right now. So as you can see, some of those cones they're coming around, so that may be some indication. So we'll keep an eye out on what's happening there, and also pass along that information if indeed we start to see the traffic flow in there. Of course, it will still move very slowly if that is the case, but that is something that we'll keep an eye on. But you can see northbound traffic is still moving slowly. Simply put, I think a lot of people are just kind of looking and slowing down the flow of traffic as they're trying to get an eye of what's happening there. But we can see some of those cones sort of marking and blocking right there. So that was something we'll watch. And also we have the crews there with the arrows pointed over towards the left. So
KJ, you're saying that those cones that we're seeing on the southbound lanes, so the lanes on the right-hand side, they previously were blocking across all of the lanes, but they've been moved over now to presumably make some room for travel lanes to reopen on the left-hand side?
I mean, we don't know that.
We don't know that.
That also could be they're moving that to bring another, bring something that can tow the helicopter away. We don't know.
Yeah. But it does give us, I guess it can give us a little hope, though, that once they tighten things up in terms of looking for what the pieces of aircraft and whatever else they may be looking for in that area, that potentially traffic could flow while they're doing their investigative.
The chief did say they would try to the best of their ability, if it was possible, to open some sort of, whether it be one lane or more, that, you know, obviously that's the goal. But
let's listen to what the chief said precisely.
Right now, traffic is closed on 77 southbound between Tyvola and Arrowwood Road. I don't anticipate that opening anytime soon. So anyone who can avoid that area, if that's a route of your destination, please avoid that area if at all possible, because traffic is going to be backed up for some time, and I anticipate it going through rush hour and possibly through the night. But as investigators arrive, I don't have an estimated time of arrival for them, But as they arrive, we're going to be looking for the need to continue to have all of the lanes blocked. And if we can certainly open up a lane or two to allow traffic to flow, we will do that when possible. But again, as I mentioned, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department, the Charlotte Fire Department, and the North Carolina Highway Patrol are assisting in this to ensure that that we have traffic flow and safety of that scene as much as possible.
So there you just heard the police chief basically indicating what our team here, an observation that our KJ Jacobs made along with our other folks here in our newsroom, that they have put up some cones and moved them over to closer to the center, splitting those lanes on that's the southbound side of 77, where it looks like at some point there's no traffic going, but you can see the potential that perhaps they can still conduct their investigative work and allow traffic to flow on a couple of those lanes. Of course, we'll keep an eye on that, but we're following the latest on a terrible happening here with a WBTV news helicopter crashing. You can see here the two colleagues aboard that, Chip Tayag, a longtime pilot, and Jason Myers, a meteorologist at WBTV, aboard that chopper. And right now the investigation continues. We know from witnesses who we've talked to, who our crews on the ground have talked to, that they saw that chopper circling moments before it went down out of sight from where you see that investigative scene happening right now.
Yeah, quite a flight path to see. Just to describe it, it was kind of like swinging to the east and then coming back around to the west over the interstate, back and forth, and then eventually landing there just to the side of those southbound lanes. We've pointed this out before too, just how many different developments, if you will, are in that area. Apartments. There's a school that's going to be close to the southbound side, you know, in the area where the chopper inevitably landed. But that final drop there on a small patch of grass, that Chip was able to maneuver that chopper down in an area that didn't hurt anyone else.
Yeah,
it's heroic.
It is heroic. It really is. It's amazing when you think about how different and what the unique challenges are with flying a helicopter versus a fixed wing aircraft. You know, he didn't have a lot of latitude to make decisions, but those decisions he did make potentially saved hundreds of lives.
Yeah, I can only imagine, you know, what was going through. You know, I've been in a chopper as a meteorologist, as a photographer, and to go out there, because we take those various steps to gather news, to showcase the news, and when you look at that flight path and you think something is going wrong, what's going wrong, and it's never easy. It's part of the job that, you know, we signed up to do, and it's super, super sad what's happening today. I remember when I, you know, a personal account thinking about, I was getting on the chopper to cover tornado damage, and I called my mom beforehand. I'm like, this is my first time on a helicopter, you know, and it's scary, but at the same time, it's part of
the job.
It's part of the job.
And it's one that we take for granted because we get a lot of news gathering done via helicopter. Images that we are able to deliver to our viewers at home. Some of the more insightful views that we get of developing stories come from those helicopter shots. But it is a terribly sad story, a sad development for our colleagues over at WBTV. They did release a statement a short time ago, and if we can, I'd like to pull it up so that we can share it with our viewers. Here it is. It says the WBTV family is grieving a terrible loss. Our news helicopter, Sky 3, crashed late Tuesday morning with two of our colleagues on board. Meteorologist Jason Myers and pilot Chip Tayag lost their lives. We are working to comfort their families in this difficult time. We appreciate the outpouring of support for our staff and your continued prayers for their families. Jason Myers, a meteorologist over at WBTV, This is his hometown, born in Salisbury, raised in Catawba and Union counties, and a graduate of NC State, and developing his first love for meteorology from a third grade project at Discovery Place, and being able to work at the television station with colleagues he grew up watching, meeting his childhood friend and marrying her, who also has family here in this area, all of their family in this area, a deeply personal story here, and just devastating for that family. And Chip Tayag, a longtime pilot who had worked with WBTV, gathering news via helicopter for more than 20 years. And obviously that 20-year experience that he had, 20 plus years, came into play in these final moments before this helicopter crashed. I mean, I can't even imagine what was going on. That's what the NTSB investigation and the FAA investigation will unveil. They'll take a look at the maintenance logs. They will take a look at the flight pattern. They'll put a timeline together and figure out what may have happened here.
And it will be a while.
And it will take a while.
It will take a long time to do that investigation. We've heard from NTSB, the average timeline for an investigation like this, 12 to 24 months. So, I mean, it could realistically even be a couple of years before we know exactly what happened and we get that full report based on all the information you said that they'd be gathering, Fred.
Yeah.
We do know that NTSB, though, they have an investigator on the way already. That person should be in the area by tonight. We're hearing that the investigator is going to work again tomorrow morning, so I would expect to see probably more crews out there in the morning. That wreckage is supposed to be recovered. They'll take that out. They're going to take that off-site. They're going to bring it to a different facility just so they can look at it closer.
Yeah. And like we said, they'll be looking at the debris field. They'll be looking for pieces of the aircraft to figure out, what the impact was. They'll take a look at that flight pattern that we've shown our viewers. There will be a lot to review and comb through to come to at least a preliminary understanding of the outcome here.
Yeah. And so we here are looking at some of the closures on the interstate, but we know that just by nature of this massive closure, we're getting major impacts to some of those surface streets. So not just on the detour path that we've mentioned, which is 85 to 485, but also some of the surface thoroughfares that run close to 77, like South Boulevard. And we actually have our own Julia Kaufman, who's out on Presley. So this is right there. And I can actually see the overpass behind you, Julia. What are you seeing as far as like the backups or just any sort of scene?
Right. So just to kind of help you guys understand where we are, Presley Street, or Presley Road, sorry, is one of those side streets right off of South Tryon. People use this as a cut through a lot of times from Clanton. There's the McDonald's right up there. This is 77 South here below this bridge. The backups here are just monumental. Usually we see traffic here during rush hour, but the cars go all the way back behind us, or behind me here. That's where South Tryon is, and cars are waiting here, trying to turn left or right on South Tryon. Police are using South Boulevard, South Tryon as detours because they are trying to keep people off of Tyvola and Woodlawn. So everyone is trying to find cut-throughs. People are speeding. We've seen several close calls, honestly, guys, of accidents because people are getting impatient. They're illegally U-turning. They're trying to cut out, drive on the wrong side of the road. So we are asking, police are asking, please be cautious, be patient. You're going to be here for a while. Traffic is going to probably get worse as people get off of work. So right now, Presley Road, it's backed up all the way down toward Clanton. And I think there's a connecting road in between off the top of my head. I can't think of the name of it, but we're seeing semi-trucks, cars, school buses, and as you can see, people are slowly inching through. It's not completely stopped, but there are several times where they're not moving at all. They're putting their cars in park, really.
Presley Road overpass.
Yeah, be safe, Julia.
Out there.
Julia mentioned it, that she's seeing school buses. This is the time, it's 3:45 when schools are being let out, and CMS has sent a message letting families know that buses will be delayed. There's an app called Here Comes the Bus, and CMS families know about this app, but CMS wanted to let everyone know to use that app to basically track where your child's bus is.
There's the statement you can see from CMS. Basically, this is the message that was relayed to parents earlier in the day, just informing them that the traffic delays are definitely a reality, not only for folks who are waiting for a child to come home on the bus, but also if you are going to and from school to pick up your child. So, Carolyn, you mentioned the Here Comes the Bus app. They're really asking parents to go to that to get those updates on where your child is and when they might be arriving home. They had also singled out the fact that this message was sent to schools in the South Learning Community, the Southwest, and the Southeast Learning Community. So quite a lot of schools.
Yeah, because you look at the location of this scene and then you think about how it's impacting the southern part of the area of our transportation system. This is an all-encompassing, all-impacting accident that's happened here.
Yeah, we're seeing schools, just to toss out a few names, these are just a few that would be in these learning communities that we singled out. Ballantyne Elementary, Matthews Elementary. We're seeing Ardrey Kell High School there. Those are just a couple of examples of the schools that would be in this area included in these learning communities impacted by the traffic. Taking a look now, it looks like we're panning around at some of the ramps around 77.
77, by the way, south, all lanes are closed at this point. Here's the detour. So, and I'm telling you this, if you're sitting at home, you clearly don't need the detour because you're home. But
someone you know
might. Someone you know might. So, if you know someone who could be on this road or is going to be taking it, presumably right now, lots of families are traveling to come. And, when you're not familiar with an area, it can be a little scary. It can be a little frustrating when you don't know what's going on. So keep this in mind. NCDOT saying the detour is exit 13A. So basically they're having you get off 77 to get back on. And it's about like an 18-mile detour here. So 13A, which is 85 south for 8 miles. Then you take 30A, which is 485, the outer loop, for 10 miles to get right back on to 77. And there's the detour. And as you can see, all the areas around the area are also backed up.
And the detour now is starting to back up as well.
Well, for sure.
Let's take a look at this, guys, just to kind of put it in perspective for everyone at home. You can see the traffic map here, just to give you an idea of where this accident happened. Put an icon here for you. This is going to be just south of Tyvola, between there on 77 and Nations Ford Road. And if you really look at it and to hone in on an area, it's between, say, West Arrowwood Road as well as Tyvola. So much of this section is shut down now. And if I remove this icon here, this will give you an indication of where 77 is actually shut down. It's shaded in purple here. That purple line is an indication of I-77 southbound is shut down. This road here off to the left of your screen there of the purple line, that is going to be Nations Ford Road. So the helicopter crash happened right in that particular area. And if you look at the red line, that is northbound traffic. So northbound traffic, as you would imagine, people driving north into Charlotte coming from south of town are looking over at the traffic, just running into more and more congestion, or at least causing it. So that is going to put more of a stop and go. And we're seeing a lot of the stop and go traffic pretty much all around the area. I think people at this point, guys, are running into traffic and saying, okay, where can I go next? How can I piece this puzzle together to figure out how I can get around.
And you heard Julia, who was out there
Right.
on Presley Road, saying people were being pretty aggressive, you know, doing U-turns where they shouldn't be, and getting frustrated. And I think it's so important to keep in mind, as you see all the red, right? You're seeing all the red, and red, of course, means stopped.
Yes.
Yes, you're going to be frustrated. Yes, you're going to be inconvenienced. That's just the way it is. But when you see the bigger picture and you remember that this is all because 2 people lost their lives today just going to work and trying to do their job, hopefully that calms you down a little bit, and you remember to just take a deep breath. It's going to take a little bit longer, and that's okay, because you're going to get to your destination.
Yes.
Eventually.
Add some extra time to your drive. You know, if you can hang out at work or at your place just a little bit longer, since you know you can't go anywhere fast, you know, just a reminder to stay put. But in addition to that, it's the holiday week as well, and likely a lot of traffic coming through the area, you know, may not be familiar with it, and I think that's part of a lot of the backups. In addition to, we're running into rush hour.
Yeah, it's really starting to get into that rush hour period. You're so right, KJ. I feel like I've seen the delays really just evolve substantially over the last, I'd say, probably hour or so. We did have some backups, of course, you know, related to the crash scene, or no, the chopper crash scene, but, you know, those detours and those surface streets are really starting to back up.
Right. 485 is now starting to back up on that outer loop. You know, that was the initial detour, but now more and more people are coming 485, hopping back onto I-77 to get around. And now I'm starting to see indications of slowdowns now on 485. And in addition to working around the bigger accident here, or the crash, the helicopter crash, if I may, we're seeing some smaller wrecks as well.
The Charlotte Airport tweeting out not too long ago, just reminding people that because traffic is being heavily impacted, if you're driving to the airport tonight or this afternoon or tonight, know that your drive there will be impacted as well. So just because, you know, it's not the airport's really not too far.
It is not
from the scene here.
I mean, the detour takes you around the airport essentially, so
which is creating more traffic in that area.
Yeah,
and I mean, there's no other way around it, right? You have to go. There only is so many ways you can go to get around this. Again, this is expected to reopen at midnight or right before midnight. So we've got a long afternoon and long night ahead. For sure.
Indeed.
And I think on I-85, as it's indicated here, and just looking at the traffic map and the data we're getting here, I have this yellow arrow that's showing, you know, to take I-85 to the airport. Also, if you're coming from Charlotte, you can take Wilkinson Boulevard, and that should loop you around. Of course, they're going to be the standard backups, because by this point, a lot of these neighborhoods, a lot of these communities are starting to move around some of these back roads, and you're likely going to run into some delays. I don't think you can go anywhere in Charlotte this afternoon without some form of delay from getting from point A to point B.
If you are just joining us, we're reporting on just the horrific and tragic news today. We found out after around 12:20 this afternoon that 2 were killed in a helicopter crash. You see the victims on your screen, BTV employees, a pilot, Chip Tayag, and meteorologist Jason Myers were in that helicopter when it crash landed. As a result, 77 southbound lanes there are closed between Tyvola and Nations Ford Road. The city really impacted by this completely, but our hearts are heavy. You think about these 2 who just went to work today, thinking, oh, probably talking about what they're going to be doing for Thanksgiving. Mm-hmm. And yes, it's a risky job. We know the risks. When we spoke earlier with helicopter experts, Doug Drew, who teaches these workshops specifically to news stations about how to mitigate those risks of flying a helicopter. But you know what? He said it's a risky thing, period. There's no way around it. And these two, what this pilot did, what Chip Taag did, I know it is very, very hard to find any comfort in this because it's horrible, and my heart breaks for their families. But if there can be any comfort, let it be that before these two lost their lives, this pilot made what appears to be an unbelievable, heroic fight to make sure that they were the only two victims.
Yeah,
It could have been so much worse.
We heard from an eyewitness on the scene who was watching the moments of this unfold and the moments before that aircraft went down. And from his account, the pilot did everything he could to lessen the impact. Let's listen.
My impression is that he apparently knew he was in trouble, and he circled looking for a place to put that down. And on the second circle, I don't think he had any choice. It was going down, and he got it just off the highway and avoided it. Could have injured a lot of people, and the pilot avoided that. So it's a tragic thing, but in that sense, I think he did a marvelous job.
What was going through your mind when you were watching this?
What the heck is going on? I mean, you look at something like that. I almost took my phone out and started videoing. At the first pass looked very aggressive for a news service. It's like, man, there's something he really wants to shoot. I mean, he's really banking that helicopter around to get a shot of something. But then on his second pass, I knew that something was not right. I mean, that's, he's not going to do that steeply. And he just continued that steep bank until, boom, he disappeared and bang, out of sight. I didn't hear anything, didn't make any explosion or flames or crash of that sort. But, when I saw it disappear, it's like, that's serious. That's not a good thing.
You alluded to this earlier, but you said that the landing where he landed on the bank right there, he probably saved a lot of lives.
I think that he absolutely saved a lot of lives. And like I said, you never know what's in somebody's head, but I think that he absolutely knew that he was going to have to put that down. And he did his best to put it down. I say it might have been a woman pilot, I don't know. But whoever the pilot was did their best, I think, to put that down where they weren't going to injure a lot of people. And in that respect, they did a fabulous job because they didn't hit anybody else. They just, destroyed the helicopter and did whatever damage to whoever was inside.
And now we can confirm it was he, Chip Taag, Chip Taag, bringing that helicopter down in a position that did minimal impact to the environment there. But this is the impact you see here on I-77, traffic flowing freely there in the northbound lanes, but there in the southbound, that has been the area that has been impacted the most since this happened.
Mm-hmm. And these lanes will be closed, we're told, until at least midnight tonight. We're gonna take a quick break in just a bit, and we will reset here.
Our crews are out there getting all of the information there.
Yeah, a definite, our hearts are heavy for sure. So we're going to continue to update you on these two from BTV who've lost their lives today.
We'll see you after a short break.
What do you do when you're hurt in a car wreck?
Call 980-999-9999.
In pain? Call Shane.
If you're hurt in a car wreck, do what your friends, your family, and your neighbors do. Call me, Shane Smith.
It's Real News with Kevin Tote. Spectrum is heating up the nation with Spectrum One, the perfect combination of super fast internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and unlimited mobile. Spectrum is offering seamless connectivity at an incredible price. Get Spectrum One with 300 megabit internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and one line of unlimited mobile for just $49.99 a month. Call 1-866-937-0641. Check out our Real News exclusive at the Spectrum One Lab. Is Spectrum internet really fast?
Indeed. Just look. With speeds up to a gig and over 99.9% network reliability.
I never knew. But is the Wi-Fi secure?
The advanced Wi-Fi has enhanced security and privacy that protects your devices from online threats.
So how reliable is Spectrum Mobile?
It's a super reliable service coast to coast. Plus, you get unlimited talk, text, and data with nationwide 5G included.
You said? Get Spectrum One with internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and unlimited mobile for just $49.99 a month. Call 1-866-937-0641 or visit a Spectrum store today.
This is Cap. And I'm Tony. Get Spectrum One now.
I called Shane Smith.
I was in pain.
So he called Shane. Calling Shane Smith is the right thing to do.
If you're injured in a car wreck, call me, Shane Smith. I'll work hard to get you the money you deserve as fast as I can.
We come on the air at 4 as we are continuing to follow this horrific breaking news. A helicopter crash on Interstate 77, killing 2 people on board. This happened near the nation's Ford Road exit just before noon. We're taking a live look now at what's happening right now on 77. It's causing major backups, to say the least. People trying to navigate around this. Of course, we'll get you an update on that traffic in just a moment.
But first, we really wanted to talk about the lives lost here. WCNC Charlotte has learned that this chopper belongs to TV station WBTV, and there you see the pictures of the 2 lost. We are learning that they are WBTV meteorologist Jason Myers and helicopter pilot Chip Tayag. And BTV is releasing this statement saying, quote, "The WBTV family is grieving a terrible loss. Our news chopper Sky 3 crashed late Tuesday morning with 2 of our colleagues on board. Meteorologist Jason Myers and pilot Chip Tayag lost their lives. We are working to comfort their families in this difficult time, and we appreciate the outpouring of support for our staff and your continued prayers for their families." And we certainly have been thinking about them all day since we learned this news, and we have been praying for them.
Oh, certainly. I mean, our hearts are heavy for sure.
We are, of course, as well trying to dig into what happened here in the very latest. So we do have some crews spread out at various scenes involved with this crash, trying to gather details.
So let's get to Shamaria Morrison. Shamaria, you heard from CMPD. You've been on the scene really since right after this happened. What are police saying about the investigation moving forward?
Well, they say it'll be a federal investigation. We do know that the Federal Aviation, they'll be coming out to investigate. This is protocol. So soon we'll be hearing more things from the federal level of things outside of the local. But what we have heard is just the heroism of what the pilot did prior when we first came out here. Honestly, probably just a few 20, maybe 25 minutes after that crash, we noticed just how many buildings were so close to where the crash happened. We were actually parked near a charter school, so you had a charter school on one portion, and then if you went a little bit further of where that crash was, you saw that there were medical buildings there. There's an immigration service there as well, so you do know that there were a lot of people that could have been hurt, but they were not, outside of the 2 people who we are hearing great things about them. You know, we're here. There is media all beside me. WBTV, their crews are out here. They have teams out here reporting on this tragedy. You know, we've given them hugs. A lot of them in shock. I spoke to some people who formerly were at BTV. You know, everyone there is wrenching, and our hearts are with them. And we even talked to someone, our photographer Kevin, who's here with me now. He spoke to someone who witnessed the crash, and I want you to take a listen to what he says, and Chief Johnny Jennings as well.
My impression is that he apparently knew he was in trouble, and he circled looking for a place to put that down. And on the second circle, I don't think he had any choice. It was going down, and he got it just off the highway and avoided it. Could have injured a lot of people.
Pilot tried to avoid injuring anyone else and putting anyone else in danger. And if that is truly the case, then that pilot is a hero in my eyes.
And what we do know and what has been happening right now, traffic is backed up here. We're on the overpass on Tyvola Road, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually step to the side so that you can see what's happening. The road is clear. Now, this is the southbound lane. Before the southbound lane, there are people still trying to get off of the road. So if you're in the area, everyone is just asking that you stay away. There's traffic everywhere. I know you all will talk about that more later, but what I can tell you is we have seen some signage out here that denotes that they may be opening up. We just don't have a timeline on that. Officials haven't said it yet. But for now, live in Charlotte, Shamaria Morrison, WCNC Charlotte.
Shay, thank you so much. So yeah, Shay was talking about the closures that we're seeing on 77. That is the southbound direction that we're seeing fully shut down. As you can only imagine, big traffic backups really throughout the whole South Charlotte area.
It's impacting really everywhere. Also keep in mind the shutdown happening during now rush hour. So,
yeah.
And also it's a busy rush for travel for Thanksgiving. This is actually one of the busiest travel days. So let's check in with Julia Kaufman with a look at traffic out there. And I know, Julia, you were actually diverted from coming into the station at one point.
Right, yeah. I had my own struggles, of course, trying to get into work because East Woodlawn Road in general, and the Tyvola roads are shut down. Police are trying to divert from that area, and they're using South Tryon, South Boulevard as the detour road. So as you can imagine, these roads are already backed up per usual for rush hour. Now it's a much worse situation. We're standing on an overpass on Presley Road. Right below us is 77 South. We can see right now it looks like there's a little break in the traffic, but overall it's been crawling. We've been seeing emergency vehicles trying to get through, struggling to push through all of these cars and trucks that are just crawling on 77 South. I don't know if you guys can see, but we're by exit 6B. And again, this side road that we're on leads up to South Tryon. So people are trying to cut through. They're trying to U-turn, find any which way to get through all of these backups, when in reality, you're going to run into traffic almost anywhere you go in this area. So please use caution, be careful. We have seen quite the reckless driving. You can see emergency vehicles going through now on 77 South. So what we've seen so far here on Presley Road, these backups, this road is a cut through from Clanton. So people turn from Clanton, they take Stuart Andrew Boulevard and then turn onto Presley in hopes of getting to the highway or getting onto South Tryon. So these backups, we're just seeing them get worse and worse on Presley by the minute because people think they've found a shortcut, and in reality, it's still pretty rough. So we know this can be a tough situation. We know you're frustrated, maybe trying to get home from work, but as we get into those rush hours, 4, 5, 6 o'clock, and things continue to back up, please be patient. We have seen many close calls, almost accidents happening here just on this side road, a lot of pedestrians, so use caution, and we're gonna keep you guys posted about what it looks like out here in just a little bit.
Julia, thanks so much, and be careful out there. And you know, Jules mentioned to be patient. Just remember, I know you're frustrated. I know that this is an inconvenience, but the reason this is happening is because 2 people lost their lives. And I think it's really, really important to keep that in perspective and just take a deep breath and know that you will get to where you need to go. It's just going to take you longer. So let's bring in KJ Jacobs, because KJ, you've been tracking the impact that this is having on traffic, not just along 77 in South Charlotte, but really how it kind of feeds into everything that's happening around the city.
Carolyn, Vanessa, that's exactly right. And it's good to have Shamaria and Julia out there to give us that ground truth. That's what we like to see, especially when it comes to severe weather. In this particular case, it has to do with traffic as we are approaching rush hour right now. And you can see the map is certainly lit up at this time. Just to give you an indication, if you notice that purple line right there that's moving vertical on your screen, that's where I-77 is, and that's where Shamaria was, right there on that overpass. That road or section of I-77 between Tyvola and Nations Ford Road is shut down. That's where the crash occurred. So therefore, a lot of you are moving around it. So I want to show you right now how these roads are pretty much congested around the crash scene on I-77. It's right there circled in yellow, right off the side there of the road. But I want to show you also the ramps that are closed. This is certainly having a trickle-down effect on the roads north and south of town. So we have I-85, the ramp is closed to I-77 just to go ahead and alleviate some of those backups before you even get south of town. Here's a detour so you can take I-85 south to exit 13A. This is going to give you a loop around to get you back onto I-77. If you get off at exit 30A, that'll put you on the 485 loop to re-access I-77. But if you have some time, which many of you I'm sure do if you're out there, then perhaps go a little bit west, continuing to move away from the city, and then head south, perhaps 321. It could be well out of the way, but it could save you a big headache. Now, coming up, we'll talk a little bit more about ways to get to the airport for those of you who have a flight, some of those detours in just a few minutes. Carolyn, Vanessa?
All right, KJ, thank you so much. Yeah, we certainly threw a lot of detours out at folks and closures, and you can actually find all of the latest that we've mentioned on those, not just traffic conditions, but the detours that KJ was talking about inside the WCNC Charlotte mobile app. And that can certainly help you navigate this evening commute ahead of us. That is a free download for you inside the app stores.
And right now, CMPD, along with the FAA and the National Transportation Safety Board, they're trying to figure out exactly what caused this crash. I mean, I think that's what's really
we all
on
want to know
everyone's minds.
What
happened here?
Yeah, and WCNC Charlotte's Jesse Pierre has been out kind of looking into what we can expect from this investigation portion of this story, continuing our live team coverage here, Jesse. So, I mean, it certainly sounds like investigators have a really long road ahead of them in gathering all of the details.
Absolutely, definitely a long road ahead. Now, right now, CMPD's role is really to handle and help with the traffic flow, but to also keep that scene secure until, like you mentioned, the National Transportation Safety Board and investigators with the FAA get to the scene of the crash. Now, Charlotte Fire Department, as well as the North Carolina Highway Patrol, will also be helping them with that traffic flow and so forth. And with portions of I-77 closed, you can expect heavier traffic on local roads. Now, NTSB and the FAA's involvement is standard when it comes to accidents that do involve aircrafts. You can expect investigators to do an initial assessment when they arrive on scene tonight and work through the next day and so forth. Now, the wreckage will be recovered and taken to an off-site facility for further analysis. And with the lane closure, CMPD Chief Jennings is advising folks to avoid the area.
I don't have an estimated time of arrival for them, but as they arrive, we're going to be looking for the need to continue to have all of the lanes blocked, and if we can certainly open up a lane or two to allow traffic to flow, we will do that when possible.
Now, investigators will work to determine what caused the chopper to go down. They'll be taking pictures at the scene. They'll be reviewing flight logs and maintenance records and getting all of the data that they need to determine a probable cause. And once that final report is complete, it will be released. That could take months, but you know, that's what we're waiting for. Sending it back to you.
Yeah, 12 to 24 months
is the standard, right? So it will be a long road ahead. Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich joining us now, because oftentimes when crashes happen, you think, oh, was it weather related? So what were weather conditions like during the time of the crash? To the layman, it appears that weather was fine.
Yeah, and you just never know. You hate to discount it because you don't want the investigators just to throw it out completely.
Right.
But right now, just from speculation and looking at it, the weather was not an issue because helicopters aren't normally going to take off in inclement weather. They have much stricter standards than regular aircraft because you need field of vision. You don't have instrumentation as much as you do in other aircraft. So there was really no issues around noon today. There was a low cloud deck, but it was up there high enough off the ground that it was not a major issue. No rainfall, no lightning, no icing. Really no major winds as well. So overall, the weather was not bad at noon. Now, in the last couple of hours, we're starting to see some moisture move in, which is something you got to be wary of when they're doing the investigation out there. You don't want rainfall to come in and maybe disturb any of the evidence for the crash scene. And who knows how far some of the evidence from the scene is. We're hearing about reports of Tybola and Woodlawn being shut down. Some of that might be because they're scouring for maybe some debris or parts that may have come off the aircraft. Now you can see there are some clouds out there now, some showers moving through the area off to the northeast. But as we go through the evening hours, I would expect temperatures to stay pretty mild. And tomorrow, another huge travel day here in the Carolinas. Those temperatures are going to be back into the mid 60s, so temperatures actually warming up. But honestly, guys, just looking at the time frame and the weather at that time, we had pretty good visibility, a high cloud base, and really nothing that would at least indicate that weather was a major factor. Doesn't mean it wasn't some other kind of factor that might have contributed to it as well, but weather does not seem to be the primary issue, at least right now.
Brad, thanks so much for that insight. And we're going to take a quick break right now, but we leave you with these images of Chip Teague and Jason Myers. Their lives cut tragically short today in that helicopter crash on 77. Our thoughts, our prayers are with their families, and we're also thinking about their work family. We stand with BTV during this heartbreaking time. We'll be right back.
There are 50,000 ER visits each year
because of carbon monoxide.
We don't want your family to experience that.
That's why we're coming to your home
to inspect your furnace
and make sure your family stays safe this winter.
Family is everything.
Family is everything.
Your Medicare plan should help you feel protected. If you have Medicare and Medicaid, call us to learn how an Aetna Medicare Advantage plan could offer you more coverage, like a quarterly allowance to use on healthy food through a prepaid card. Covered dental services, such as x-rays, cleanings, fillings, crowns, implants, and dentures. And $0 copays on covered Part D prescriptions at in-network pharmacies. Call Aetna today at 1-888-28-AETNA.
There was a time when the spirit of the season embraced us in its welcoming glow, when wondering eyes widened with enchantment, and with every tinkling bell, another cherished memory was made. There was a time that brought us closer to one another and to our better selves. It was a most wonderful time. It was Christmas, this Christmas, at Biltmore. Experience Leonardo da Vinci at Biltmore.
This is Todd. And this is Sarah.
She's leaving for Paris.
But this isn't your classic holiday rom-com. It's a Nissan Avantag.
Seriously?
Featuring the Nissan Rogue. And more standard power than a CR-V.
This is a love emergency.
Don't let true love or these offers get away.
Get $500 holiday bonus cash on select models.
Mr. Jenkins told me
carbon monoxide leaks are the worst part of the heating season.
But we are safety experts.
Let us certify your furnace family safe.
A safe family is a happy family.
We know we have families too.
The Christmas season is upon us.
And you can help those in need during tough economic times. If you're able this year, here's your chance to make a difference for a local child.
Join WCNC Charlotte and our sponsors, Belk, Tropical Smoothie Cafe, and the Original Mattress Factory for this year's Magical Toy Drive supporting the Salvation Army.
Drop off new unwrapped toys at participating sponsor locations before December 16th.
We can all make a difference this season. If you can give, please remember the Magical Toy Drive.
Welcome back. Certainly a heavy day for all of our area as we continue to mourn, but also just try to dig into what happened with this helicopter crash that took the lives of 2 WBTV employees. So one of the things that we're trying to do in trying to piece together just exactly what transpired here is the timeline.
And how it all unfolded. Our Fred Shropshire standing by. Fred, you're going to walk us through what happened, because when something like this happens, what people don't know at home is, you hear what's called scanner traffic, right, from the police. And you don't know if it's confirmed. You're hoping that what you're hearing isn't as bad as it sounds. And in this case, unfortunately, it was.
Unfortunately, it was. And here's what we can confirm so far. At 11:50 this morning, the chopper, it took off. 6 minutes later, the FAA lost contact with the helicopter as it was flying over South Charlotte. 2 minutes after that, at 11:58, that is when dispatchers received the calls. The multiple emergency crews were all sent to the scene. Later, at 1:48, the NTSB confirmed that it's investigating a crash that involved the chopper belonging to our friends over at WBTV. Around 3:10, just about an hour ago, WBTV confirmed the identities of the victims, who we now know are meteorologist Jason Myers and pilot Chip Teague. Our continued thoughts and prayers are with their families and all of our friends and colleagues at WBTV during this very difficult time. This is an ongoing timeline developing, and as new details come in, we'll add to it and update you later.
Yeah, we certainly are thinking of their families, their work families.
Certainly so, and hope that some comfort comes knowing that that pilot did whatever he could to avoid hitting anything before that crash landing. We'll be right back.
Southern Fresh Greek. That's been Shomar's signature and promise for 40 years. We provide variety, flavor, and convenience for every guest who walks through our doors. Shomar's is your neighbor and friend and will always be the Carolinas' hometown restaurant.
If your shower or bath looks like this, it's time for an upgrade. Hey everybody, Joe here with BJ Worzen, owner of West Shore Home, to talk about how West Shore is evolving the customer experience to provide seamless remodeling projects to homeowners all across America. BJ.
Joe, we know a lot of people are looking to knock out some remodeling projects before the holidays get here. But the busyness of those holidays can really slow down those plans. So I want to let everybody know they can get those projects done right now and it won't be a big disruption to their life.
Well, BJ, how are you doing that?
So everything we do is designed to be fast, easy, and convenient for our customers. And it all starts with that initial call. Pick up the phone and call the number on the screen right now. It'll be answered by a live representative. They'll be able to answer all your questions about the shower bath project, but more importantly, find a time to have one of our design consultants come out to the home for that free in-home consultation. We even do evening and Saturday appointments to make it most convenient for the homeowner.
In that design consultation, that's where the homeowner chooses the styles and options to create a bath space that they're really going to love.
Right, we'll bring out one of these and let them design the bath of their dreams. They want to move forward. We have multiple financing options designed to fit any family's budget. And the best part is we have instant credit decision.
So no waiting, they'll know on the spot whether they're approved. Okay, how about financing offers? Do you got something special for us today?
We have something really special right now that we're doing just for the holiday season. It's going to be 18 months with no payments and no interest. That means you don't have to make a payment on this project until after next holiday season. And for a limited time, we're going to do free installation on all shower and bath projects.
Again, no worries about making a single payment until 18 months after the project is installed. That's incredible. BJ, thanks so much, folks. Shower and bath remodeling has never been easier. Call West Shore Home now and take advantage of this great offer. Call in now to get 18 months of no payments and no interest financing. Plus, you heard BJ, for a limited time, West Shore Home is doing free installation on all shower and bath projects. This is an offer you do not want to miss. Call West Shore Home now.
In a bad wreck with a semi-truck.
Don't worry about it. Call Clark Speaks. He didn't charge you 1 penny unless he wins your case.
It's true. It didn't cost me 1 penny up front to hire Clark Speaks.
Who speaks for you? We do.
Call 704-810-1010.
The Carolina Chevy Storm Tracker, only on WCNC Charlotte.
Continuing our coverage of the helicopter crash from this afternoon that killed 2 WBTV employees, and we're trying to piece together this, and we're asking the questions that you're asking. How did something like this happen? And we're learning more about the aircraft itself and this type of helicopter, if it's been involved in crashes throughout the years.
Yeah, our Megan Bragg has been diving into this particular question here. Megan's joining us live. So Megan, you talked to an attorney who has actually represented about a dozen plaintiffs in incidents involving this specific type of helicopter.
Yeah, and that aircraft, like we've been saying, is a Robinson R-44. The law firm Baum and Heldland has collected data from NTSB, and as of March, they say there have been 561 accidents involving the R-44. 203 of those incidents were fatal, and of those fatal incidents, 405 people have died. Now, this is a picture right on your screen of what the R-44 typically looks like. This is right from the manufacturer's website. On their website, they describe the aircraft as light and compact. Now, we do know from the tail number that the helicopter was made in about 1999. We spoke with an aviation attorney. He's done at least 10 cases involving this aircraft. Most of those crashes, he said, involved a mechanical issue.
R-44 was designed as a 4-seat helicopter that was affordable, or that is affordable. And what we've found is that over the years that the helicopter has dealt with a lot of mechanical issues that have unfortunately led to quite a number of crashes. Our experience is that these helicopters continue to suffer from mechanical issues. Some of them are related to the design of the helicopter.
Now, we still don't know what caused this crash. In a statement, NTSB tells us their investigators are expected to arrive at that scene tonight and will conduct an initial assessment on that scene. Live in the studio, Megan Bragg, WCNC Charlotte.
Meg, thanks so much. I do think it's important. Megan mentioned it, but we do not know what caused this helicopter to go down. We don't know if it was a mechanical issue. Those are the things that the NTSB, the FAA, they will be investigating, and it's going to be a long road ahead.
Months,
the typical
possibly
investigation
years.
is what, 12 to 24 months.
So
the Charlotte chapter of.
We do want to actually check in with Brad.
Yes.
So Brad, what are you seeing out there as far as the weather front?
Yeah, the good news right now is the weather is not a huge issue for those investigators to get out there and kind of work on the scene. We're watching some clouds moving in, but you could see from our cameras, we've got a mix of sun and clouds, not a lot of rain out there. So this should not inhibit the investigation, which again, is going to go late into the evening because it's going to take time to get all that done. Now, we were watching some showers and a bigger storm down to our south to see if that could be an impact later tomorrow, but that's going to stay down there. Tomorrow, another huge travel day here in the Carolinas, and temperatures are going to be soaring back up into the mid 60s under mostly sunny skies, but the rain chances will ramp up post Thanksgiving. So travel conditions aren't going to be a huge issue, at least for the weather going to Thanksgiving. Coming back from Thanksgiving might be a different story, because once this system kind of passes to our south, high pressure is going to dominate our weather tomorrow. Another system will develop back to the west. So for Thanksgiving Day and for Wednesday, we're okay. But the combination of these two systems might be more of a player as we go into Friday. So tomorrow's travel conditions, if you do have plans to travel across the country, weather will not be a big impact, at least in the eastern half of the country, and locally even less of one. Could see a few showers near the coast, but overall, look at those temperatures in the mid to upper 60s. Now, Friday, we're probably going to wake up dry, but as the day goes on, this little southern stream system passes off to the south. There's a lull on Saturday, and then Saturday night into Sunday morning, another little system. So there's no complete washout in the weekend forecast at all. It's just going to be a passing shower, probably late Friday into Saturday, and again Saturday night into Sunday before everything pushes out. So the Thanksgiving forecast, tomorrow's travel day, we're looking at mid 60s, probably mid 50s as we go into Friday with a good chance of rain, and then back up near 60 as we go into Saturday. And again, both days we're looking at scattered showers. Here's a look at that 7-day forecast. You can see the temperatures take a little dip on Friday, mainly because of the rain and clouds, but temperatures stay pretty mild. After a cool middle of the month, we're going to see temperatures kind of moderate here as we go towards the end of November. We'll be right back.
Being dependable, being trustworthy makes you depend-worthy. 1 hour of heating and air.
Next Jeopardy! 11 wins, over $350,000. Super champion Chris Panullo returns.
A very impressive run.
Can he continue? Next Jeopardy!
Tonight at 7 on WCNC Charlotte.
This is Todd. And this is Sarah.
She's leaving for Paris.
But this isn't your classic holiday rom-com. It's a Nissan event ad.
Seriously?
Featuring the Nissan Rogue. And more standard power than a CR-V.
This is a love emergency.
Don't let true love or these offers get away.
Get 2.19% financing for 36 months on Rogue.
If you're searching for affordable coverage from the health insurance marketplace, the NC Navigator Consortium makes it easy. We're an independent, nonprofit organization helping you choose the right plan for your budget. And it's free. Contact NC Navigator today.
Hi, honey. Hey, Mom. How's it going? Did Nana Stuffing have rosemary or thyme? Both. Yeah, both, of course. Oh, you found them.
Yeah, I got it.
Let me see it. Okay. I like it short. Really? Hello again. Is it 300 or 350? 350. We had the best time. Look. I'm just letting it cool for a few minutes. How's everything going there? It's a little quiet, you know, just me and Dad. We miss you.
I think it was you who ate the pie, dear.
I did not. Dad was there. Ask him. Oh, I gotta go, Mom. Okay, honey, love bye. You. Bye.
Hasn't she made that stuffing like 1,000,000 times before?
For gifts that win this season, shop unbeatable deals at Going On by Dick's Sporting Goods. Save big on athletic apparel and footwear from top brands. Plus, take an extra 25% off all apparel. Hurry, get these holiday deals before they're gone.
This holiday season, Ford wants to help you shine bright. So, this Black Friday, choose a vehicle in stock or simply place a custom order. Lock in your rate and you're protected, even if rates go up before your order comes in. Plus, thousands of vehicles are arriving daily, just in time for the holidays. This Black Friday, lock in this low rate on a new 2022 Ford SUV. Hurry, choose from over 7,000 Ford trucks and SUVs, only at your Carolina Ford dealer.
Chances are you're getting ready for Thanksgiving. Turkey, cranberry sauce, pumpkin pie. But did you know those things weren't even on the table for that first feast? We connected us on why we eat what we eat on Thanksgiving. See the difference tomorrow morning on Wake Up Charlotte.
We come on the air at 4:30 as we continue to follow breaking news of a helicopter crash on 77, killing 2 people on board. This happened near the nation's Ford Road exit just before noon. You're looking at a live picture right now. It's causing some major backups as people try to navigate. However, we have just heard from CMPD that 2 lanes have reopened on 77 southbound, easing traffic congestion just a bit for people on the roads there.
Just a very little bit, though, obviously would still avoid that area. Of course, the big loss here, this is what we're learning here, the victims of this helicopter crash. 2 victims identified as WBTV meteorologist Jason Myers and their helicopter pilot Chip Tayag. WBTV is releasing the statement today telling us that they are grieving a terrible loss. They do confirm that their news chopper Sky 3 crashed late Tuesday morning. 2 of those employees on board, meteorologist Jason Myers, as we mentioned, pilot Chip Tayag, lost their lives, they say. They say that they are working to comfort their families in this difficult time. Finishing here by saying we appreciate the outpouring of support for our staff and your continued prayers for their families. And we certainly are sending our prayers. And we're trying to dive into the investigation that will continue now that this crash has happened. We do have crews spread out at various scenes around the area trying to dive into what is going to happen going forward now.
I think that, everyone wants to know why.
Yes.
Why did this happen? What caused it? So let's get out to Shamaria Morrison. Shamaria, we heard from CMPD earlier. Police are teaming up in this investigation. FAA and NTSB, they're taking the lead on it.
Yeah, they are taking the lead on it. You still have some local law enforcement, first responders. They're still out here right now. So, they are still involved with what's happening here. They were actually some of the people who continue to block off the immediate area where the crash was. I kind of just want to give you what that proximity looked like when we first got to the scene just around 12:30, a little bit after the crash happened. You have a local charter school that's in the area. You have large buildings that are also in the area. There is an immigration service that's also in that area. So what we do know, at least from witness testimony, is that, the pilot who unfortunately died in this crash, circled around prior. You'll hear soon from a victim or someone, who witnessed that crash. But I actually want to give you all a look at what it looks like right now out here. So we have some drone video that our chief photographer actually took some video of, and you can kind of just see what the lay of the land looks like right now. It's not much different from that live view that you were seeing right behind my shoulder. We don't know any of the whys, but what I can tell you is, as we've been out here reporting, so has WBTV, those impacted by it. It's immeasurable. We can't know how they feel, but to have empathy for them right now as they report on their own colleagues. It's just a lot. All the media outlets here who are lined up at 77, we've given hugs, we've given our condolences, and I can tell you, speaking to a former WBTV colleague, they talked about just how much hurt it is in their newsroom right now. So our prayers are with them. And now I kind of want you to take a listen to someone who actually witnessed the crash that happened around noon today.
My impression is that he apparently knew he was in trouble, and he circled looking for a place to put that down. And on the second circle, I don't think he had any choice. It was going down, and he got it just off the highway and avoided it. Could have injured a lot of people.
Pilot tried to avoid injuring anyone else and putting anyone else in danger. And if that is truly the case, then that pilot is a hero in my eyes.
Yeah, a hero to all of us. We've been out here for a few hours now. I'm on Tyvola Road. What you see behind me is I-77 southbound. And as we've been out here, we have been seeing crews prep for what you just talked about, what you broke at the top of that 30-minute mark about the roads opening. Cars haven't started coming through yet, but I'm going to take a step out of the camera frame so you can see what we're seeing. You see those 2 lanes. They're being prepared to be open, and it'll go right by the crash. And so if there's anyone listening, or you have a family member who's probably going down this way, remind them to please just continue, because looking out your window trying to catch a glimpse will just hold up traffic that's been held up now, honestly, at this point for hours. But we continue to stay here at the scene, and we'll give you updates as they become available. Live in Charlotte, Shamari Morrison, WCNC Charlotte.
Shay, thank you so much. So yeah, we were seeing there with Shay's picture, it looks like they're preparing to open those 2 lanes. I know CMPD had tweeted that the lanes were open.
Right, they're not open just yet.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of maneuvering, of course. I mean, to get things going again on a major interstate that has been closed for several hours, as Shay has been talking about. Really just seeing a lot of backups everywhere in that South Charlotte area.
So keep in mind that the shutdown is happening, right now. So it's 4:35, it's rush hour. Of course, on top of the fact that it's a busy time for travel for Thanksgiving. So we want to check in with Julia Kaufman. And Julia, you are getting a look at the traffic, and I think it's so important to say, you're seeing people not behave so neighborly. And I would just, I'm concerned for you, so make sure you're in a safe place. But also, I think the message that you're sending is really important, that people need to remember. Put this in perspective. This is as a result of 2 people who lost their lives today.
Exactly. It's horrible news. And we actually just spoke with the driver as he had his car in parked because the backups here on Presley Road are so bad. He said he was seeing other drivers be pretty neighborly, letting each other in when they were trying to turn left and helping. He said they felt like they were working together to try to get through this traffic. We have witnessed quite the opposite. We've seen drivers driving erratically, fast, going on the wrong side of the road to try to beat people out, illegally U-turning. So it can get really dangerous. People, understandably are impatient and frustrated, but keep in mind the larger picture here. We don't want any more tragic news. We don't want any car accidents or anyone hurt. So please be careful, be patient. As you just heard, CMPD did announce that they are opening 2 of those left lanes on 77 South. This is 77 South behind us. We are on the overpass on Presley Road. As you can see, there are still backups. This is by exit 6B on 77 South. We are still seeing emergency crews, police trying to push through these cars that are parked and stopped. I'm going to read a tweet that was just put out a couple minutes ago by the North Carolina Department of Transportation. They said the 2 left lanes are open on 77 South near Nations Ford Road. The right lane and entrance ramp from Tyvola to 77 South will stay closed until 6 a.m. Wednesday. So please plan accordingly. So because of these shutdowns and these backups on 77, we are seeing backups here on South Tryon, South Boulevard. Presley Road that we're on is one of those connector streets. People try to cut through from Clanton to South Tryon using Presley Road, and it's not much of a cut through right now. People are still crawling here and having to basically put their car in park. So just keep in mind, as we've been saying, be patient. Even if you think you know a cut through or a shortcut, it's still probably going to have traffic. So just keep that in mind as you plan your trips tonight.
Julia Kaufman, thanks so much. Some good information there. So let's bring in KJ Jacobs. And KJ, you've been tracking the impact that the traffic is having. So now we know they're getting some things moving. What are you seeing out there?
Guys, yeah, some of the lanes are starting to open back up now. We just got that information about 5 to 10 minutes ago in terms of I-77 from Tyvola Road. 2 lanes will be opening soon. And if we have a live picture, if we could take that, I'd love to see what it looks like outside right now. And then we'll come back to the maps just to give you an idea of how traffic is flowing on the road. I understand Shamari Morrison was at Tyvola Road, right at that overpass on I-77. So right there, we can see those 2 lanes are now back open. You can see crews are off to the side. Just about an hour or so ago, they were putting those cones out to prepare for these 2 lanes to reopen. So Traffic is moving slowly. If you are going to head on southbound, just continue to use caution if you will hit the roads this evening. Meanwhile, just know it's going to take several hours before we start to see traffic moving to any sense of normalcy for the rest of tonight. So let's bring it to the maps now. And the map does indicate the road is back open. We had this purple shading right there on I-77. It's now red. That means traffic is moving. Nonetheless, it's stop and go. This is Nations Ford Road. The crash happened right there between I-77 southbound and Nations Ford Road, headed in the southbound direction as well. So let's broaden out the picture. If you have to be out today, tonight, if you have to go anywhere, the average speed is about 5 to 10 miles per hour, so it is a slow go, especially on the south and southwest part of town. Anywhere from, say, Woodlawn Road, South Boulevard, headed towards the airport. As we all know, we're coming up on Thanksgiving. Many of us have a flight to catch. You may want to add an extra hour to your drive time to the airport, in addition to getting through the checkpoints and making your flight on time. So just keep an eye out for any updates on your flights headed out of CLT for this evening. But I-85, seems to be okay. There are some workaround roads, but just know from those live pictures we've shown you, there are backups all over town. Another image, guys, very quickly. If you are going to be traveling around, take the big loop. Take the loop, the inner loop around I-85 on the east side of town. Avoid the west and southwest side of town if you can.
KJ, thanks so much. A really quick update, because within the last 5 minutes, NCDOT tweeting out that yes, the 2 left lanes of 77 South near Nations Ford Road are open. However, the right lane and the entrance ramp from Tyvola Road to 77 South, that will remain closed, we're being told, until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. So keep that in mind.
And that would certainly make sense considering the timeline we're hearing from NTSB, their investigator who's en route to be here tonight, but also working tomorrow morning too. And we're going to talk about that right now, that investigation.
Yeah, and CMPD is working alongside, as you mentioned, the NTSB and the FAA. They're trying to figure out, and it's what all of us are asking, why did this happen and how did this happen? What caused it?
Our Jesse Pierre has been diving into that, picking up our live team coverage to talk about this investigation aspect. And it could be quite a while before we actually get some real answers, Jesse.
Absolutely. It could take months, and there's a lot of work ahead. Again, federal agents are expected to arrive sometime tonight, and they're expected to do an initial assessment at the scene of the crash site. Now, you know, having investigators of the FAA and the National Transportation Safety Board involved is standard protocol when you have accidents involving aircrafts. So again, there is a lot of work ahead. Investigators will need to take pictures at the scene. We'll need to review flight logs, maintenance records, and really get all of the data that they need to determine a probable cause. Now, the wreckage will be recovered and moved to an off-site location for further analysis. And right now, CMPD, Charlotte Fire Department, and North Carolina Highway Patrol are working to keep that crash site secure, but also, you know, working to get that traffic flow moving to make sure that is working properly for drivers. Again, federal investigators are on their way. There is a lot of work ahead to determine what caused the chopper to go down. Sending it back to you.
All right, Jesse, thank you so much for keeping us updated on that investigation.
And it's something that we're all wanting to know the answers to for sure. Yeah. We're going to take a quick break, but we want to leave you with the images of these 2 who died in that helicopter crash. Chip Tayag, the pilot, and meteorologist from BTV, Jason Myers, their lives cut tragically short in that helicopter crash this afternoon. And of course, I mean, our hearts are heavy. Our hearts are with them. Our thoughts are with them. Our prayers are with their families. We're thinking about their work family as well. BTV, we know this is a difficult day, and it will be difficult in the days and the months ahead. We stand with you during this devastating time. We'll be right back.
It's College Week on Wheel.
You claim to have missed only 3 questions on your SATs.
It's my only academic flex. What can I say?
I missed name and address.
Tonight at 7 on WCNC Charlotte.
There are 50,000 ER visits each year
because of carbon monoxide.
We don't want your family to experience that. That's why we're coming to your home
to inspect your furnace
and make sure your family stays safe this winter.
Family is everything.
Family is everything.
This is Todd. And this is Sarah.
She's leaving for Paris.
But this isn't your classic holiday rom-com. It's a Nissan Aventas.
Seriously?
Featuring the Nissan Rogue. And more standard power than a CR-V.
This is a love emergency.
Don't let true love or these offers get away.
Get $500 holiday bonus cash on select models.
Your Medicare plan should help you feel protected. If you have Medicare and Medicaid, call us to learn how an Aetna Medicare Advantage plan could offer you more coverage, like a quarterly allowance to use on healthy food through a prepaid card. Covered dental services, such as x-rays, cleanings, fillings, crowns, implants, and dentures. And $0 copays on covered Part D prescriptions at in-network pharmacies. Call Aetna today at 1-888-28-AETNA.
WeatherTech gift cards have the power to wow everyone on your holiday list, offering a variety of American-made products.
WeatherTech, nice.
Like floor liners, cargo liner, tablet holder, boot tray, cup phone, sink mat, pet feeding system, anti-fatigue comfort mat, and more. Order the WeatherTech gift card instantly for the perfect gift at WeatherTech.com.
Chevy Silverado. It's got the power you want and the capability you need to do the job, so you can get to the important work. Find new moments, find new roads. Get $1,500 total cash allowance on all 2022 Silverado pickups with a 2.7-liter turbo engine. Plus, unlock your code to claim $500 Chevy Cyber Cash. See your Carolina Chevy dealers.
Mr. Jenkins told me
carbon monoxide leaks are the worst part of the heating season.
But we are safety experts. Let us certify your furnace family safe.
A safe family is a happy family.
We know we have families too.
Chances are you're getting ready for Thanksgiving. Turkey, cranberry sauce, pumpkin pie. But did you know those things weren't even on the table for that first feast? We connected us on why we eat what we eat on Thanksgiving. See the difference tomorrow morning on Wake Up Charlotte.
Welcome back. We continue to follow this tragic helicopter crash. Just shocking and devastating, and a crash that has taken the lives of 2 WBTV employees.
And this helicopter crash obviously causing impacts. The bigger picture is that these 2 lives are lost, but as a result of this, there are colossal traffic backups.
So we want to get over to our Brianna Harper, who is over at 485 right now, to give us kind of a look at what you're seeing out there. We know 485 is kind of part of that suggested detour.
The detour, right? But
that NCDOT was suggesting. So where are you at specifically, Bree, and what are you seeing there?
Yeah, Vanessa and Carolyn, I'm right near the interchange of 485 and Tryon Street. Right here to my right is the I-485 inner loop entrance, and then a little bit further down here is the I-485 outer entrance. As KJ had mentioned earlier, that I-85 could be a roundabout to avoid 77, but if you take a look now, you can see Tryon Street, of course, backed up, as well as folks trying to avoid 77 to get into town from different ways. So as we mentioned, some of the lanes on 77 have started to open, but of course that will take some time for traffic to flow and successfully have cars moving. So until the meantime, we're continuing to see these backups on the side streets in order to have people get to their destinations. And of course, it's just before 5 o'clock as folks are getting out of work. We're starting to hit the peak of that traffic. So you want to make sure that you are looking at those detours, trying to get around to avoid where that traffic is backing up as much as you can. So again, I-485 outer is one option for you. Also, you can take South Tryon Street as well. So we'll keep you updated as the traffic continues to flow and where you can get your best bet to get to where you need to go.
All right, so Breeze, right there, sounds like that one exit before you would get back on 77 if you were taking that detour.
And that's that
very
10 miles, right? The 10 miles that you have to go to get around it.
Very congested.
We continue to follow this tragic breaking news. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
WCNC Charlotte and Belk are teaming up for the Magical Toy Drive. Go to any Charlotte area Belk store and donate a new unwrapped toy by December 16th. With the Magical Toy Drive, together, we're making a difference for children this Christmas.
Are you suffering from neuropathy? Tingling, numbness in your feet and ankles? Then call our clinic right now and find out if you qualify for regenerative medicine. Regenerative medicine restores the body's tissue and nerves, allowing them to heal naturally and may even return your feet to normal. No surgery and no addictive medication. Not everyone qualifies for this treatment. Call our clinic right now to see if this amazing new treatment is right for you.
I wish I could say I didn't know how hard it is to feed my family during the holidays.
Hey, Dad, can we make cookies?
But I've been there. Sure, honey. That's why I love to give back this time of year. I know no gesture is too small, and so does Food Lion.
So I like to go.
When you donate a Food Lion Feeds box, you're filling tables and hearts with hope this holiday season. Food Lion Feeds, here for every moment.
The Internet of Things is evolving, creating the Internet of You. And Spectrum, America's leading internet provider, is bringing you seamless connectivity across all your devices. Introducing Spectrum One, Spectrum Internet with speeds of 300 megabits, advanced Wi-Fi, and Spectrum Mobile Unlimited, all for just $49.99 a month. Call 833-673-4999. Spectrum Internet delivers the fastest speeds in the nation for smoother surfing, streaming, gaming, and more. Advanced Wi-Fi provides enhanced security and privacy that automatically blocks threats to protect all of your devices. And Spectrum Mobile gives you unlimited talk, text, and data with reliable nationwide 5G coast to coast. Switch now. Call 833-673-4999. At Spectrum, it's not just about connecting things, it's about connecting you. Get it all with Spectrum One, Spectrum Internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and one line of Spectrum Mobile Unlimited for $49.99 a month. Call 833-673-4999 or visit a Spectrum store today.
This holiday season, Ford wants to help you shine bright. So, this Black Friday, choose a vehicle in stock or simply place a custom order. Lock in your rate and you're protected, even if rates go up before your order comes in. Plus, thousands of vehicles are arriving daily, just in time for the holidays. This Black Friday, lock in this low rate on a new 2022 Ford SUV. Hurry, choose from over 7,000 Ford trucks and SUVs, only at your Carolina Ford dealer.
It's clearly time. It's bro time. Call 800-4COIT or visit Coit.com for 35% off.
The people you trust Coit.
The Carolina Chevy Storm Tracker, only on WCNC Charlotte.
Hello everyone, Fred Shropshire here with messages that are pouring in tonight for the two men aboard that helicopter, Jason Myers and Chip Tayag, many saying they are praying for their families. CMPD Chief Johnny Jennings saying in part, our friends at WBTV are in our thoughts and prayers. I know Chip and Jason were valued team members and we mourn with you. What an unimaginable loss during what's typically a season of togetherness. Huntersville Fire saying the men and women of HFD grieving alongside our WBTV family. We stand alongside you. And Dave says this sounds like an amazing heroic effort to not cause any harm to others on the ground at the time of crash. Alyssa says these people put their lives on the line to update us on news and traffic. Prayers to their families. Many people calling the pilot Chip Tayag a hero for making his split-second decision to crash into a plot of land where there weren't any people.
Yeah, heroic indeed.
Just, the thought to do that in those moments, it's just miraculous. Fred, thanks.
And so Fred is showing, just how big of an impact this is having on our community. And really, we're also hearing from folks who knew the people, the lives lost themselves.
Our very own Coach Lamont, you've seen him here on the air on WCNC Charlotte. He shared his memories of the pilot who lost his life, saying he was skilled, he was a professional who was passionate about his job.
He was a fantastic guy. Every day he showed up in his aviation uniform. And you could see him walking through the building, and you knew that he was experienced. You knew that this was a man of not many words, but he knew his responsibilities. He knew exactly what he was there to do.
WBTV posting on their website about Chip Teague, saying 20 years of experience. He was a 20-year experienced helicopter pilot, and you see that in the moments right before the crash where he navigated to make sure that other lives were not lost.
Saving countless lives. And we're also hearing from the Charlotte chapter of the National Association of Hispanic Journalists, releasing the statement here saying in part that they are saddened to hear about the loss of their journalism colleagues, WBTV meteorologist Jason Myers and pilot Chip Teague, in this helicopter crash. They say that their hearts go out to the families and to their colleagues at WBTV who have shown tremendous grace and professionalism in covering this tragic story. They go on to say that we will keep everyone in our thoughts and prayers. And we are certainly keeping the WBTV family in our thoughts and prayers as well.
Let's get a check of your forecast. Here's Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich.
Yeah, a tough day in the Carolinas. The weather continues to be ideal out there, at least right now, for travel conditions. We've got mostly dry conditions, though a few sprinkles popping up here in the Piedmont. It's been noticeably warmer today. You probably noticed that the second you went out the door, and you could see those little bit of showers moving through. Julia Coffin telling me earlier she had a few sprinkles over here not too far from the station as that little batch of light rain moves through. There are a lot of high clouds out there. Those clouds are moving out pretty quickly, and as we go into tonight, those clouds will probably stay with us for a while. Temperatures will be slow to fall. Still expect upper 30s in the morning, but we're seeing the milder air move in, and that will really show itself tomorrow with mostly sunny skies and temperatures in the mid 60s. So a really mild afternoon, but rain chances start to creep up after Thanksgiving. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we're going to see some rain around here. Now, the first couple of systems kind of miss us to the south, so Florida sees some rain tonight, tomorrow, other system back to the west, but both of these stay away from us through Thanksgiving Day. But Friday, there's the rain. It's not too far away. We'll see some of it on Friday. Then another little system looks like late Saturday, early Sunday. So no washouts in the forecast this weekend, but certainly going to see at least a chance of rain as we go into late Friday and then again going into Sunday. Quick look at the 7-day forecast. Safe travels out there. I know it's a tough day and the roads are kind of tough right now with all the backups, but the weather should not be a significant impact on that until maybe later this weekend, guys.
All right. Good to hear, Brad. Thank you so much. We appreciate that update.
And we just want to remind everyone that this is all about these two, the victims of this helicopter crash, BTV employees Chip Teague and Jason Myers. We'll be right back.
This is Todd. And this is Sarah.
She's leaving for Paris.
But this isn't your classic holiday rom-com. It's a Nissan Avantage.
Seriously?
Featuring the Nissan Rogue. And more standard power than a CR-V.
This is a love emergency.
Don't let true love or these offers get away.
Get 2.19% financing for 36 months on Rogue.
We've got questions about Medicare plans.
Well, we've got a lot of answers. How can I help?
Well, for starters, do you have a Medicare plan I can actually afford?
How about a plan with a $0 monthly premium?
Well, that's a great start. What other benefits can we get?
Things like dental, vision, and hearing. But let me help you pick the plan that's right for you.
Call 1-844-979-2744 to get answers to your questions and pick a plan that's right for you. And let's make healthier happen together.
Hi, honey. Hey, Mom. How's it going? Did Nana stuffing have rosemary or thyme? Both. Yeah, both, of course.
Oh, you found them.
Yeah, I got it.
Let me see it. Okay. I like it short. Really? Hello again. Is it 300 or 350? 350. We had the best time. Look.
I'm just letting it cool for a few minutes.
How's everything going there?
It's a little quiet, you know, just me and Dad.
We miss you. I think it was you who ate the pie, dear.
I did not. Dad was there. Ask him. Oh, I gotta go, Mom. Okay, honey,
Love
bye.
you.
Bye.
Hasn't she made that stuffing like 1,000,000 times before?
GMC Terrain. Ready for any terrain. Premium and capable. That's professional grade from GMC. Get 3.9% APR financing for 72 months and no monthly payments until 2023 on Terrain models. Professional grade SUV of the Carolina Panthers.
Being dependable, being trustworthy makes you depend-worthy. 1 hour heating and air.
When did you know what you wanted to be?
Hey, Mom, the weather's on!
WCNC Charlotte's chief meteorologist, Brad Panovich, always knew what he was meant to do.
All right, don't forget your umbrella.
In fact, he joined the American Meteorological Society when he was 13. Now Brad is all grown up. You can see him right here on WCNC Charlotte, making sure you're informed and safe.
Hey, where did all my hair go?
Experience the difference.
Now at 5, we are continuing to follow this breaking news. A helicopter crash on Interstate 77, killing 2 people on board. This happened near the Nations Ford Road exit just before noon. Here's a live look at the scene right now. You can see causing major backups, people trying to navigate around this. We're going to get an update on traffic in just a moment.
We are, of course, too, following the lives lost. We are learning more about them. This is hitting pretty close to home for a lot of us in the journalism community. We've learned that this chopper belongs to TV station WBTV, and those 2 victims have been identified as WBTV meteorologist Jason Myers and their helicopter pilot Chip Teague. They are releasing this statement, the station is, saying, quote, "The WBTV family is grieving a terrible loss. Our news helicopter Sky 3 crashed late Tuesday morning with 2 of our colleagues on board. Meteorologist Jason Myers and pilot Chip Teague lost their lives. We are working to comfort their families in this difficult time. We appreciate the outpouring of support for our staff and your continued prayers for their families." The big question, of course, is why did this happen? We know the investigation is underway. We know that there are some traffic impacts, as we alluded to, because of this investigation. So our crews have been out at different locations trying to gather the very latest.
But I think, you know, the heart of this is why.
Yes.
Why something so terrible. So let's go to Shamari Morrison. Shay, you have been out there since, I mean, almost immediately you sprung into action trying to get to that scene. Obviously, you had trouble getting there as well because of the backups, but you've been on scene there all day. So what are you hearing? And I want to ask you, too, about this is a unique situation because WBTV is experiencing this tragedy, but also having to report on it at the same time.
Yeah, they are. They're actually right beside me now. They're live on their air. You know, they have been talking about what kind of impacts their colleagues have had on their lives. We've seen a lot of them posting on social media talking about just how wonderful these 2 men were. Former and present WBTV people are talking about such a loss that they're having here. You know, it takes so much to be able to report on something like this, and so our prayers and our hearts are out with them right now. And we are all here right now on the overpass. This is where the accident happened, the crash, I should say, happened. And what you can see behind me is the backup of traffic. That was expected because for hours, this entire portion of 77 was cut off. You know, we've had some drone video to show you of what this looks like, some of that thing. So at least 2 lanes right now are open. It's still slow going. This is some drone video that our chief photographer was able to get of the area. I want to give you a visual as you look at this video of the things that were around this crash. And so you had businesses, you had a local charter school that happened right there. And what we're going to actually have you listen to is someone who witnessed the plane crash.
My impression is that he apparently knew he was in trouble and he circled looking for a place to put that down. And on the second circle, I don't think he had any choice. It was going down, and he got it just off the highway and avoided it. Could have injured a lot of people.
Pilot tried to avoid injuring anyone else and putting anyone else in danger. And if that is truly the case, then that pilot is a hero in my eyes.
A hero to many, and I should correct myself, a helicopter crash. I'm actually going to step out of the way just so you all can get a look and a feel of what traffic looks like. All you can see are brakes. That's an indentation or indication that this is just stop and go traffic. So if you can take other ways or traffic routes, it's best if you do, because you'll probably still be on 77 South for a long time. Reporting live in Charlotte, Shamaria Morrison, WCNC Charlotte.
Shay, thank you so much. Yeah, so we see there the backups in that live look. We are seeing some improvements with the lane closures on 77, but really just an area you don't want to be right now, at least, and really South Charlotte, all of those major thoroughfares backed up.
In general, I mean, it's rush hour, so just on a typical day, 5 o'clock this time, it's really touch and go out there on the roads for sure. But then add on top of it, we've got the busy rush for Thanksgiving. So it is chaotic out there. So let's check in with Julia Kaufman. So Julia, you've been out there and you've kind of seen two things. Some being neighborly, or you've heard that people are being kind to their fellow drivers. But on the flip side of that, you've seen some people really behaving badly.
Exactly, Carolyn. Especially here on Presley Road, people have been driving erratically, but we're also seeing it on 77 South. We're on the overpass, so we're just above 77 South near exit 6B. So it looks like it's cleared up, maybe partly because of the reopening of two of the lanes on 77 South. To give you perspective, these cars are going toward where the crash site happened, about 2 miles up the road. But what you can't see is just around this bend on 77 South, it is backing up. We're seeing red lights. So this could create a dangerous situation. You guys know how it is driving in rush hour. You see a break in the traffic. Drivers get excited and start speeding up just to then slam on their brakes. So that's when accidents could happen. Another concerning thing we're seeing is this exit 6B. Cars are giving up on this backup and they're trying to pull off back onto 77, which could also cause an accident. So really dangerous situation down on 77 South. During some points up here on Presley Road, we're seeing cars get frustrated with the backup that's happening here because behind us is South Tryon. They're getting frustrated, and so they're pulling off onto the other side of the road and speeding off. Also dangerous. So pack your patience. It's rush hour. It's going to be a little bit worse than usual because of, you know, this tragic thing that happened. So just keep that in mind as you try to be respectful, be neighborly as you make your way home.
Julia, such good reminders for everyone. Thanks so much. Let's bring in KJ Jacobs. So KJ, you've been tracking the impact that this is having on traffic, not just along I-77 in South Charlotte, but really how it's like spreading to the rest of the areas.
Guys, traffic is chaotic all over town. It is going to be a long night for so many people, so let's get right to the maps right now. And you can see the crash happened right there between Nations Ford Road and Tyvola, and that's on I-77. The icon indicates where the crash occurred. All around it, from South Boulevard to Woodlawn to Tryon, especially on the south side of town, we have traffic backups, and it's touch and go all over town. And you can see right now it only covers about 6 miles from Woodlawn down to the 485 loop. Is where we have the heaviest of the traffic, but so many people have now made that detour on the 485 on the southwest side of town. So now we're looking at some major delays there as well, coming in with the average speed at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. So there's a little give and take in terms of the speed right now coming in just along I-77 with those 2 lanes now back open near Tyvola as well Nations Ford Road right near the accident. So that is helping to alleviate some traffic in regards to the accident. Now with some flights, you headed to the airport for tonight. Wilkinson Boulevard seems to be the best bet Nonetheless, you'll want to add about 45 minutes to an hour to your drive just to make sure you get there on time. Guys?
All right, KJ, thank you so much. Yeah, we're keeping an eye on those lane closures right now, and you had heard that it's going to be a while for actually 77.
So the ramp, the Tyvola ramp onto 77 is expected to be closed until at least 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Our thoughts are probably that that's NTSB, the investigators are on their way in, and they said that they would be needing to be on the scene there tonight and then throughout the morning.
Yeah, a lengthy investigation to come. We showed you our app. We do have the traffic closures and the detours.
It's really handy to be able to get on that app and see exactly what's going on and what's closed. So download that, and it's free to do so.
Yes, and so you talked about this investigation and the timeline. We're starting to get an idea of when things started to happen.
Fred Shropshire here, and Fred, you're going to walk us through this whole timeline and exactly what happened and when.
Yeah, so we've been following this since the very beginning. As you say, we hear traffic on the scanner, and we hear things, we have to confirm things as we go through our news gathering process. And so here's what we can confirm. At 11:50 this morning, the chopper from WBTV took off, and 6 minutes later, the FAA lost contact with that helicopter as it was flying over South Charlotte. 2 minutes later, at 11:58, that is when dispatchers received a call. Multiple emergency crews responding to that crash site. And later, at 1:48, the NTSB confirmed that it was investigating a crash that involved the chopper belonging to our friends over at WBTV. Around 3:10, that's about an hour ago, or more than an hour ago or so, WBTV confirmed the identities of the victims, who we now know are meteorologist Jason Myers and pilot Chip Teag. Our continued thoughts and prayers go out to them and their families. I do know that that is one of the things that we take into consideration, and one of the difficulties even that news team over there takes into consideration, notifying next of kin. So their family members had to be notified before we could even on this end respectfully confirm their identities and share them with you. But our continued thoughts and prayers to our friends over at WBTV during this very difficult time. This timeline ongoing, this investigation, it will continue as the NTSB learns more information, checks maintenance logs, checks flight logs, and who else has handled that helicopter. We'll know more, and as we learn more, we'll add it to update you as well.
Fred, thanks so much. And you're right. This is going to progress for quite some time. We do know that right now CMPD is working alongside the FAA and the National Transportation Safety Board. Those two organizations actually leading the investigation. They're trying to figure out what we're all trying to figure out. What happened, why it happened, and how it happened.
Yeah, and our Jesse Pierre has been diving into that aspect for us. So Jesse, what have you learned about the investigation that's to come and all the different agencies that will be involved?
Well, the investigation will take some time. On average, that could last 12 months to 2 years, depending on the work that comes ahead. Now, right now, the role of CMPD is really to help with the traffic flow, but to keep that scene, that crash site secure until those federal agents get there and can get to work. Charlotte Fire and North Carolina Highway Patrol also helping CMPD with this. Now, the National Transportation Safety Board and the FAA's involvement is standard protocol when there is a crash that involves an aircraft. Now, you can expect investigators to do an initial assessment while they at the scene of the crash, and the wreckage will also be recovered and taken to an off-site location for more studies for further analysis. And with lane closure, CMPD Chief Jennings says it is better to avoid the area, and you can expect heavy traffic backup. Now, investigators will determine again what caused the chopper to go down. They will be taking pictures at the scene. Like I said, they'll be reviewing flight logs and maintenance records and really getting all of the data that they need to determine the probable cause of this crash. Sending it back to you live in South Charlotte, Jesse Pierre, WCNC Charlotte.
Jesse, thanks for that information. And we're going to take a quick break, but we want to leave you with these images of the two who lost their lives. This is Chip Tayag and Jason Myers. Their lives cut tragically short today in that helicopter crash that happened this afternoon. These photos actually taken, the two of them together in April. Our thoughts, our prayers, our love is with their families and the BTV family. We'll be right back.
Next Jeopardy! 11 wins, over $350,000. Super champion Chris Panullo returns.
A very impressive run.
Can he continue? Next Jeopardy! Tonight at 7 on WCNC Charlotte.
If your shower or bath looks like this, it's time for an upgrade. Hey everybody, Joe here with BJ Worzen, owner of West Shore Home, to talk about how West Shore is evolving the customer experience to provide seamless remodeling projects to homeowners all across America. BJ.
Joe, we know a lot of people are looking to knock out some remodeling projects before the holidays get here. But the busyness of those holidays can really slow down those plans. So I want to let everybody know they can get those projects done right now and it won't be a big disruption to their life.
Well, BJ, how are you doing that?
So everything we do is designed to be fast, easy, and convenient for our customers. And it all starts with that initial call. Pick up the phone and call the number on the screen right now. It'll be answered by a live representative. They'll be able to answer all your questions about the shower bath project, but more importantly, find a time to have one of our design consultants come out to the home for that free in-home consultation. We even do evening and Saturday appointments to make it most convenient for the homeowner.
In that design consultation, that's where the homeowner chooses the styles and options to create a bath space that they're really going to love.
Right, we'll bring out one of these and let them design the bath of their dreams. They want to move forward. We have multiple financing options designed to fit any family's budget. And the best part is we have instant credit decision.
So no waiting, they'll know on the spot whether they're approved. Okay, how about financing offers? Do you got something special for us today?
We have something really special right now that we're doing just for the holiday season. It's going to be 18 months with no payments and no interest. That means you don't have to make a payment on this project until after next holiday season. And for a limited time, we're going to do free installation on all shower and bath projects.
Again, no worries about making a single payment until 18 months after the project is installed. That's incredible. BJ, thanks so much, folks. Shower and bath remodeling has never been easier. Call West Shore Home now and take advantage of this great offer. Call in now to get 18 months of no payments and no interest financing. Plus, you heard BJ, for a limited time, West Shore Home is doing free installation on all shower and bath projects. This is an offer you do not want to miss. Call West Shore Home now.
Chevy Silverado. It's got the power you want and the capability you need to do the job, so you can get to the important work. Find new moments, find new roads. Get $1,500 total cash allowance on all 2022 Silverado pickups with a 2.7-liter turbo engine. Plus, unlock your code to claim $500 Chevy Cybercash. Visit ChevyCybercash.com today.
Chances are you're getting ready for Thanksgiving. Turkey, cranberry sauce, pumpkin pie. But did you know those things weren't even on the table for that first feast? We connected dots on why we eat what we eat on Thanksgiving. See the difference tomorrow morning on Wake Up Charlotte.
Welcome back. We continue to learn more and more about this crash every minute.
So we have a lot of our team members out digging into different aspects of this very complex story. Our Nate Morabito is joining us now from the newsroom to talk about this specific type of helicopter, because it's been getting a bit of attention lately again with this crash.
Yeah, that's right. We spent the afternoon digging into the safety record of this particular make and model of helicopter. It's often used for not only TV news and traffic coverage, but tours and sightseeing as well. Federal data we've analyzed shows the Robinson R-44 has crashed more than any other helicopter since 2008, 480 times. This is now the 36th crash this year, according to the records we reviewed. Attorneys who filed lawsuits against the company told us the helicopter can be unforgiving even for the best pilots.
It's a helicopter that was designed to be affordable. And what's unfortunate about the helicopter is it also requires, what we're finding and what our experts tell us, is an exceptional ability to fly a helicopter. So you need to be not just the average, pilot, you need to have some exceptional skills in order to fly this helicopter. And that's because of the way that it was designed.
Now, federal data show the helicopter involved in today's crash was made in 1999. We've reached out to the manufacturer, Robinson Helicopter Company, for comment. That was a little after 4 o'clock today. We're still waiting to hear back, and I just want to point this out. I can't overstate this enough. The NTSB is just starting its investigation. We don't know what the cause was of this crash. We won't know for some time, but for context, we just thought this information was incredibly important to share tonight.
It is important insight.
And I do think, though, Nate, thank you. It's also important to mention, you heard the attorney there saying it takes an experienced pilot. This pilot, he was experienced, 20 years of experience being a helicopter pilot. So, of course, there's so many questions that we're all waiting to get answers.
Yeah, I know we had asked about the weather, and Brad seemed to think it was a fine weather day.
Yeah.
Although you said, Brad, that it really can't be ruled out, right? You don't want.
Yeah, investigators are never going to rule out something completely, even though it doesn't look like it was an issue just from, a glance at the conditions at the time. Helicopters are notoriously, they're tough and they're tough to fly in poor weather conditions. That's why you normally see them in low visibility, even rainfall, low cloud decks, because they require complete visibility because there's no instruments really for most of these aircraft. They're going to fly below the cloud level. You can see the clouds out there. They were pretty high today. They're going to continue to be out there for a while. You could see temperatures, though, very mild today. This was one of the warmer days we've seen in a while. In fact, temperatures got all the way up to 62, which is above our average high of 61. Now, this morning it was still crisp and cool at 31, below freezing, and that is below our average of 38. And we have seen a few sprinkles out there. A couple of these showers, mainly this afternoon, have been moving through the area. Very light rain. We've seen some of these show up on some of our Mr. Sparky Carolina Camera Network cameras as these little rain shafts have moved across the area. But it's really been this mid and high level cloud deck. They've been pretty high up there, so the ceilings are what we call pretty high, and pilots will look for how tall the base of the clouds are. Now tonight we'll see the clouds with us for most of the evening. They should begin to break by tomorrow morning. That will allow us still to cool down into the upper 30s, so noticeably warmer than the last several mornings where we've been below freezing, but that's actually closer to our average low for this time of year. But tomorrow, it's going to be one of the warmest days we've seen since the beginning of the month, with temperatures back into the mid, maybe even some upper 60s. Enough sunshine. I wouldn't be surprised to see a few 70s show up in some of our southeastern counties. Now, Thanksgiving Day looks dry as well, but as we go into Friday, Saturday, that's where the rain chances start to ramp back up. And where's that rain going to come from? Low pressure along the Gulf Coast. One area of low pressure is going to be down there. That's going to stay down there, but there's a stronger system back to the west, which will approach late Friday. We're still going to be okay for most of your Thursday, but you're starting to see some rain develop late Friday afternoon. Again, we might actually start the day dry on Friday, late day rain, then it dries out for Saturday early, then late in the day again, we see another batch of rain move in here. So right now, there's nothing that's overarching big storm system that would have a huge impact on travel coming back. But if we're going to see any, it's going to be on the tail end of the weekend, more so than going into it, because Thanksgiving Day is looking dry, low 60s, rain chances for Friday, and mainly some morning rain chances on Saturday before everything moves out. Here's a quick look at your 7-day forecast. Temperatures, again, pretty mild for this time of year. We're going to go back the other direction. After a cool middle of the month, temperatures should be back above average for most of this time period, guys.
Brad, thanks so much. This tragedy, this horrific helicopter crash claiming the lives of 2 employees at WBTV, rocking the community. We received this, or just got in this tweet from Charlotte Mayor Vi Lyles saying, quote, "Our deepest condolences to Jason and Chip's families and the entire WBTV team on the loss of these wonderful members of our community." It's a sentiment echoed by so many of us. We'll be right back.
Nothing that kid is telling me is true. Call Child Protective Services.
Can we talk?
Don't do this.
You said you'd help us, you lied! If you don't let us in there, your sister is going to die.
This Thanksgiving, NBC and Peacock are serving up something for everyone. The Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, the National Dog Show, and the Patriots-Vikings Nightcap. Touchdown! It's all Thanksgiving Day on NBC and Peacock.
When it's time to deep clean all the surfaces in your home, it's pro time. Call 800-4COIT or visit Coit.com for 35% off.
The people you trust Coit.
This holiday season, Ford wants to help you shine bright. So, this Black Friday, choose a vehicle in stock or simply place a custom order. Lock in your rate and you're protected, even if rates go up before your order comes in. Plus, thousands of vehicles are arriving daily, just in time for the holidays. This Black Friday, lock in this low rate on a new 2022 Ford SUV. Hurry, choose from over 7,000 Ford trucks and SUVs, only at your Carolina Ford dealer.
Hi, honey. Hey, Mom. How's it going? Did Nana's stuffing have rosemary or thyme? Both. Yeah, both, of course. Oh, you found them.
Yeah, I got it.
Let me see it. Okay. I like it short. Really? Hello again. Is it 300 or 350? 350. Look. I'm just letting it cool for a few minutes. How's everything going there? It's a little quiet, you know, just me and Dad. We miss you. I think it was you who ate the pie, dear. I did not. Dad was there. Ask him. Oh, I gotta go, Mom. Okay, honey, love you. Bye.
Hasn't she made that stuffing like 1,000,000 times before?
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away. Get 0% APR on the 2023 Tucson, plus 0 payments for 90 days. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
It's clearly time. It's bro time. Call 800-4-COIT or visit Coit.com for 35% off.
The people you trust Coit. The Carolina Chevy Storm Tracker, only on WCNC Charlotte.
Welcome back, everyone. Fred Shropshire here with messages coming into our newsroom tonight and throughout social media for the 2 men aboard that helicopter that belonged to WBTV that had Jason Myers and Chip Tayag aboard it. Many saying they are praying for their families. Take a look at the message here. This is from CMPD Chief Jennings. Our friends at WBTV News are in our thoughts and prayers. Know Chip and Jason were valued team members, and we mourn with you during this tragedy. What an unimaginable loss during what's typically a season of togetherness. We're here to support the WBTV team and their families. More statements coming in. This one from Huntersville Fire. The men and women of HFD are grieving alongside our WBTV News family this afternoon. Our community watches you every day, and you are in our homes. You are family. We stand alongside you. But all of these messages coming in following this terrible tragedy. Carolyn?
Just a big impact that we're seeing.
I think this is one of those kinds of incidents, and Fred, we talked about this earlier, where it's going to be felt not just today. It's going to be felt days, months, years, and we're just, there's nothing else to say, but just, it's tragic, and we're so sorry.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Savory Pork Chop Griller is back, only at Bojangles. It's bow time.
At the Volkswagen Sign Then Drive event, you can make maintenance cost worries so last year. Hurry in to lease a new 2023 Taos for 0 down, 0 deposit, 0 first month payment, and 0 due at signing. Limited inventory available.
For people who love their vehicles, there's only one name on their holiday list. WeatherTech. Laser-measured floor liners that fit perfectly in the front and rear. Seat protector to guard against spills and messes. Cargo liner, bump step, and no-drill mud flaps to protect the exterior. And Cup Phone keeps phones secure and handy. Shop for everyone on your list with American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
It hardly ever snows in our house this time of year, which can be a big bummer. But I still check every day, just in case. My mom says never give up, because the holidays are full of miracles. And they are, especially with my mom.
You're always there for them, and we're always here for you. Food Lion, here for every moment.
Chevy Silverado. It's got the power you want and the capability you need to do the job, so you can get to the important work. Find new moments, find new roads. Get $1,500 total cash allowance on all 2022 Silverado pickups with a 2.7-liter turbo engine. Plus, unlock your code to claim $500 Chevy Cyber Cash. See your Carolina Chevy dealers.
Attention homeowners, time is running out. New government regulations are driving HVAC prices higher. Call the pros at Brothers Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing today to beat the price increase by replacing that old, inefficient system with a new energy-efficient heating and cooling system before prices go up. If you call now, you'll receive a free furnace with select new cooling systems and a free Nest thermostat, only from Brothers. Call 800-849-2881 or visit brotherair.com to schedule your appointment.
At the Volkswagen Sign Then Drive event, you can make maintenance cost worries so last year. Hurry in to lease a new 2023 Tiguan for 0 down, 0 deposit, 0 first month's payment, and 0 due at signing.
Now at 5:30, we continue to follow the tragic breaking news. A helicopter crash claiming the lives of 2 WBTV employees, Chip Tyag and meteorologist Jason Myers.
And our newsroom is mourning alongside WBTV, who, by the way, has released a statement about this incident. It says, as you can see there on your screen, the WBTV family is grieving a terrible loss. They say that their news helicopter Sky 3 crashed late Tuesday morning. 2 of their colleagues on board, Jason Myers, as we told you, pilot Chip Tyag, losing their lives. They go on to say, we are working to comfort their families in this difficult time. We appreciate the outpouring of support for our staff and your continued prayers for their families.
Now, as this happened this afternoon, traffic certainly impacted. Major backups. We are starting to get a little bit of that traffic eased, but I mean, this really is what we should expect, not just now in rush hour, but in the hours ahead, because this is a long road ahead of us. So let's get out to Shamari Morrison, because Shay has been out there from the very beginning. And the question I think on everyone's mind, Shay, is what happened? Why did this happen and how this happened? And I think those are the things people want answered, but we're not going to get those answers anytime soon.
Yeah, we're not. You know, we have federal investigators who will be coming soon to the scene to give us some answers to this. But here's some of the things that we know right now. You talked about how we were on the scene fairly early, just a little bit after that crash happened. So much so that police were just putting up tape to get a perimeter on the area. And I'll give you some details about what was around the crash and what did not get hit in the crash, thanks to that pilot by a lot of accounts. So you have a charter school that was in the immediate area. There is also an immigration service area there as well. We have been shooting video all day of not only where the scene of the crash happened, but also some of the traffic that was backed up. You know, 77 for hours was shut off for the investigation. It is now reopened, 2 lanes. You'll start to see some of that traffic start to alleviate, but I want you to hear from someone who saw the crash himself.
My impression is that he apparently knew he was in trouble, and he circled looking for a place to put that down. And on the second circle, I don't think he had any choice. It was going down, and he got it just off the highway and avoided it. Could have injured a lot of people.
Pilot tried to avoid injuring anyone else and putting anyone else in danger. And if that is truly the case, then that pilot is a hero in my eyes.
Yes, a hero indeed. You know, we have been out here all day, and WBTV has been out here all day covering the tragic incident that's hitting so close to home to them. You know, we've all media here, we've shared hugs with them, a lot of them talking about the shock of it all, but also just telling the great stories about their colleagues gone too soon. Live in Charlotte, Shamaria Morrison, WCNC Charlotte.
Shay, thanks so much. I mean, the weight of that. I think people, you know, don't realize, and how would you, right? You see us as competitors, right? We're two different TV news stations, but really out there for reporters, these are their colleagues, these are their comrades, these are people who they see every single day, and it's such a loss to the journalism community for sure.
It hurts a lot. We saw behind Shay a look at that traffic. That, of course, is another big element, because as this investigation continues, there are some lane closures that will be necessary, it sounds like, for quite a bit. We are seeing some movement on 77 South again, but not very fast.
And I think it's just something that people need to realize. This is what's going to be for the next at least 12 hours, I'd say, if not longer. So Julia Kaufman's out there, and Julia, you have been out there for a few hours now, and you're seeing traffic being diverted. I mean, basically, they're trying to keep areas open, but that's clogging up other areas, so to speak, and really causing people to get a little rough out there with each other.
Exactly, Carolyn. We've seen some dangerous driving, some erratic driving. People are getting a little frustrated, maybe a little impatient while they're trying to make their way home from work. We already deal with traffic often because of rush hour here in Charlotte, but because of this tragic news, obviously we're seeing more intense backups. We're on Presley Road. Right behind me is South Tryon, where the McDonald's is. People are getting diverted. Police are diverting people away from Woodlawn and Tyvola roads, and because of that, they're using South Tryon and South Boulevard as detours. So we are seeing backups. Presley Road is by our station, WCNC Charlotte. I have never seen Presley Road this backed up before. People are getting on the wrong side of the road. They're illegally U-turning. They're speeding. I've seen some cars with their headlights off. So it can be really dangerous. We're urging people to be careful. I spoke with one driver earlier today that says usually takes him 10 minutes to get home. It was taking him 40 minutes going on to an hour earlier today.
Just trying to get home, and as soon as I can. Big Thanksgiving plans to travel tomorrow, so got to get home and get packed. An unfortunate situation, and it's good to remember that being in traffic is probably the least of our worries, you know, compared to what happened to those people today. So.
Exactly, puts things in perspective for us, why we're out here, the lives that were lost. Yes, it might be a little frustrating that it's going to take you longer to get home, but please be careful, because we don't want to see any accidents, any more people hurt because of erratic driving, guys.
So true. That was a great thing that guy said too, just putting it into perspective.
Right, the two people have lost their lives.
Yeah.
So the inconvenience and the frustration of being in traffic, yes, it's there, but just keep that in mind. And I think it'll make us behave better, right, KJ? We're hoping.
We're hoping, guys. We got that tragic news today, and as a result of the traffic backups around town, we do have a number of roads, about 40 events since this afternoon of accidents, crashes, as well as some roads that are blocked. And you cannot read the description here, but there are a number of accidents. Some cars have malfunctioned. If you're stuck in traffic, some people will likely have run out of gas. Just a number of things based on the backups we have seen so far today. But let's take a look at the maps right now, because the lines are red, and that's because a lot of stop and go traffic. So just to show you, the crash happened right by Tyvola and Nations Ford Road, in between the two. And we do have that on-ramp from Tyvola Road will remain shut down until tomorrow morning. However, 2 lanes on I-77 has since reopened within the last hour, so a little bit of relief on the roadways on I-77, but all roads are leading to I-77 at this hour. So to avoid additional backups, use caution no matter where you're going this evening, but also take a detour. You may want to take the long route around 485, perhaps move on the east side of town, not just because of the accident, but also think about all the people who are headed towards the west side of town, headed towards the airport. So that can alleviate additional holdups and backups and delays as well for anyone who is trying to catch a flight for tonight. Now, the average speed is about 5 to 10 miles per hour, so it is extremely low out there, so pack your patience. if you're going to be out this evening. If you don't have to be out, of course, we want to encourage you to stay home because of the major delays happening now. And you can see one of the detours to the airport or road you can take will be Wilkinson Boulevard, also I-85 southbound. But just know that some on-ramps are also shut down to hop on I-77 as well. So keep that in mind for that evening drive, guys.
All right, KJ, thank you. So a lot of detours that we've thrown out there. We've got information if you just want to see a list of it written down or typed out, rather, if you prefer. WCNC Charlotte mobile app is the place to go. You got the traffic conditions. We have the detours listed. We've got the maps so you can navigate that evening commute if you are going to try to venture out there. The app, of course, free download inside any of the app stores.
So the big question, right? What happened? Yeah. Why it happened, how it happened. Right now, CMPD, alongside the FAA and the National Transportation Safety Board, the NTSB, all trying to figure out exactly that.
And WCNC Charlotte's Jesse Pierre has been looking into that element for us. Jesse, we've heard that investigators have sent representatives from NTSB to come here by this evening.
They're on their way.
Yeah, and they're going to be going into the morning hours, it sounds like, with this investigation.
Exactly. Federal agents are on their way, and there's a lot of work ahead to really get to the bottom of, what happened here and, what caused this chopper to go down. Now, right now, CMPD is focused on keeping that scene secure until those federal agents arrive, and also working on, that traffic flow. Charlotte Fire and North Carolina Highway Patrol will also be helping CMPD with that traffic flow and keeping that scene secure until those agents get here. Now, the involvement of the National Transportation Safety Board and FAA is standard protocol when there is a crash or when there's an accident that does involve aircrafts. You can expect investigators to do an initial assessment when they arrive at that scene at the crash site, which is supposed to happen tonight. And they are expected to work through the morning, and who knows how many days they will be here. Now, the wreckage will be moved to an off-site facility for further analysis. Now, with these lane closures, you can expect traffic, you can expect some delays, and Chief Johnny Jennings says you want to make sure to avoid the area. Listen in.
Anyone who can avoid that area, if that's a route of your destination, please avoid that area if at all possible, because traffic is going to be backed up for some time, and I anticipate it going through rush hour and possibly through the night.
So again, investigators are expected to make it here tonight. They will work to determine what caused the chopper to go down. They'll be taking pictures at the scene, some of the work, reviewing flight logs, maintenance records, and getting all of the data to really determine a probable cause. Now, once a final report is complete, it will be released, but an average time frame could be a year, 2 years. It could take months again for that report to be complete. Live in South Charlotte, Jesse Pierre, WCNC Charlotte.
Jesse, thanks so much for the insight on that. And at this point, we're going to take a quick break, but we want to leave you with these images of these two victims, Chip Tayac and Jason Myers, their lives cut tragically short today, this afternoon, when that helicopter crashed. You can see these photos. They were taken together in April. Those smiles. It's just heartbreaking, and our thoughts are with the families, not just their families, but the BTV family as well. We'll be right back.
It's clearly time. It's bro time. Call 800-4-COIT or visit Coit.com for 35% off.
The people you trust Coit.
To build the all-new Honda CR-V Hybrid, we took everything you love about the CR-V and kicked it up a notch with excellent fuel efficiency and greater power. For a CR-V unlike any before, adventure confidently with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. The all-new CR-V and CR-V Hybrid, part of the Honda line of rugged vehicles. Visit your local Honda dealer where new vehicles are arriving daily. Buy online or reserve from select Honda dealers.
Hand in Stone is having a Black Friday weekend BOGO sale. So when you buy a gift card for that special someone, you get another gift card free.
Mom, what are you doing?
I
cut you a spot at Hand and Stone. Wait, really? Yes, and they were buy one, get one, so I thought... So I can bring Becca. Well, actually, Thanks, Mom. Alrighty.
Everyone agrees, nothing beats a Hand and Stone in-store BOGO.
Excitement is building in the Carolinas at Catawba Two Kings Casino, which offers 1,000 slot machines and even more reasons to visit. Enjoy electronic table games and a high-limit room backed by the friendliest staff around. Plus, a new member wins $1,000 in cash every day. Stack the cash Saturdays at Two Kings with prizes from $500 in free play to $15,000 cash. The action has never been closer. Take Exit 5 off 85. Two Kings is your everyday getaway.
When you need some time away from DIY, it's bro time. Call 800-4COIT or visit Coit.com for 30% off.
The people you trust Coit.
Welcome back. Certainly a heavy day for our Charlotte community, learning of this helicopter crash off of I-77 that took the lives of 2 WBTV employees. We've been following the investigation aspect, the traffic impacts. We know that our Brianna Harper is over at I-45. That is an area where we know that the detour was underway.
A detour is underway, and whenever you push people to one area, that area gets impacted as well. So what are you seeing? Has it gotten any better, Bree?
Well, Carolyn, it's been somewhat of a ripple effect. Obviously, people aren't taking 77, so 45 is a detour. You take a look behind me, I-45 inner is to the right here, and then a little bit further down the road is I-85 outer loop, and that is a way that you can access 77 southbound a little bit further for where this helicopter crash happened. But if you take a look here on South Tryon Street, you're starting to see the backups now. Plenty of red lights, plenty of brake lights, kind of stop and go traffic, especially as we're at the height of rush hour traffic as folks are getting off of work. You can see bus stops dropping students off from school. So a lot of people on the roads, and of course a lot of backup as a result, people trying to avoid 77, but there really is no other option. You know, if you are going to avoid 77, then be prepared to have other backup on the side streets as well as the other interstates as well. We're trying to give detours to you as much as possible, but be sure to check your phone, take a look at the maps, take a look at our WCNC traffic app to make sure you're aware of the areas and try to get to your destination just as quick and as safely as you possibly can. But for now, that's the very latest right off the I-45 interchange. I'll send it back to you guys.
Brianna Harper, thanks so much. I think it's something that we need to put into perspective, right? Because of course you're going to be frustrated. Traffic is frustrating. It just is. But you have to remember that there's the bigger picture here and that 2 lives were lost.
And we are learning more and more about those 2 lives. You know, we're hearing from some of the folks who knew them well and, you know, what they have to say about this awful loss. Our Fred Shropshire is joining us to talk about that. I mean, we've mentioned how so many people are hurting tonight.
Yeah, Vanessa and Carolyn, these are the pictures we're going to ask you to continue to remember. Our very own Coach Lamont sharing his memories of Chick Teague, the pilot who lost his life here. Coach Lamont saying he was a skilled professional pilot who was passionate about his job.
He was a fantastic guy. Every day he showed up in his aviation uniform. And you could see him walking through the building, and you knew that he was experienced. You knew that this was a man of not many words, but he knew his responsibilities. He knew exactly what he was there to do.
And WBTV says that Teague started with them in 2017. He, as you just heard the coach say, had been a pilot for more than 20 years. Also hearing that even though he was quiet, he always had a smile on his face and very meticulous about his work. Meantime, meteorologist Jason Myers grew up in the area in Union and Catawba counties, a graduate of NC State. He married his childhood friend Jillian, who too is from this area. They have 4 children together, and all accounts saying he also had a smile on his face every day, came to work with a clipboard that he would keep all of his information on, and just a joy of a family man. So just deeply, deeply sad by his loss as well.
Yeah, big loss for our community.
A huge, huge loss. It's important to note too, you know, we're thinking about that RBTV family because this is a tough day for them as they cover this news as well. We'll be right back.
The Carolina Chevy Storm Tracker,
only on WCNC Charlotte.
If your shower or bath looks like this, it's time for an upgrade. Hey everybody, Joe here with BJ Worzen, owner of West Shore Home, to talk about how West Shore is evolving the customer experience to provide seamless remodeling projects to homeowners all across America. BJ.
Joe, we know a lot of people are looking to knock out some remodeling projects before the holidays get here. But the busyness of those holidays can really slow down those plans. So I want to let everybody know they can get those projects done right now and it won't be a big disruption to their life.
Well, BJ, how are you doing that?
So everything we do is designed to be fast, easy, and convenient for our customers. And it all starts with that initial call. Pick up the phone and call the number on the screen right now. It'll be answered by a live representative. They'll be able to answer all your questions about the shower bath project, but more importantly, find a time to have one of our design consultants come out to the home for that free in-home consultation. We even do evening and Saturday appointments to make it most convenient for the homeowner.
In that design consultation, that's where the homeowner chooses the styles and options to create a bath space that they're really going to love.
Right, we'll bring out one of these and let them design the bath of their dreams. If they want to move forward, we have multiple financing options designed to fit any family's budget. And the best part is we have instant credit decision.
So no waiting, they'll know on the spot whether they're approved. Okay, how about financing offers? Do you got something special for us today?
We have something really special right now that we're doing just for the holiday season. It's going to be 18 months with no payments and no interest. That means you don't have to make a payment on this project until after next holiday season. And for a limited time, we're going to do free installation on all shower and bath projects.
Again, no worries about making a single payment until 18 months after the project is installed. That's incredible. BJ, thanks so much, folks. Shower and bath remodeling has never been easier. Call West Shore Home now and take advantage of this great offer. Call in now to get 18 months of no payments and no interest financing. Plus, you heard BJ, for a limited time, West Shore Home is doing free installation on all shower and bath projects. This is an offer you do not want to miss. Call West Shore Home now.
This holiday season, Ford wants to help you shine bright. So, this Black Friday, choose a vehicle in stock or simply place a custom order. Lock in your rate and you're protected, even if rates go up before your order comes in. Plus, thousands of vehicles are arriving daily, just in time for the holidays. This Black Friday, lock in this low rate on a new 2022 Ford SUV. Hurry, choose from over 7,000 Ford trucks and SUVs, only at your Carolina Ford dealer.
Welcome back. We continue to cover this tragic news of two WBTV employees who were killed in a helicopter crash this afternoon, and it got us thinking about the helicopter itself.
Yeah, this particular type of helicopter has been under scrutiny before, it sounds like. WCNC Charlotte's Nate Morabito has been diving into what we know about this helicopter, joining us now from the newsroom. What have you found out, Nate?
Hey there. Well, the NTSB identified the helicopter as a Robinson R-44. An expert we talked to told us these helicopters are not just commonly used for news and traffic, but tours and sightseeing too.
NTSB data we analyzed Tuesday afternoon show the Robinson R-44 has crashed more than any other since 2008. 480 times, accounting for almost 18% of all helicopter crashes.
I'm a pilot of airplanes. I'm also an aerospace engineer. I can tell you that a lot of the problems that pilots have with the R-44 are induced or created by some of the design deficiencies in the helicopter.
Personal injury attorney Mike Slack says his law firm settled multiple lawsuits with the company. He calls the company's track record with this particular helicopter concerning.
They're inexpensive, and you get what you pay for with this helicopter. You don't get a lot of performance. You don't get a whole lot of what I'd call safety margins with it. The manufacturer would argue the contrary, but quite frankly, the record speaks for itself.
A 2018 Los Angeles Times investigation found Robinson R-44 crashes killed pilots and passengers more than any other helicopter in the decade between 2006 to 2016. The LA Times concluded that kind of helicopter was involved in a deadly crash at a rate almost 50% higher than its peers, responsible for 1.6 deadly accidents per 100,000 hours flown. The company pointed out the vast majority of crashes involving these helicopters were not the fault of the helicopter itself, but rather its operator. Slack disputes that.
There's features of this helicopter that are particularly unforgiving and can surprise a very experienced pilot.
Now, federal data show the helicopter involved in today's crash was made in 1999. We've reached out to the manufacturer, Robinson Helicopter Company, for comment. That was a little after 4 today. We're still waiting to hear back. And I just again want to point out, the NTSB is investigating this crash. We don't know what caused it. It'll be months before we really understand what happened. But this perspective is really critical in understanding the machine that these two men were in today.
Yeah, it's interesting to learn that information, but yes, good
but
context
you have to keep in mind, right, like everything that we don't know at this point, and also that perspective is from an attorney who represents victims who've been wronged.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's just a lot to unbox, and there are so many questions about what happened. And at this point, we just have to be okay with not having any answers.
Be patient.
Switching gears right now, let's talk weather. And meteorologist Brad Panovich is here. So Brad, what are we looking at?
Well, temperatures out there right now are kind of mild. We've definitely got temperatures much warmer than we've seen the last couple of days, climbing back up into the 50s and even some 60s today in many locations. In fact, the high temperature 62 in Charlotte. 61 is our average, and we were below average this morning, though, when we dropped to 31. We have seen a few late day showers, a little few sprinkles that moved through with those clouds, but really haven't amounted to a whole lot. It's been more the mid and high level cloud deck that's been over us for most of the evening. Southwest and northeast movement of those cloud deck. You can see the cooler air beginning to retreat back to Canada and warm air surging to our west, and that's some of the warm air that's going to be heading our way, in particular tomorrow, with temperatures in some locations with enough sunshine, mid and upper 60s, if not threatening 70 degrees, especially as you get south and east of Charlotte. So a mild afternoon. Those temperatures, though, are going to be pretty mild until we get to Friday when the rain chances ramp up. The fact that we're going to have clouds and showers around are definitely going to bring the temperatures down. You see high pressure and control for your Wednesday and Thanksgiving Day with really nice conditions. So no major issues traveling out of town weather-wise. And then heading back to town, we're watching Friday for a few showers, but I'll be honest with you, the system on Friday, Saturday is kind of two pieces of energy. It's not really all that impressive. It'll come at us in one chunk of rain. It looks like it's going to happen late Friday. So we might actually wake up to completely dry conditions. In fact, we probably will on Friday with the rain developing late in the day. So no issues again going out of town. This is your travel forecast tomorrow. If you're flying or driving, weather's not going to be the big factor. It's going to be congestion or just backups at the airport on the roads. There's our Friday to Saturday system. Then dry Saturday afternoon. Next system arrives on Sunday morning, but it's out fairly quickly. And by the Panthers game, I do think we could be dry as long as that system continues to move. So when you look at the rain chances, it's not an all-day rain on any of these, so no washout in the forecast. Friday's a late-day shower into the evening, then Saturday, it's kind of an early morning shower, then out of here, and then another round late Saturday night into Sunday. Quick look at the 7-day forecast shows those temperatures, again, warm throughout the next 7 days. In fact, let's go 10 days into the future, and you could see our averages are actually going to be in the 50s by next week. We're going to be solidly in the low to mid 60s for most of next week, with temperatures again staying above average. We'll be right back.
You've been injured in a car accident, call Pound Law from your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan.
It's College Week on Wheel.
You claim to have missed only 3 questions on your SATs.
It's my only academic flex. What can I say?
I missed name and address.
Tonight at 7 on WCNC Charlotte.
Hendrick. It's our biggest tire sale of the year. Through December 31st, buy 3 tires and get the 4th tire for just $1. Schedule your appointment today at any Hendrick location or visit hendrickcars.com.
Hi, honey. Hey, Mom. How's it going? Did Nana stuffing have rosemary or thyme? Both. Yeah, both, of course.
Oh, you found them.
Yeah, I got it.
Let me see it. Okay.
I like it short.
Really?
Hello again.
Is it 300 or 350?
350.
Me and the best time.
Look. I'm just letting it cool for a few minutes.
How's everything going there?
It's a little quiet, you know, just me and Dad.
We miss you. I think it was you who ate the pie, dear.
I did not. Dad was there. Ask him. Oh, I gotta go, Mom.
Okay, honey,
Love
bye.
you. Bye.
Hasn't she made that stuffing like 1,000,000 times before?
In pain, call Shane.
980-999-9999.
It's what people in Charlotte do when they're hurt in a wreck.
Injured in a car wreck? Call me, Shane Smith. You can talk to a lawyer right now for free.
This is Todd. And this is Sarah.
She's leaving for Paris.
But this isn't your classic holiday rom-com. It's a Nissan Avantag.
Seriously?
Featuring the Nissan Rogue. And more standard power than a CR-V.
This is a love emergency.
Don't let true love or these offers get away.
Get $500 holiday bonus cash on select models.
Chances are you're getting ready for Thanksgiving. Turkey, cranberry sauce, pumpkin pie. But did you know those things weren't even on the table for that first feast? We connected us on why we eat what we eat on Thanksgiving. See the difference tomorrow morning on Wake Up Charlotte.
We want to reset our show right now at 6 o'clock. We continue to follow the latest developments in the tragic helicopter crash that killed 2 people on board. This is a live look at where this happened on I-77 near Nations Ford Road. Part of that stretch has reopened within the past 2 hours, and we are starting now to see traffic flow there once again. We'll get a traffic update in just a moment.
But we do want to take a moment to focus on the lives lost here in case you are just catching up on these details. Just a terrible situation. This crash happened around noon. It involved a news chopper from TV station WBTV. The victims here, 2 WBTV employees who were inside that chopper. Meteorologist Jason Myers and helicopter pilot Chip Tyag. WBTV releasing this statement about the incident, saying, quote, "The WBTV family grieving a terrible loss. Our news helicopter Sky 3 crashing late Tuesday morning." And they go on to confirm the lives lost there and thank folks for their outpouring of support. So our crews, of course, have been just diving into all elements here with this tragic story, talking about witnesses and getting details. We just want to know what happened here and what happens going forward.
We first want to go to our Shamaria Morrison, who joins us live from the scene of where all of this happened. You've been watching this all day since it happened. Shay, what can you tell us?
Well, we know that where the scene happened at this exact moment, we still have investigations that are going on here. That's the scene that's right behind me. You see traffic is going by it. This road here on I-77 southbound had been closed for hours. You know, we came onto the scene a little bit closer to where the crash actually happened, just maybe about 20 to 30 minutes after that helicopter went down. And what I can tell you is where the helicopter was located at the crash and its proximity to not only the highway but also surrounding buildings. I mean, you just know that the helicopter pilot tried his best not to hit any of those things. We were by a charter school was nearby. You also had an immigration services building that was nearby and just a lot of complexes. You also have a busy highway. And so what we're showing you now is just some video around the scene as well. And I want to tell you, as we've been out here all day, WBTV has also been out here all day. They're photographers, they're reporters, they're MMJs all here. You can only empathize with what it feels like to have to report on your colleague's death. And as I have seen them give their condolences to the families of those lost, they talked about just how great both of those 2 men were. But I also want you to hear from someone who actually watched the crash.
My impression is that he apparently knew he was in trouble, and he circled looking for a place to put that down. And on the second circle, I don't think he had any choice. It was going down, and he got it just off the highway and avoided it. Could have injured a lot of people.
Pilot tried to avoid injuring anyone else and putting anyone else in danger. And if that is truly the case, then that pilot is a hero in my eyes.
Here hero indeed. And again, I have been speaking to former WBTV people in addition to the folks that are here on the scene, and all they continue to say was just how much of a smile and brightness each of those men brought to the newsroom. And we continue to pray for them and hold them in our prayers as we give them hugs from here physically, and also those who continue to go through this tragedy. Live in Charlotte, Shamaria Morrison, WCNC Charlotte.
Shay, thank you so much. And so we see behind there in Shay's shot, the interstate itself, as we turn to the traffic impacts, we do see a lot of backup. We've got some lanes that have reopened since this first happened on 75 southbound, but you could see still slow going, and we're really seeing that congestion all across South Charlotte because of this.
And keep in mind, the interstate shut down, and it's happened as the holiday travel just started to kick off, and it's unfolding right as rush hour was starting. Let's go ahead and check in with Julia Kaufman, who has a look at traffic as we speak. Julia, what do you see from your point of view?
Fred, Vanessa, all of those factors contributing to just major backups. We're on Presley Road. It's an overpass. The bridge behind me is an overpass right over 77, and it leads up. Presley Road leads up to South Tryon. So we can see the backups happening. You see that police car trying to make its way through cars that are just crawling. And we've been seeing this all evening, actually. Emergency personnel trying to make it through this traffic to get to whatever call they're responding to. And they're struggling. They're having to use the shoulder because these cars just really have nowhere to go. And to give you perspective, this is right next to exit 6B. This is 77 South. These cars are going toward where the helicopter crash happened, about 2 miles south from where we are now. I spoke with one driver trying to get home after work. He says, he was crawling. His drive is usually 10 minutes. It was taking him 40 minutes to an hour. But he really put into perspective sort of the situation here. Take a listen.
Just trying to get home, and as soon as I can. Big Thanksgiving plans to travel tomorrow, so got to get home and get packed. An unfortunate situation, and it's good to remember that being in traffic is probably the least of our worries, compared to what happened to those people today. So.
Just awful news. The whole community, that we're speaking with, people in the news industry and outside, just sending their love and prayers out to the WBTV team. I'm going to read a tweet quickly from transportation officials just to remind you there are 2 lanes open on 77 South near Nations Ford Road, but the right lane and entrance ramp from Tyvola to 77 South will stay closed until tomorrow morning. So it's best to just avoid the area if possible, guys.
All right, Julia Kaufman reporting, and what a perspective. The traffic backups, the least of our worries considering the circumstances surrounding them. Julia, thank you. And now we want to get a traffic update from a different vantage point.
Yeah, our Brianna Harper has been over on 485, which we know is one of the stretches DOT is recommending as a detour. And we know those detours can get backed up too. What does it look like now, Bree?
Well, Fred and Vanessa, I can tell you that things are looking a lot better from this area. If you take a look at South Tryon Street about 2 hours ago, this was a major backup area, but now traffic is slowly starting to flow. You can see green lights, less of those red brake lights. But again, as you mentioned, 485 is where folks are detouring to avoid 77. And when I took a look at Google Maps, I noticed a lot of red, a lot of yellow located on that map, indicating traffic definitely at a slow in either direction, I-485 inner as well as I-485 outer. So if you are taking those detours, be prepared to experience at least some bit of backup on your routes. For now, that's the very latest from South Charlotte. Brianna Harper, WCNC Charlotte.
Thank you. Now let's bring in KJ Jacobs. He's been tracking the impact all afternoon into the evening.
Yeah, KJ's looking at some trouble spots. You got some detours too for us?
That's right, Fred and Vanessa. The good news is, if there's any bit of good news in terms of traffic at this time, the average speed is picking up to about 15 miles per hour as opposed to about 5 miles per hour just about an hour ago. Those 2 lanes are back open right along I-77 near the crash scene, but still use caution if you're going to be out. But you can see the on-ramp is still shut down, highlighted in purple. That's at Tyvola Road for tonight through tomorrow morning. Just show you the backups here coming in from the I-77 loop, 277 loop, hopping on towards I-77 southbound. That red line shows the traffic delay, stop and go traffic all the way down past the crash scene. It'll take you out towards the 485 loop. So if you have to be out, and that's a big if, you'll want to head towards the east side of town and take that inner loop to take you back onto I-77. Be sure, if you can, to avoid going south and west of town near the airport, especially as many people are hopping on planes for tonight ahead of holiday travels. And some of those small roads, say Highway 16, also South Boulevard Park Road, some of those, maybe some of those back roads you can hop on to take you towards 485, guys.
Okay, KJ, thank you. Right now, CMPD, along with the FAA and National Transportation Safety Board, are trying to figure out exactly what caused this crash.
Yeah, that is the big question tonight, and we all want to know. WCNC Charlotte's Jesse Pierre is picking up our live team coverage here, and I feel like folks should really, I guess, manage the expectations about when we're going to learn what happened, because this is a long investigation to come.
It is absolutely a long investigation, and there's a lot of work ahead. On average, this could take about a year for a report to be fully complete. Now, it is standard protocol when there is a crash that involves an aircraft to involve the agents with the FAA as well as the National Transportation Safety Board. When federal agents arrive tonight, they'll get at the crash scene and do an initial assessment. Again, a lot of work ahead. Investigators will be working to collect as much evidence from the scene as possible. They'll be reviewing flight logs, maintenance records, and getting all of the data that they need to really determine a probable cause. Now, when it comes to the wreckage, that will be recovered and moved to an off-site location so that it can be looked into further. Now, CMPD, Charlotte Fire and Highway Patrol also on the ground, making sure traffic is moving slowly. Listening to Chief Jennings right now.
Our part of the investigation is more at this point just to make sure we secure the scene, keep traffic flowing, and make sure that they have everything they need as far as when they get here for the investigation.
So again, those federal investigators will be getting here tonight. A lot of work ahead, and when they have that report fully completed, it will be released to the public. Again, that could take a year, that could take 2 years for that to be done. Sending it back to you from South Charlotte, Jesse Pierre, WCNC Charlotte.
Jesse, thank you. And as we head to break, we want to take another moment to remember the lives lost, our colleagues and friends over at WBTV. These photos, taken together back in April, their dedication to serving our community and keeping the public informed, will long be remembered. Our thoughts and our prayers are with their families and their colleagues tonight. We'll be right back.
It's College Week on Wheel. You claim to have missed only 3 questions on your SATs.
It's my only academic flex. What can I say?
I missed name and address.
Tonight at 7 on WCNC Charlotte.
Nothing that kid is telling me is true. Call Child Protective Services.
Can we talk?
Don't do this.
You said you'd help us, you lied!
If you don't let us in there, your sister is going to die.
This Thanksgiving, NBC and Peacock are serving up something for everyone. The Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, the National Dog Show, and the Patriots-Vikings Nightcap. Touchdown! It's all Thanksgiving Day on NBC and Peacock.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away. Get 0% APR on the 2023 Santa Fe, plus 0 payments for 90 days. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Oh, excuse me. I'm hoping you could help me. I'm looking for something that's gonna make my skin look clearer and glowy, but also softer because it's just been so dry lately.
Yeah, I usually work in produce, so.
Can I help you? Yeah, I'm looking to get a little more of a glow.
Yeah, let's get you a facial.
Hand and Stone facials are not only relaxing, they're customized just for you. First-time customers get our low introductory rate only at Hand and Stone.
We don't like
like having to say this.
We put it off as long as possible.
We're just the messengers.
But it's time to face facts.
Winter is coming.
Huh, that went better than expected.
They took it pretty well.
I guess we can go on with the next part.
Now would be a great time to schedule a revitalization from depend-worthy 1-hour heating and air.
Making your furnace ready for whatever comes next.
Saving money and protecting the whole system.
1-hour heating and air.
Depend-worthy.
Chevy Silverado. It's got the power you want and the capability you need to do the job, so you can get to the important work. Find new moments, find new roads. Get $1,500 total cash allowance on all 2022 Silverado pickups with a 2.7-liter turbo engine. Plus, unlock your code to claim $500 Chevy Cyber Cash. See your Carolina Chevy dealers.
Chances are you're getting ready for Thanksgiving. Turkey, cranberry sauce, pumpkin pie. But did you know those things weren't even on the table for that first feast? We connected us on why we eat what we eat on Thanksgiving. See the difference tomorrow morning on Wake Up Charlotte.
The Carolina Chevy Storm Tracker, only on WCNC Charlotte.
Welcome back. As we get new information about this tragic crash, we are learning more about the aircraft itself, including how many crashes this type of helicopter has been involved in throughout the years.
Yeah, our Megan Bragg is joining us live now to talk about what you've learned from an attorney who has represented about a dozen plaintiffs in incidents involving this type of helicopter.
Yeah, that's right, guys. And the aircraft is a Robinson R-44. On the manufacturer's website, it is advertised as a news helicopter, although it has many other uses in general aviation, including tourist flights. And the manufacturer also describes this model as light and compact. This is a picture of what a typical R-44 looks like. This is right from Robinson's website. From the tail number, we are able to determine that the helicopter that crashed today was built in 1999. I spoke with an aviation attorney. He has done at least 10 cases involving this aircraft. He says a lot of the cases has done had mechanical issues as a contributing factor. Now, although it's important to know, at this point, we do not know what caused the crash in Charlotte today.
The Robinson R-44 helicopter has been in design and manufactured for many years. And we have had quite a number of cases that we've handled that involve the crash of that model aircraft.
Now, his law firm, Baum and Hedlund, has collected data from NTSB, and as of this past March, they've said that at least 561 accidents involved this model. The R-44, 203 of those incidents were fatal, and in those fatal incidents, they tell us 405 people have died. Live in the studio, Megan Bragg, WCNC Charlotte.
Interesting incidents.
Yeah, enlightening. Thank you, Megan.
Right now, we want to turn our attention over to the weather. We want to bring in Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich. And you're tracking, it seems like not quite as much of a chill today.
Yeah, definitely much milder temperatures. Temperatures in the 50s and 60s today. We're still seeing mild here tonight. You see those temperatures in the 50s. We made it up to 62 today, which is above our average of 61, but you can see the low 31. That was actually below average this morning. Now, we've got mostly cloudy skies now, but a few showers did develop late this afternoon and evening when those clouds moved over. They've been basically mid and high level clouds, so some of this was virga. It was rain falling from the cloud base, not quite making it all the way to the ground, but in some cases it did, is in the form of sprinkles, and that's pushing out fairly quickly. But most of this system is what we call suppressed. It's pushed down to the south. It's going to stay down here closer to South Carolina. That's the southern branch of the jet stream. The northern branch is retreating north and taking with it some of the chill and the cold air we've seen. So tomorrow, it's going to be a huge warm-up. Temperatures in the mid to upper 60s, if not close to 70, with full sunshine in a few locations. The only thing that keeps us from even warmer, likely the fact is only about 10 hours of daylight tomorrow, because we easily would be up there. Now, Thursday for Thanksgiving, we're dry. Same story for tomorrow. But Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we've got rain chances, but it's not a complete washout. The systems heading our way are a couple separate pieces of energy. One to the south, that stays off the southeast coast. Here comes the next system. This is the one that kind of arrives on Friday, but not till late in the day. So we're dry tomorrow, dry for Thursday, and probably dry for the start of Friday before the rain moves through. I'll show you a quick look at the close-up futurecast. Those clouds are out of here quickly tonight. They'll start to move back in a little bit on Thanksgiving Day. So Mix of sun and clouds, but look what happens 1 o'clock on Friday. We start to see a few showers roll back in the region. So big travel day tomorrow, as was today. No significant weather issues, honestly, across the lower 48. A few sprinkles near the coast. So if you're traveling by air or car, weather is likely not going to be your biggest issue. It's going to be just congestion in general, the number of people trying to get on roadways and to the airport. There's system number one. High pressure builds in between them. So Saturday starts dry, probably by Sunday morning early. Really Saturday night, Sunday morning, that next system moves through. That will be gone fairly quickly. So for the Panthers game on Sunday, I do expect things to dry out fairly quickly as high pressure builds back in. So for your Thanksgiving holiday, we'll do the 3 days of Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. All 3 days pretty mild. The rain chances are scattered, so no washouts in the forecast. 70% chances mainly after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Here's a look at the 7-day forecast. You can see it's a much milder pattern than we had for the last couple of weeks. We started the month on a very warm note. In fact, it was the warmest start to November on record. And then the last week and a half, it's been cooler. We're still above average, but we're going back above average here for the end of the month as the sunshine returns and we see temperatures in the low to mid 60s.
Brad, thank you so much. We're going to take a quick break, but as we leave you for just a couple moments, we wanted to share some of the condolences we're seeing pouring from Charlotte sports teams, some tweets that we're seeing for those 2 lives lost over at WBTV. Meteorologist Jason Myers and helicopter pilot Chip Tyag. The Panthers and Charlotte FC saying, in fact, there's going to be a moment of silence at tonight's Christmas tree lighting in Uptown.
Hendrick. Take a holiday from car payments during the Hendrick Red Tag Sales Event. That's right, make no car payments for 90 days. Finding a car is no problem because Hendrick has it. Visit HendrickCars.com and shop nearly 20,000 new and pre-owned vehicles available today. All the brands you love at every Hendrick location. Manufacturer certified, Carfax one owner, hybrids and more. And make no car payments for 90 days. Shop HendrickCars.com.
Are you suffering from neuropathy? Tingling, numbness in your feet and ankles? Then call our clinic right now and find out if you qualify for regenerative medicine. Regenerative medicine restores the body's tissue and nerves, allowing them to heal naturally and may even return your feet to normal. No surgery and no addictive medication. Not everyone qualifies for this treatment. Call our clinic right now to see if this amazing new treatment is right for you.
To build the all-new Honda CR-V Hybrid, we took everything you love about the CR-V and kicked it up a notch with excellent fuel efficiency and greater power. For a CR-V unlike any before, adventure confidently with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America, the all-new CR-V and CR-V Hybrid, part of the Honda line of rugged vehicles. Visit your local Honda dealer where new vehicles are arriving daily. Buy online or reserve from select Honda dealers.
It's everything you want in a sofa and so much more. Yeah, it's an obsession. We're Designer Looks Furniture, and we're obsessed with making sure everyone can kick back on reclining sofas that look like this at a price that's as comfortable as this. How's that feel?
We're Designer Looks, designer furniture without the designer prices. Available at Value City Furniture.
Sometimes a cough isn't just a cough, so it's better to be prepared. Keeping Binax Now handy makes it easy to test, and self-test kits may be reimbursable with no copay through your health plan. With Binax Now, you'll have reliable results in 15 minutes with the self-test that features the same technology doctors use and detects multiple variants, including Omicron BA.5. So you can always be prepared with Binax Now, the #1 COVID-19 self-test in the U.S.
Oh, love that Chevy Blazer. That's our next SUV. Love that Equinox. That's our next SUV.
Nice Trailblazer.
It was love at first sight. What?
The Chevy family of SUVs. Find new options. Find new roads.
Get $1,000 cash allowance on all 2022 Equinox models. Plus, unlock your code to claim $500 Chevy Cyber Cash. See your Carolina Chevy dealers.
Two Kings Casino is a sponsor of WCNC Charlotte Sports.
Welcome back. As more details come in, we are mapping out a timeline of how this tragedy unfolded today. Here's what we have confirmed so far. At 11:50 this morning, the chopper took off. 6 minutes later, the FAA lost contact with WBTV's helicopter as it was flying over South Charlotte. 2 minutes after that, at 11:58, that is when dispatchers received the call. Multiple emergency crews responded to the crash site. Later, at 1:48, the NTSB confirmed it's investigating a crash that involved the chopper belonging to our friends over at WBTV. Around 3:10, WBTV confirmed the identities of the two men on board, who we now know are meteorologist Jason Myers and pilot Chip Tayag. Our continued thoughts and prayers with them and their families and their friends and our friends over at WBTV during this very difficult time. This timeline ongoing, and as we learn more, we will update you.
And we're trying to update folks too on the traffic conditions right now, because we know that's a big factor here because of the investigation and the fact that this crash was so close to 77. We've been seeing closures and big backups.
Yep, so let's check in with Julia Kaufman, who has been out there at the scene off of I-77 tracking the progress with traffic. What does it look like right now, Julia?
Fred, Vanessa, I want to show you what it looks like on Presley Road. This leads to South Tryon, and we're on the overpass over 77. So this is the first time really in more than 3 hours we have seen cars. It's starting to back up now a little bit, but this has drastically improved since the last time we checked in with you guys. This is often used as a cut through from Clanton Road over to South Tryon, and it backed up all the way down with no end in sight. Now we're seeing cars moving a bit easier, but 77 South is quite the different story. It's backed up as far as we can see. We're near exit 6B. This is 2 miles from where the crash happened. So for right now, at last check, police are still urging people to avoid 77 South if possible. Looks like we're seeing a little bit of relief near South Tryon and South Boulevard, but that could change, so we'll keep you posted.
All right, Julia, thank you. Yeah, and I'm just curious to see what we're seeing on the other roadways in that area.
For that, let's check in with KJ Jacobs, who has more. KJ.
Fred, Vanessa, the roads are backed up all over town trying to get towards I-77 and head southbound. I want to see if we can take a live look right now from Tybola Road, and you can see bumper to bumper traffic here. This is looking southbound, and those 2 lanes have since reopened over the last couple of hours, and it's going to pass the crash scene there right along I-77 between there and Nations Ford Road. Let's bring it back to the maps just so we can see some of those headaches out there for those of you trying to make your way around the traffic. If you have plans to be out tonight, continue to use caution as there are a lot of backups. You can see the red shading there from some of those main roads you take, like South Boulevard, Woodlawn, as well Park Road. Some of the other roads moving through Tybola as well Tryon is backed up significantly, so there's some major congestion out there. And of course, traffic is backed up on I-77, so use caution if you're going to be out tonight. And of course, look for that notification on our WCNC app once the roads have fully reopened, guys.
All right, KJ, thank you.
Yeah, I saw Julia had sent us a note saying it started sprinkling where she was out at that
Yeah,
scene.
we had a few sprinkles out there. We didn't want to see any downpours because the crash scene's still active. Right?
They're investigating.
They got to get
right
out there, and you don't want evidence to be, disturbed at all by even a downpour. So luckily, it's just been a few sprinkles here and there. Weather seems like an afterthought, but in these situations, it is a big travel holiday as well. So just be wary that we're going to have some congestion out there, but weather is not going to be your concern. It is going to be fine going to the airport as long as you can get there with the traffic. The weather will be okay. Coming back, maybe a few showers here and there, but all in all, much warmer pattern and less stormy than we've seen the last week and a half or so.
All right, thank you, and thank you for joining us. We'll see you back here at 11.
NBC Nightly News is up next to look at the headlines that we'll expect. On tonight's broadcast, we'll be hearing from a hero who took down the Colorado Springs club shooter. What went through his mind as he jumped into action?
And Dr. Anthony Fauci's final White House briefing. We're going to hear his message to Americans about the triple-demic threat right now.
Plus, does Black Friday really have the best deals before you set your alarm for those doorbusters? We're going to see those shopping strategies that we need to know about.
Download the WCNC app on Roku and Fire TV.
Out here, you're either lunch or you're enjoying it. The all-powerful Kia SUVs assembled in Georgia. Get 3.99% APR for 48 months plus 500 trade assist cash on a new 2023 Sorrento.
Age comes with wisdom, and wisdom comes with benefits.
Dryer's broken.
Okay. You want a socket. That's especially true when it comes to Medicare. So make the wise call and learn more about Cigna Medicare plans in your area. Their tools and resources make it simple and easy. Bears can smell Wi-Fi. Visit CignaWiseCall.com today. You'd want to flip it.
And she swung happily ever after. But before that, before she celebrated with her pediatrician, specialists, and care team, before her life-saving transplant, before her family's first visit to the only best children's hospital in the region, once upon a time, there was a family who thought all was lost. Until they found Atrium Health Levine Children's. More happily ever afters start here.
Hand in Stone is having a Black Friday weekend BOGO sale. So when you buy a gift card for that special someone, you get another gift card free.
Mom, what are you doing? I got you a spa day to Hand in Stone. Wait, really? Yes, and they were buy one, get one, so I thought... So I can bring Becca. Well, actually, Thanks, Mom. Alrighty.
Everyone agrees, nothing beats a Hand in Stone in-store BOGO.
A new Chevy is the smart way to hit the open road. The smart way to road trip and seek new adventures. Go a little farther in a new Chevy. Find new get up and go, find new roads. Well-qualified buyers can get 2.99% financing or